The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Pieces are flying off the boards at the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland in Warsaw. A single missed move can spell immediate disaster in these blink-and-you-miss-it battles. The three-way tie for first that started the day quickly devolved into a one-horse race with the undefeated Vladimir Fedoseev turning in a near-perfect performance to build a commanding 3.5-point lead. Despite two losses out of the gate, Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu quietly fought his way back into clear second. First place looks to be in the bag. Can anyone catch the unbeatable wild card? The final day of exhilarating chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 5 of the Superbet Rapid Blitz here in Warsaw, Poland. Well, it was tied after 4 days, but on the last day, Vladimir Fedoseev went 8 out of 9 to take a lock on the lead and now is in pole position to win it all. It would make him the first non-tour participant ever coming in as a wild card to win a GCT event. Will he make history, or will he be caught by hungry gladiators looking to knock him off his perch? Well, let's jump to the studio and find out with Yasser, Nazi, and Peter.
The first stop on the GCT Tour has presented some surprises along with a breakout leader. 9 more rounds of Blitz today on our way to a champion. Our coverage from Warsaw, Poland starts right now. Hello and welcome everybody. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with my wonderful co-hosts Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, wonderful to be with you, Peter.
Hello.
Fifth and final day. My goodness. Hello everyone. Thank you for joining us. The Grand Chess Tour 10th edition is underway and we have seen in day 4 a result for the ages. It's absolutely extraordinary. Vladimir, 8 out of 9, completely rewrote the script that was prepared by our statistician. And I got to tell you, we enjoyed every single moment. What will day 5 bring? First of all, Nancy, the honors standings after 4 eventful days.
Fedoseev had a historic day yesterday, and he's in the lead now with 19 points. In clear second, that's Praggnanandhaa. And then sharing third are 3 players, Levon, Aronian, MVL, and Aravindh.
9 games of Blitz was played yesterday. What's going to happen today?
This is the second day of Blitz, and there's a total of 18 games. We're going to see the last 9 today. The time control is 5+2, and it's a regular scoring system with 1 for a win and half for a draw.
However unlikely it might be, in case of a tie, what are the regulations?
If 2 players tie for first, they will have a 2-game rapid match with time control of 8 minutes with 3-second increment. If 3 or more players are tied for first, they'll play round robin in Blitz 5+2 with 2 points for a win and 1 for a draw. If somehow they're still tied, remaining tied players will contest single Armageddon games on a knockout basis.
And Peter, truly an historic performance.
Absolutely. But before we speak about that, witamy w ostatnim dniu wielkiego turu szachowego w Warszawie. Welcome to our TV audience. I'm told we are on Polish TV today. And yeah, let's talk about Fedoseev there for a second. I hope I did that. Okay. Unfortunately for him, the honors for the best ever day of Blitz in the Grand Chess Tour will probably forever belong to Magnus Carlsen's 9 out of 9 in Croatia, but that was pretty darn close.
It was.
That was almost a perfect day for Vladimir. He won the first 4, then drew this absolutely fantastic, exciting game against Prague in round 5, and then almost won 4 more. He was winning against Alireza in the last round on a number of occasions. Just for comparison, the next 2 best performances by Prague and MVL, I believe, are 5.5 out of 9. This is 8.
Not bad.
Not bad, but this is 8. And it looks like it's in the bag, but he had some very interesting things to say about how to protect a lead like this.
What do you do?
What's the secret to keeping that mental toughness so that you perform your best on the last day?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of famous with dropping games in the critical moments of tournaments and career. And recently I struggled in many important games. So for here, if with such a lead, I hope I will not be forced to play any kind of this really important game at the end of events. So I hope I will be able to protect my leadership earlier. Yeah. So the key, in my opinion, the best way to deal with decisive games, important for the result, is not to play them, like to protect yourself from playing this last round, scrambles and so on. Yeah, so better to win earlier. Yeah.
Better to win early. I'm going to have to put that in my notebook.
There's a very nice cheeky little smile there at the end. And on the subject of cheeky smiles, bringing it over to our Warsaw studio and Grandmasters Anastasiya Karlovich and Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Peter. Yes, he has been quite modest throughout the entire event, not one to brag or boast. He's just been getting the job done, and what a job he has done indeed, and doing it as a wild card. He would literally make history as a wild card winning this event. You may say, well, other people have won it as well. You're right, but the wild cards we're talking about are no normal wild cards at all. Magnus Carlsen, well, #1 player in the world, he's done it on the tour 5 times, winning as a wild card. That means he was invited and he showed why he is the boss. Hikaru Nakamura happens to be the #2 rated player on the planet. He did it in 2021 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And one Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing in the first ever Superbet Rapid and Blitz held here in Poland back in 2022. He was a wild card as well when he won. All 3 of these players have been tour participants, one of the top players in the world. Vladimir Fedoseev, he is here for the first time. We all know he's a good player. He's been known to be strong for many years. He's the reigning 2024 European Blitz champion. European Rapid champion, excuse me. So he is definitely no rookie, but nevertheless, it's his first time on the tour. He's here as a wild card, and he is putting on a Magnus type show for the rest of us. Simply extraordinary, brilliant, inspiring even, as Anastasiya, to see what this young man is pulling off. And will he or won't he? I think everybody's ready to crown him the victor almost already, as he has just shown this kind of cool, this kind of calm. This just basically saying, I just got to do what I got to do and don't have to worry about any sort of decisive games to derail him in the end.
Yeah, we will see it. It's such an inspiration for all of us. But I would like to actually draw your attention to another inspiring story about Polish international master Łukasz Nowak, who will come today for the closing ceremony. He is such an inspiration for Polish community and international community. Despite fighting a very, very serious illness, he keeps playing chess, and how he plays chess very successfully. He became an international master, and his peak rating was 2,408. He still pursue his dreams, and Polish organizers and Superbet Poland decided to make a very, very great move. They decided to give him all proceeds from the sales of the tickets. They decided to donate all the money they collected here during Superbet Rapid and Blitz tournament. What a great move from organizers, and today we will see him at the closing ceremony with his parents. Looking forward to it, and I think it shows that we are one family. This is not just words.
We are indeed one family, and inspirational stories abound here in Warsaw, Poland. Guys, back to you.
Thank you for that, Anastasiya and Maurice. We're ready for day 5. Tell us about the pairings for round 10 in the Blitz.
Let's see how we'll start the day. Aravindh is playing Gavrilescu, Pragg against Deac, Topalov against Aronian, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Alireza, and our key matchup today will be Vladimir Fedoseev against MVL.
Of course, with these 5 games and they're playing blitz, we focus on one game at a time. So that Vladimir versus MVL game will be our focus as we get ready for round 10 and the ceremonial first move.
We have e4 for Jan-Krzysztof.
Who was our prestigious opening first move?
And there we go.
That is the game of Prague. Again, we're going to stay with the game of Vladimir and MVL. We'll move over to that game, and we have, it's not a London, it's, what is it? It's
a trump, yeah.
It's a
Trompowski with bishop to g5, knight to d2, e3, queen b6, knight f3. Very unexpected choice.
Yeah, Vladimir has been playing Catalan very successfully in this event.
Absolutely.
But he decided to change it up today. I'm guessing it's mostly because MVL watched all his games and he would have come very well prepared against it.
Exactly. Knight c6, and a big moment here. What are we going to do? We're going to take on f6.
Time to take on c5, I think.
Take on c5.
They take some pressure off the center.
Exactly. I'm sure it's a long-winded line. Queen takes b2.
This is a very rare position, actually. Only 10 games have reached this position. Yeah, it's a very rare line. Yeah, the big question would be, considering the tournament situation, can we take on b2? Because queen takes c5 probably equalizes, but it's very hard to play for a win. And I think everybody is trying to get points off Vladimir for the sake of the rest of the field. And Vail has to try and play sharply for a win, I guess. And in that respect, queen takes b2 has to be the reply, but I suspect it's not great, yeah. Although it's playable. It's playable.
How does the main line go?
c4, e6, and it becomes quite sharp.
So in case of d4 takes c5, queen takes b2.
We should probably
C2,
wait
C4.
for an analysis board to appear on the screen before showing any variations.
Okay, so
there we have it, yeah.
Knight c6, so the variation that Peter and I have been discussing.
And DC played, Maxime instantly takes on b2.
Maxime takes b2.
Understands the assignment.
And Black is taking quite some risk by moving his queen several times out of the opening. We would expect c2, c4, e7, e6. And again, has this ever been seen?
No, this will probably, still 6 games.
6 games?
Yeah, people mostly play rook b1 in the current position. But
and give up another pawn on e2? Or is that pawn?
Queen c3 probably is likely a reply, because queen a2, bishop b5 looks risky, I think.
Let's take a look, though.
But with queens, the problem with booting the queen to c3 is it kind of jams us up.
Stops you from playing c4.
We can't, exactly. But we do, nonetheless, rook b1,
on the board, and
queen c3, bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
It's going to be a pawn sacrifice, Peter.
Yeah, you can play knight e4, you can take on c5 straight away. It seems like white pretty much always has enough compensation, but black is doing fine.
I'm expecting black to just take on c5.
Yeah, and MVL also won almost a minute and a half by going for this line. So despite Vladimir being the first one to surprise by deviating from his Catalans, MVL is now somewhat in control on the clock, which might be relevant.
Big surprise. And what is that difference on the clock?
It's 3 minutes for Vladimir and 4 for MVL.
Just to remind everybody, the players start with 5 minutes apiece.
E6 got a question mark. I mean,
yeah, I saw the orange bubble from the computer.
I feel like it's more of a missed opportunity, maybe, that black had something better, like immediate queen takes c5, or like Peter was saying, some knight e4. E6 cannot be a bad move, right?
No, it can't. I mean, you're preparing just to develop your bishop. Bishop takes e5. Just wanted to say that 5 minutes per player at the start of the game. But for each move that they complete, they get a 2-second bonus added to their clock. Castles?
It's actually not great at all, because e3, e4 comes next move against almost anything.
E3, E4,
yeah.
Let's take
breaking
a look.
it up.
Bishop takes c5.
Bishop takes c5, e4. And we can show a very pretty line there if black takes on e4, right? Yes.
Yeah, with the knight or the pawn?
The pawn.
Oh, this is nasty. 2 pawns up, but Hello.
It looks like knight's protecting that square, but you can forget
Not
that it's
quite,
pinned.
yeah, not quite.
Not quite. That's a checkmate on the board. So
And in fact, the engine now dislikes black's position quite a bit. E6 appeared to be pretty serious inaccuracy.
And it's because of e4, but it does need to be found. Of course, black doesn't have to take on e4.
Bishop e7, I think, is more reasonable. But even here, e3, e4 is by far the best move, and it becomes kind of difficult for black to play.
E3, E4, because if we take with the pawn,
I think bishop takes f6 simply, and then knight e4, knight d6.
knight takes E4, knight D6.
And e4 played. Vladimir back like just as if yesterday never ended.
Right.
Because sometimes like your streak ends because you have to break
The day over.
Yeah, the day is over, and sometimes you struggle to shake off the rust a little bit on the next day. But no, still making the best moves, playing very, very strongly.
If I'm in black
Confidence from
shoes,
yesterday carried over to today.
yeah. If I'm in black shoes, I like to castle, but I'm a little bit afraid of an E4, E5
Bishop takes 6
variation.
and e5 wins a piece, right?
Exactly.
Which is a bit of a problem.
Right. I mean, you're welcoming any pawn trades, but bishop takes C6, no defender of the bishop, and after the recapture, oops, E5.
Yes, and because of that, MVL just took with the queen on c5.
An indication that something has gone a little bit wrong.
MVL probably overlooked e4. It's an unexpected move.
Queen takes C5 on the board. No, feels like already because of the edge in development, there might be.
There's this unpleasant move maybe right now. Bishop e3. Where does the black queen go? Because you can't go to d6 where you would want to go.
Let me just put that on the board. Bishop E3, and you go, okay, well, you drive me. Well, no. Once again, that pinning bishop on B5 will allow E5 winning a piece.
Bishop e3 is very strong, yeah.
He has played it as well, and queen a3 quickly responded.
And
Here,
rook
please,
B3 quickly responded.
Rook
as
b3,
well.
I think knight
Question
e5
mark.
first was stronger, right? I think the idea was to play knight e5 and to use the pin on the knight on c6 to great effect. Now
Yeah.
after queen a5, black will have queen c7. This is, I think, why.
Giving him the option, the defensive option of queen C. Whereas you're kind of happy that the queen's resting on A3. Could it be, Peter, that knight E5, queen D6 at it?
I have a suspicion I will make some sort of knight dc4 work here, but
Why can you take on c6 and still go e5?
Nazi is, of course, completely correct.
Well, good morning, St. Louis. Look at that. That is a very nasty move. Bishop takes E6 check, and there's a rook in the corner.
Very interesting that MVL doesn't go queen c7. There has to be some kind of a reason, but I couldn't quite work out why you couldn't just protect. Maybe rook c3.
If you
After
update
rook
the current
B3, yes,
position.
it goes queen A5,
Knight e5 has been
knight
played.
E5, and no queen C7, but castles.
Well, queen c7 was playable and maybe should have been played, yeah.
And here Vladimir took on c6 with the
And
bishop.
then came queen
And then
C7.
C7.
That is a cute
Yeah.
inclusion.
Black is slightly better maybe now because e5 you can even throw in e takes d5. I don't think anything changes.
So it was the inclusion of the move rook B3 that
Rook
cost
b3
the
did not.
advantage.
Rook b3 did not need to be played. Yeah.
Oops, he took on C6.
Well, what does white do now? Because knight on e5, pawn on d5 are hanging. You can't. Well, you can play knight c6, but there's bishop d6.
Bishop.
It's actually a bigger problem for white than I originally anticipated. Yeah,
we do have.
MVL actually playing a very good game. He made a bit of a mistake earlier, but wasn't punished, and is now
Self-correcting.
yeah, self-correcting and creating a lot of problems for our tournament leader.
Wow, 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 wow.
I think if you play h3 now, black has another tempo move like bishop a6 before they take on d5.
But even taking on D5, the knight is left a little bit high and dry.
All of a sudden, all black pieces are looking good and white pieces somewhat misplaced.
But Nazi's making a very important point. Developing with tempo.
Oh, I
Again,
like this move he made, knight d4, and it got an exclamation point. He wants to have this in-between move, knight b5.
Yes, so bishop takes h2 check. There is a knight b5 sighting. Something could go wrong. Bishop a6 on the board. It's an incredibly sharp position. And look at this. An exchange sacrifice. D takes e6. Bishop takes f1.
Bishop takes h2
Yeah,
first.
he
sorry.
included bishop h2. I think he's much better now, as far as I can assess. This
Is MVL.
yeah, MVL is now kind of firmly in control.
So after this capture on e6, MVL said, let me take a pawn with check first. The king was driven into the corner. Take the rook. Knight takes, attacking the bishop dropped back, and we can see that.
Yeah, he went queen
White's-
f3, but yeah, he's just an exchange down, frankly. There's not very much
For how
in the
many
way of
pawns?
compensation.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just
1,
one
2.
pawn?
Just
for-
a single
yeah.
pawn.
Yeah.
He's
Usually
trying to create a threat of rook b7, which is a bit annoying, but I think it can more or less safely be ignored. You can, I think, play rook a e8 maybe, and then rook b7, queen.
Is there something wrong with rook b8?
Oh, that, yeah, just stopping it.
I like rook
Stopping it
b8.
physically, yeah.
Stopping it physically. Yes.
And the time, Vladimir, is down to 17 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Versus?
Well, MVL doesn't have that much either. It's 35 for him.
Yeah, that 17 seconds didn't give me. Whoa, he captured on d4, and now both players are feeling the heat of the clock. Although this move allows me to play c3. Usually, moves that allow me to anchor my pieces.
Yeah, if you get c3, knight e3, and then maybe you
I'm
start
kicking.
feeling like maybe you're going to survive this. Or,
Yeah, I can kick.
But what about the endgame? If queens come off?
and they
have.
did come off, yeah.
So a pawn and a pretty well-anchored bishop. I'm not feeling terrible. A moment ago, I felt a lot worse.
Yeah, and this is going to be a huge time scramble now. Both of them have very, very little time. Yeah, these are very nice light pieces on d4 and d4.
Exactly.
That black knight on f4 is also very good.
And that is true. That is true as well.
Knight
And
e2, kind of bluffing, because I don't think there's any kind of mate being threatened just yet. And now maybe we can go rook d5. I thought rook takes a7 was playable.
As well as bishop.
Yeah,
No,
and this is now trouble, because rook h5 check is a surprisingly difficult threat to parry.
Yeah, there were very good light square, light pieces on the d4 and e4 squares, and now they're not there anymore. Although
White sort of restabilized himself a
somehow,
little bit,
right?
yeah.
The second rook might come into this second rank.
Exactly. King g3 trying to chase the knight away.
Forward. King g6, rook a6 check.
Check.
Knight f6, take, and go back to g3 maybe?
Bishop to d4.
Well, dropping the yeah, okay, he's going to do it now. Because now the rook on b2 is hanging.
Okay.
This is anybody's game.
Rook takes a2. Oh, I'm not sure I liked king g8, maybe king h5, but this is incredible.
Who's even playing for a win now?
It's a 3-result game, let's be fair. I mean, the clocks are a decisive factor.
It's all about who handles
Ooh,
the
there is
time
rook
pressure
a6 check.
better now. Oh.
Well, he'll play rook d6. Those passers are very,
He
very
could
dangerous.
also go king e7, right?
Yeah, but I think rook d6 is just strong. I think we're playing for a win after rook
Oh,
d6.
wow, his pawn is almost unstoppable now.
Yeah, and MVL kind of leans back because he did not anticipate that.
Where did that?
If he ends up winning this game, it really is quite something.
c6?
And bishop f6, yeah.
Bishop f6.
And mating threats now. Rook d8, rook h8 is a mating threat.
Mate.
He's won this
And
game.
he's won it.
Wow,
He's
speechless.
picking up where he left off. It was a full exchange. Let's just stop ourselves. We're still in amazing. Where are we going?
Let's go to Prague's game. It's the only game left still
It's
going
a
on.
bishop ending with.
Both players have 5 seconds. Opposite color bishop end games, but both of them have passed pawns. It's still
Yeah,
scary.
but okay. King f4, bishop c7. King f4 is a tempo, and it's going g3, g2, g1. This could be Daniel's game.
Yeah, the engine says it's equal, but it has to be calculated correctly. One tempo, and there we go. You see now Prague is losing.
Yeah, he's Deac is making a queen.
And let's not forget, Prague is currently in clear second. This is a very important point for him.
Absolutely.
How do we stop?
Queen d4,
queen d4.
perhaps.
Yeah, Black has another pawn on f3, so he's happy to go to the
Queen
endgame.
e5 check. Now we can go f2.
Yeah, and eventually we
Yeah.
can just go f2, yeah.
Simply f2.
Bishop g2, but yeah, I
King
mean,
g3.
Even King G3, yeah, that was a good spot by.
You can also gain some
Oh,
time
by the
with
way, there's Queen
checks.
G7 check as well. You can pick
Picking
up
up.
the bishop.
Oh. Pieces
That's
are
a little
falling.
bit too much.
Where did it go?
I think Prag's calling the arbiter because
He pressed the clock when the pieces were not on the right squares. What have we seen?
This
Yeah.
is a spot where you do not want to be a chess arbiter.
Yes, because it was a herky-jerky move. It seems to me that Prague could get
Yeah, but it shouldn't be a
extra
forfeit,
time.
right?
No, it's
yeah.
not going to be a forfeit, but it's going to be extra time for Prague
Yeah,
because his opponent.
I guess they will look at the video now. The reason,
Incorrectly.
The reason they are.
Let's see what happened, Nazi. He
Yes, let's take a
incorrectly
look.
pressed the clock when the piece. Okay. King E7. Queen takes.
everything's going well, but
Okay,
now
now-
pieces start falling.
Ah, the F2 pawn.
And yes. He pressed the clock when half of the pieces were still off the board.
That was, but it was. You could see it was so unintentional that his arm.
Game continues with 2 queens on the board.
Yes.
3 total. There we
Not
have
for
it.
very long, though.
No. Yeah, but you
Dramatic
could see it was actually just completely unintentional. Peter, what do you have for us in the other
I
games?
wanted to show you the games between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firouzja, which was a very, very crazy affair. It began its life as some sort of a reverse King's Indian, maybe you can call it, the kind of a structure where black assumes control in the center, but white tries to play around it. It wasn't very successful to begin with. For instance, in this position, the engine shows the idea of knight c8 bishop f8, which gives black a large advantage. But even in the game, this rook on b5 is
Got
constantly
trapped.
in trouble. And Jan-Krzysztof actually gave it up on d5. He played rook d5, bishop d5, e takes d5. Black is better here, but white is not done sacrificing. Now white is a full rook down. But there is finally some activity to look forward to. Bishop d2, very interesting option here by Duda, not protecting the queen
The
because
queen?
there's rook takes e1, rook e4. And in this position, actually it's not that easy, and the best move is simply queen d7, d8. Instead, Firouzja took on d5, which as you can see is a massive mistake, and after knight f3, suddenly this bishop on d2 is being picked up. And 3 moves later, white is now much better because the king on g8 is very unsafe and white has tremendous compensation for the exchange. But this was not the end of the drama, and somewhere around here, white, I think Jan-Krzysztof thought maybe he's delivering mate, but there is no mate after queen h5.
Oh no.
And with the queens coming off, the d-pawn decided the
Oh,
game.
no.
So this is a victory. Alireza starts the day for a change with a victory. And a very eventful game between Topalov and Levon Aronian, which Levon ended up winning, where Topalov actually completely outplayed him out of the opening. And we look at this position after move 27. White is better everywhere. White has tremendous advantages on the queen side. Very strong knight on e5. Rook 6 looks like it's winning on the spot, but actually after knight takes e5, I guess why it wasn't played is Veselin kind of correctly appreciated there's a lot of compensation for the queen here. But instead you can take on e5, queen takes e5, and knight d4, and there's just no defense against a very simple
Ouch.
threat of f3, f4, and white just wins on the spot. Instead he went h4, knight h7, f4, whoops, sorry, f4, and after knight df6, the queen is now escaping back to d8. There are squares for the black pieces, and it kind of went downhill from here, and if you look at the final position, black is crashing through, and
Taken over.
yeah, a victory for Levon.
Thank you, Peter. And tell us about the standings after an eventful start,
Very
round 10.
decisive round. We only had 1 draw. So Fedoseev's increasing his lead.
4.5 point lead.
Very nice. And now there's 2 players sharing second. That's Levon, Aronian, and Prague. And Alireza made a jump from 6th place to 4th. Good
Big
start
jump.
for him.
And Aravindh also with 15 points. We're going to throw it to Warsaw and get the perspective from the tournament hall. Over to you, Maurice and Anastasiya.
Well, I'm going to give you my genius perspective. Fedoseev looks like he's going to win the tournament. Like, wow, what a prediction that is. It's simply extraordinary. He's playing great chess. And even when he's worse, when he's losing, nobody is betting against him. His resiliency is incredible. I did have one game that I was watching, the game between Praggnanandhaa and Deac, and nothing much happened here. The game was a snooze fest all the way through until the final moments that you all saw, and it was this position here when it was Praggnanandhaa's last chance to make a draw, and that was to actually not keep his bishop, but to get rid of his bishop and take on f3. We all know this basic endgame, and he does too. Play the move king to b8, let your opponent promote to a queen, but now the c-pawn is the drawing pawn. You play check, I move out the way, and you can never take my pawn because of a stalemate. The a pawns are irrelevant. But with time ticking, he missed it, and that was that. He went down.
It's very easy to miss something like that when you don't have much time. I was checking the game between Aravindh and let me find it. It's round still 19. Aravindh played against David Gavrilescu, and I can tell you it was like a huge battle. In the center, it was Naiderf, and this is what we expect always when we have Naiderf in the games. So there was some kind of theory. They knew it probably very well. And then what happened is, like after like big battle in the center, d5 pawn occurred in the middle of the board, and after some exchanges, we see the situation on the board here. You can see, I know, yeah, it's very interesting moments. So somewhere here, David probably understood that he can get worse in this position. You see all these pawns before c4, they are ready to jump. So he played move e4, which was very good. He would try to get the place for the knight, at least very practical decision. And after all these moves, we come to this very interesting position where both players started to get chances. So white tries to promote his pawn, while black has some unfortunate threats, you know, here on g2. And this is what was happening. So after d6, very logical move, queen h3, queen f1. Black went all the way back, queen d3, and here all the battle starts. Like they repeated a couple of times, and the moment came here, queen e1, bishop a6. Now black is threatening to go to h3, and you don't have queen f1. Aravindh had very nice move, queen f4, like trying to, with double attack, so bishop has to go back. Instead of it, he played queen e3, and now David had a winning chess. By playing bishop e2, he would just threaten the rook and still keep an eye on the pawn on f3 and square on f1, and queen h3 is just coming, so it would be a game over for Aravindh, but he didn't see it. He played bishop b7, and then they just repeated the moves, queen h3, queen f1, and this is how the game finished. But David had a very good chance to win this game.
Incredible. Missed opportunities abound, but not for Vladimir Fedoseev, who clearly has just been a beast this entire tournament. Can he possibly put together a 9-0 day? The way he's playing, who knows? Again, I wouldn't bet against him.
Well, Maurice, you suggested that Vladimir is going to win the tournament. Let's take a look at what our statistics tell us from the start of the tournament. Nazi.
Yeah, pre-tournament, Vladimir was at 1.3%.
1.3%.
It was Firouzja who was at 50, Aronian at 17. After day one,
right,
not big change. Firouzja just increased his odds, and Fedoseev also increased at 5%. Let's see what happens after day two. Even though Fedoseev was sharing first, his odds dropped to 2.8. Firouzja's increased to 85.
85%.
After day three, where is Fedoseev?
2.8%.
It's very strange, and Firouzja still a huge favorite. And now let's see.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness. Whoop. 95%, and that was before he won.
Yeah.
That's completely defined the odds, and now
wow.
My favorite type of pie chart is like this one, where it says chances to win black Fedoseev, green Fedoseev, but in green.
But let's go to Maurice. He has a special guest.
Thank you, guys. We do indeed have a special guest. The Minister of Finance of Poland, the country that is, yes. Andrzej Domanski is with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I hear you're a chess fan.
Yes, I am. I'm really glad that we have such a grand games in Warsaw today.
I know that you made the first move for Magnus last year, and he won the event. Were you playing the first move for Duda, hoping that he won today?
Yes, I did. I know it won't be easy for him, to win this tournament. But I strongly believe in him.
Those are good words coming from your countryman, for sure. You also played against Gary last year, I heard. You're such a fan. You got a chance to sit across the board one-on-one. That's never a pleasant experience. How'd you do against them?
Well, I will surprise you. I lost. I lost, but my colleagues, also some Polish grandmasters, told me that it was quite a fair game. So I was really happy. One small mistake, yes, but it's Garry Kasparov.
It is Garry Kasparov. I'll tell you, I played him once too, and I lost
Oh, really?
as well. So no surprise. Chess here in Poland. I mean, having this amazing event, you must be really proud to see these incredible players as a chess fan yourself, but also as someone who represents your country. To see such an incredible event on an international stage right here in Warsaw.
Yes, really proud that we managed to gather the top of chess players here in Warsaw, but also proud that thousands of children in Poland learn how to play chess. I believe it's extremely important for them. I started to play chess when I was 6, and I believe it's very, very interesting for young people and helps them to focus a bit more. Nowadays, it's not that easy for young children to be focused, to be able to think strategically in a long way. So I'm really happy that tens of thousands of children in Poland are learning how to play chess.
Well, we appreciate your support as well. We know you had a whirlwind tour of the U.S. and came all the way back home and came special for us. So we thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
The Minister of Poland, Andrzej Domanski, a chess fan, and yeah, he lost to Gary. I think there are people in our studio right now who know that experience as well.
We have a lot in common. Yes. We have a lot in common. Let's do it again. The standings after the first, after round 10 of Blitz.
No surprise, Vladimir Fedoseev in the lead with 20 points. In second are two players, Levon, Aronian, and Praggnanandhaa with 15.5, and only half point behind them, two players, Firouzja and Aravindh.
Pairings for the next round, Nazi.
Let's take a look. The leader, Fedoseev, is playing Aravindh. That's going to be a key matchup.
It's got to be our marquee matchup that will follow.
Then we have MBL against Jan-Krzysztof.
That will be a great game.
Very important match. Alireza against Topalov. Levon and Pragg, two players in second place, playing each other.
That'll be our backup match.
And Bogdan against David.
I'm stunned by the MVL Fedoseev game because there was a moment there, I've got it up on my screen, Peter, where I thought it was a 3-result game. White's minor pieces in the middle of the board convinced me that despite his material disadvantage, Fedoseev had enough compensation. But over the next two moves...
Yeah, it looked like he was lost again.
Exactly. Rook to d5, and he's just on the precipice. It's checkmate.
I mean, looking at this position,
checkmate.
Who could imagine that it's White who wins this?
Yeah, the final position, White's king in the corner of the board, h1, ends up on the e6 square, delivering a checkmate. And again, the players were down on the clock, but here, again, I felt that still it's
Black should be completely in control, yeah.
Right. And where did it go wrong, Peter?
I didn't really check it properly, but even watching it live, I felt that moment roundabout here where I'm not sure if he had so little time that I think it's all instinct, but including King G3, not giving up on G2, but provoking Rook B7, B2, and only then playing Bishop D4 was incredibly clever. And once the F7, F6 pawn fell, I really did start feeling like it's at least a 3-result game, and in practical terms, it doesn't really matter that you're down in exchange. You have the more dangerous passer. Your king is safer. And it looked like he might win again. I started saying...
Hey, wait a minute.
Roundabout.
Get careful, everybody. I noticed this exact moment, Peter, after King G3. There is a tricky, trappy move.
H5 or F5. King F5 is very strong with Rook G7 check threats.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that is very good.
But this is where it started to go wrong, and here we are ready for the next round.
And just something I wanted to point out before we start covering this round. I want to say, with the results of the first round of the day, it's a bit early, but still, he won. his closest pursuers lost.
Yes. His lead increased.
What I want to say is there's potentially an additional layer of history available. Yeah, but we're watching the ceremonial first move in this round on the board between Levon, Aronian, and Prague, and I believe we are now
Who
done.
is the guest of honor there? You were about to say history being made again?
Maurice made a very good point that should he win, he will be the first true wild card, so to speak, to win the Grand Chess Tour event. But there's also, I think, the record for the highest individual performance.
Right.
He's on 20 out of 28 with 8 rounds to go. I think the highest score ever is 27.
Yeah, he could
It's
break
still
the record.
it's still some way away, but the way he's playing, like you can't rule it out.
And he has
Exactly.
a second white piece.
By the way, Trumpovsky again.
Today is a Trump
wasn't-
day.
It's not a day of the Catalan that brought him to this party, and he's played knight d2, similar.
Change it up a little bit, right?
Right. No c5 and queen b6 as we saw in the MBL game, but these quiet. I used to think of these not as the Kali system, because that's with the bishop on c1. But white usually is trying to play knight e5 and f4 and the Philidor.
He's included this check bishop e5 provoking c6, and then he's going to go back to d3.
Back to d3, yeah. Knight e5 was also interesting. I really don't like the way Aravindh treated the first. It's very rare to say I really don't like the first 5 moves a very strong player has made, but I don't. I think you've given white way too much freedom. You can go knight e5 again, c5, c3, and get a very pleasant position. And this is sort of exactly what you want out of a trump.
Absolutely.
Knight e5, f4, and that's a switch.
Very
switching
surprised.
to basically Queen's Gambit declined, where black is instantly fine. I'm very
Right,
surprised
now
by
black's
this.
setup actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Right.
I am really, really surprised by this.
Knight e5 and f4, very compelling. But okay, knight takes d5, and I think black is very close to equality suddenly after.
Even with taking with the pawn should be equal.
It should be fine.
I think maybe he could have played castles on the previous move, Aravindh, that is, and postponed c5 for a bit. There was no real need to play c5 this early. C takes d5 isn't really a threat.
Well, here the hanging pawns, d4 takes c5, b6 takes c5. I do get the chance to play bishop f5, and that might be a little bit awkward.
I'm thinking Vladimir might go knight e5 and still try to get some advantage.
Knight e5 followed by immediately f4? You'd like to stabilize
I
the
have
knight?
some ideas of queen f3, but yes, he took
went
your
for-
advice.
Yeah, playing against hanging pawns, when you have bishops on f5 and g5 in particular, you have pressure. The rook doesn't easily come to c8. And it feels like white will get some kind of a plus, but okay, Peter.
I just
jump in
wanted
on
to
this
say
one.
that you would really, really prefer to have the knight on c3, though.
Yes, that is true.
Having the knight on d2 removes so much pressure from the black center.
Yeah, the knight on d2 is not pressuring the pawn on
d5.
on d5.
Yeah, d5 file is pretty close. We have too many pieces on it.
Rook to d1, again, in conjunction with moves like bishop f5, there's going to be some pressures, and be careful. e3, e4, I can try to earn the square
G6
c4.
stopping bishop f5, kind of understandable decision, actually. I like b3 here, to stop c5, c4, and reintroduce the idea of e3, e4.
What do we do with the knight on d2?
It's
do we
stuck,
just
isn't
go
it?
back to b1 to get to c3?
Sometimes you do.
Well, Peter just suggested, and I like this idea of b2, b3. So the idea is to take some sting out of the move c4 so that you can play the move e4. This is totally different. Bishop b5. This is an indication, to my mind, that he's playing for knight b3 to try to put pressure
Not bad, yeah.
on the c5
That's
pawn.
another way to improve your knight.
Exactly. The knight on d2 is in the way. It's kind of funny. Early in the tournament, there was a knight c4 that he had played against Firouzja, remember?
Yeah.
And the knight even ended up taking a pawn as well. Rook c8, very, very good move defending the
I
pawns.
wonder if there is already some e4 ideas.
You can play it. I think it's playable, but I don't really see how to follow it up after d4. Seems to be holding for now for black. Bishop f6, even knight takes f6.
Oh, we can do that.
Queen a4.
Queen a4.
Queen a4. Hitting.
Solid, yeah.
No, a6
I
probably.
guess we can play a6, right?
Because I can't take because of rook a8.
Mm-hmm.
On a6, he plans to take on d7.
Knight takes it. Knight b6. Can we take on a7?
Whoa. That's
I don't see a reason not to take on it.
That's the
Question mark
question.
tells me that pawn is hanging on a7 and we can't take it.
And Vladimir said, "Look, I don't
The big question
believe
is,
you."
How is rook a8, queen b7, rook b8 refuted?
Is there a
I'm
repetition?
assuming it's refuted somehow, but I don't see how just yet. I guess maybe we put the queen on c6 and we play knight e5, and we let you take it.
Yes, I like that. That's a very compelling.
But it's
queen
crucial because if
sacrifice.
black doesn't do it, black I think is just a very healthy pawn down. I think that's the only way to try to justify the previous move for Aravindh.
But do you think white should go for that knight e5 or just repeat with queen a7, queen b7?
He is not repeating.
With a 5-point lead,
Yeah.
I'm not afraid of anything
Yeah,
anymore.
if he is 1 point ahead, maybe he is not repeating in
No.
the current spot.
So what we are talking
Should
about
go for glory.
is, despite the fact that the bishop is hanging, to try to make a perpetual attack against the white queen. And white's only chances of winning
As far
is-
as we can determine just now, in 95, yeah.
is the queen. If it moves, it's going to be a draw. So we defend the queen with the knight, and after the queen is captured, this is the result.
And this is on the
position.
board, so let's see what Vladimir thinks about this. He
So
has
Aravindh is
he has 2:40 against 2 minutes, some time to think, and also he is a bit ahead on the clock. I'd be shocked if he took the draw here.
so
He feels so safe.
How would you? I mean,
Yeah,
these-
queen c6. I think he's going for it. I don't think he is.
He could still repeat, but you're right. If he played queen c6, he's going to play knight e5.
Yeah. And also, I mean, it looks like white cannot be worse there, to be honest. It's very difficult to imagine how white is worse in those positions.
we've got these two superb.
You don't even need to
bishops.
take on e7 so quickly. There are other options available. Yeah, he's gone knight e5. He hasn't even repeated once.
He's had a no.
I think after queen c7, e3, e4 is very interesting.
Oh, with the
To
e5
my,
threat.
to my eyes, yeah, e4 and ask you
E4
the question.
here.
Yeah.
I would be so anxious, Peter, to take the bishop, but you're saying
But it's not running away.
it's not
Yeah.
running away.
because
It
the
can't go
pawn is on
anywhere.
g6, not on g7, so you never have bishop d6, and we have it in our
e4
back
looks
pocket.
very strong. And I think he's about to play it.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
he's
think
reaching.
he's reaching for it. Yeah.
E3, E4, very nice.
In perfect play so far. Not surprising at this point.
For somebody who's been using the Catalan to decisive effect and suddenly switch to the Trompovsky, that's impressive. E3, E4 on the
On the
board.
board, yeah.
Uh-oh.
And this is very difficult to navigate for black. After
let's
d
take
takes e4, we don't even have to
take a
take. We
look.
can maybe go rook fe1 even.
D takes E4, rook Fe1, keeping the tension, prepping.
Black is
Knight takes
very tied
E4.
up.
Yeah, black pieces are not having a good time. Knight on b6, not
No.
participating. Rook on f8 doesn't have a good square to go to. You want to put it on e8, but it's
Exactly.
walking into the discovery moves.
And just to put a position that Peter likes the move rook e1, I'm not objecting. But even if I did it in the worst, most brutal way I could, this bishop on the dark squares,
So powerful.
it's so powerful that the queen is just suffering. King g7. Aravindh is trying to deal with this pin by
So
playing
his idea
h6.
is, I think on e5 he wants to go knight g8.
Yeah.
That's
E5,
why-
knight g8. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can continue including pieces in the game.
Rook
Rook
e1.
fe1 looks very logical. Yeah, black is still not running away.
Knight g8.
Yeah.
And he's done it.
Knight g8 will finally take on e7. We do need to get rid of that bishop if it happens, and then we can play.
If you don't mind me asking, knight takes e7, queen takes e7, rook e1.
Queen e5 maybe was playable.
Knight
I don't.
f3.
Queen takes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Looks very. All of this. Oh.
Oh, h2 is hanging. We kind of
So Aravindh
overlooked
decides,
that.
okay, I'm not defending this passively, but this is a full piece that he's giving up. Queen h2, queen h1, queen g2, though. And you have to go for it. You have bishop takes c5 in the end. I guess that takes much of a sting out of it.
Bishop
But-
c5?
I'm not taking on f8. I think I'm taking on c5.
And defending f2.
Yeah, I think I'm taking on c5.
I'm winning. I've got it, and he's done it. And
Well,
all of
h1
these.
wasn't
check.
played, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Rook e8 was played.
Okay.
Look at those white's minor pieces.
Yeah, but at the same time, is this as comfy as knight takes e7 and keeping your opponent all gummied up might have been?
35 seconds for Aravindh
I wanted to ask.
find something against white's king. Maybe queen h1, queen h5, threaten some discovery checks.
Okay, you drive the king into the center, check, king e2, queen drops back to h5.
I want you to play f3 because maybe I'll take on e4 after that.
Knight c4, trying to...
I think bishop takes b6 would have just asked, where's your discovery? Do your worst. Knight c4 on the board. Peter, jump in. How dangerous is this? It looks
Not very,
scary.
but
It's not?
no, I think we're sort of in control. The question is how to win the cleanest, and including that bishop on c5 in defense. Yeah, well, bishop d4 check is very natural. You just want your pieces on the more protected squares, but
Ask a question. Where is
yeah,
your
and also
king
yeah,
moving?
exactly. Pass the baton a little bit. f6,
Okay, f6.
and now I guess we take on c4 with something.
And then you can play f3 and you can always come to the king.
that-
Yeah,
Bishop g1.
Yeah, giving
That
yourself the knight
consolidates.
takes c4. I
Whoa,
would
whoa,
have
whoa,
been
whoa.
reluctant to.
Rook takes e4.
He's
I've
gone.
got
He's
him.
gone for a version of the same. Yeah, with takes, and f3. Very strong.
So now I can go check.
Yeah,
No.
once you play knight h6,
Yeah,
you
No,
are
now bishop
you are
g1,
kind of resigning,
rook
yeah.
Really clear.
d7.
White's completely got this.
Yes, now it's all with the gain of tempo.
Arvind is playing with 1 second on the
knight
clock.
d4, bishop takes c4. Yeah, white just has
A lot.
a lot more presence on the board.
Lot more
Knight
pieces.
h6
And,
check. Yeah,
and the white king is
yeah I think.
insufferably safe.
Yeah.
Rook
I'm-
d7 check.
I'm not sure why we're continuing.
When
here,
do we
to be
start pushing the pawns, or are we playing for the checkmate?
G4 to give. I mean, he might, but yeah, there.
Oh,
there
he's coming for it.
Look at it.
Well, I mean, it
Now
does
that knight on
present
h6
itself.
is knight on h6 is looking kind of silly. Yeah.
Bishop is going.
Bishop f2 and then bishop f5 check eventually. And
Yes, this is what's happening. Bishop f5
I
check.
think this could be winning even without the rook on e1.
And he has flagged. Quickly, where do we go, Nazi?
Let's go to Levon's game. He is
The two players who are in second place.
trying to beat Prague, and he has an extra pawn in the endgame.
two already. Yeah, completely winning.
Must be easily winning. Knight to d4 to f5 is the most.
Yeah, Prague once again starting by seemingly losing the first two. That also happened yesterday.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's his routine, isn't it? I mean,
And then he had a 5.5 out of 7 run at the later stages, but
second part of the routine.
yeah, and MVL is now beating Duda in a very, very swingy game, which I probably will start by showing.
And now Levon has 3 extra pawns and extra 10 seconds. on
And
the
that
clock.
was a beautiful move, knight
we
to
see a
d5.
handshake.
That was convincing. We're going to go to the game of Alireza and Veselin Topalov.
Only game still going on.
And
1 extra pawn for Alireza in the rook endgame, but he has 2 connected passes.
2 connected passes should
ouch, b6.
be. Yeah, that's just
enough.
a queen, yeah.
That's a girl.
Alireza starts the day with 2 wins. This is the
Maybe a little
Alireza
bit.
we know.
Yes, this was the Alireza that our stats told us was going to be the pre-tournament favorite. Peter, pick up the action.
Yeah, this is the game between MVL and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, in which Jan-Krzysztof went for this very, very
Nimzovich
rare
Sicilian.
line. And not e6. The surprising bit for me is that people kind of stopped playing e6, which I understand the engine kind of disagrees with it, but
That
it
was
also-
the main line.
Yeah, it also disagrees with this, is my point.
Yeah.
MVL played bishop d3 here, which gets a question mark from the engine because it drops the advantage from a massive to a small one. White is pretty much always going to be better here.
Right.
And we got, after e6, we got a very typical type of structure here where black is trying to castle, not undecided. Depending on where the queens are on the board, they might castle queenside, might castle kingside. And the queens did come off. And we get this endgame where white is, to begin with, much, much better. And the engine says knight takes e5 is just very strong. with the intention of either winning the pawn and putting the rook on d6 and pressuring everywhere. But this wasn't played, and once this wasn't played, the game started turning. This is already not that clear because b6, b5 is coming. And if you go a bit further, already here, after, let's say, the move b5, b4, the engine starts preferring black. But even in the game, after knight d6, a bit later, in this position, the engine says knight takes d6 and rook c4, attacking the pawn on a4, and also skewering the white light pieces. Black is supposedly completely winning, but what was played is also better for black. And then we come to this very dramatic final moments of the game. Black is in control. He can play e6, e5. This wasn't played. They continued shuffling. Somehow the pawn on f4 was traded for the pawn on a3. Black is still a reasonably healthy pawn up, but now there's compensation. And then this happened.
What?
Oh, what a blunder.
And suddenly white is just completely winning, and MVL went on to win this game.
What a turnaround.
And one obligatory quiet game of the round was the game between Bogdan Deac and David Gavrilescu, which ended in a repetition coming from some kind of a London / ED5 Caro. This was actually neither of those things. It began as a colle and then transposed to known positions, and they found this repetition with knight h2, knight f3. So this wasn't a very long game, but it was amply compensated for another 4 boards of the round.
Thank you, Peter. Once again, just tell us the standings. We've seen 2 rounds of Blitz.
And it is incredible looking at Vladimir's score, 21 points after 11 rounds of Blitz. In second place, now clear second, is Levon because he won the last round, and Alireza, with the second win of the day, jumps to clear third.
Clear third, fantastic. And we're going to get the view from Warsaw. Over to you, Maurice and Anastasiya.
Well, it's clear that the tour participants know that Fedoseev is going to collect those big 13 points, but they are vying for position now. Then that second place, you can trust me, is a heated battle. You've got Aronian, you've got Praggnanandhaa, who play these 2 games. You've got Duda, you've got MVL, and finally,
Alireza,
you have Alireza, who are also fighting for these points. Yes, 13 is off, but there's 10, 8, 7, 6. Nobody wants to have 1, 2, 3, or 4, that's for sure. So that's second place, 30 grand, yes, but 10 GCT points in the race to Sao Paulo makes it extremely significant, that second place race. So we'll be following that closely. And these 2 players, Praggnanandhaa was a half a point ahead of Aronian. I think they were at least very, very close. So this was a big game. And this moment occurred in the game after the opening. We had this position, and the pawn is under attack. And there are different ways to defend the pawn, but one simple way was just to move it. You're no longer under threat. Yes. Easy enough to do. Instead, in this position, he played the very strange move, bishop to c5, and allowed this pawn to drop with tempo. Now, it wouldn't have been so bad if in this position he played rook to f8, in fact, and there are some complications after takes. You take, and now the rook's under attack, the knight's under attack. If you attack the knight can now move and attack the pawn on f2 with the rook hitting the knight again. That would have been okay. Instead, however, Pragg decided to play the move rook to d5 in this position. And here, Aronian blinked because this looks okay for Pragg. Again, all the tactics start exploding in Black's favor, except for one move that Aronian missed, which was this spectacular shot, bishop takes on g7. That would have just absolutely crushed his whole position, because after king takes, suddenly you have a discovery with the knight, and then knight takes, and that's just 2 pawns. Well, he missed it. They later went on to this position. He had some chances, but he decided to get his pawn back in this position. Sorry, it was after knight takes a5, knight takes a2, a mistake because of knight to b3, and after rook to c3, knight d4, suddenly it was white who was in complete control. He ended up going on to win the game.
Yes, and then the position is collapsing for him. But Alireza is back. He won 2 games in a row, and the second game, for sure, he won against Veselin Topalov. You caught the end of this game, and I wanted to draw your attention to a couple of moments which happened during the game. He lost the first blitz game against Veselin, so I was sure he would like to gain this point back. So this was, I think, a critical moment because in the opening, Alireza didn't get anything with white pieces, so he slowly moved it after many exchanges to this ending, which turned out to be maybe a little bit unpleasant for black to defend. So in this position, I think it was one of the critical moments. Veselin played rook d6 and gave this pawn on a6. I think he could be calm and just allow white to play even after this move. He could kind of play like bishop b5, and even if knight c5, just play any move, because the idea is if you play a4, of course you cannot move the bishop on this diagonal because after knight d7 you are losing, right? So you have to just play calm and put just bishop c6, and if white decides to grab one of the pawns, you take another one, either on a4 or b4, and this ending most probably will finish in a draw. I mean, at least it looks pretty drawish, same amount of pawns, but instead of it, he played rook d6 and allowed white to take the pawn, and after that, you have 2 passed pawns, and it's really hard to defend, and he lost the game eventually. So Alireza Firouzja, I think, is back, and I think he is getting close for the fight for the second place.
Yes, it is a fight for second. The way Fedoseev is playing, I think anybody who plays Fedoseev right now is thinking, could I just make a draw?
Exactly.
Just leave me alone, because he's a bully right now with the rest of the field.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Maurice. So we just saw, it's rare to see the players losing on time. And in the game between Vladimir and Aravindh, just have a recast that moment where he did lose on time.
1 second, and he started to move then, and it was too late.
Check.
His position was, of course, lost, but yeah.
Yeah. I see these players playing so many times with 1 second on the clock, and sometimes they don't always make it, Peter.
No, but I think pressure was kind of off. He knew he was always losing that game. So.
Yeah, and there you go. Your flag has fallen. Peter, you said history 28 points, or there's about, and I said, come on, nobody's going to make that. And if you start 2 out of 2, he's doing incredibly well. I mean, again, yesterday, 9 games, he scores 8 out of 9. Now we're talking about scoring 10 out of 11. Right? Or 8 out of 9, two more, 10 out of 11.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
he can do it.
Crazy numbers.
Unimaginable, honestly.
Right?
But if he keeps playing the way he has, then it's very realistic that it would happen.
That's like a 3,200
It's still far away, but with every round it gets closer and closer. He's on 21 now.
The fact that Duda just played this Nimzovich, it says to me, I'm still here playing to win every game. Yeah. He's about to play Vladimir, Duda versus Vladimir. That's going to be
that was potentially
matchup.
The turning point of the day yesterday, because they both started really, really well. Duda won the first two, won a very beautiful game with black against Alireza in round one, must have been very high on confidence. And then that game where he was completely winning against Vladimir in round three, which kind of ruined the mood for him. And he did end on a kind of a respectable 5 out of 9 with no draws. But yeah, could have been just so much better had he beaten Fedoseev.
Two players went in different directions.
We should also mention that Duda today started both games he could have won. He was winning and it didn't go his way. He lost both.
Tell us about the standings as we get ready for round 12 of Blitz.
Vladimir Fedoseev with 21 points.
Incredible.
In clear second is Levon, Aronian, and now in clear third is Alireza. But some players still could catch up with them, and that's Pragg and MVL.
And there you see Duda.
And Jan-Krzysztof there in clear eighth is really remarkable. Really shocking.
Yes.
And as you can see, our key matchup for this round will be Jan-Krzysztof against Vladimir Fedoseev. What will be our backup? Pragg against Alireza?
Absolutely, because those players are fighting for that second place there.
Yeah, and they always have very fighting games. Alireza. But after this event, we'll have more GCT events coming up. Pretty shortly, we'll have the classic event in Bucharest, Romania. Then after a little bit of break in July, Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. And then the tour comes back to St. Louis with Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup. And after that, the finals will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
And to explain what those finals are, it will be the top 4 finishers of the tour will go to play the semifinals and the finals, as you just said, in Sao Paulo. Looking forward to that. I'm still amazed.
Yeah.
I can't break the spell. I was once here in St. Louis watching history being made when I saw 7 out of 7 by Fabiano. I mean, Maurice and I would come in every day and say, like, is this for real? And like we couldn't believe it happened. I'm watching this, and I still can't believe it.
It's the age of these results, right? Magnus has just gone 9 for 9 in a freestyle event in Germany. And,
crazy result.
So somehow it's become more possible. People, I think, don't view it as something that you cannot really attain. And I think a very large, at least in my personal experience, knowing you can do something is a long way, progresses you a long way towards doing it. Right. If there is no uncertainty in your mind as to whether it's even possible. And these types of results, you see them more and more often. And Vladimir is, I don't know how to describe this. It's just total dominance, and this is really not a weak field.
Not at all.
Let me put it mildly. This
You're
is
right,
not.
and we were expecting if someone was going to run away in this tournament,
It was Firouzja.
Yeah. So Fedoseev's a bit of a surprise, even though we knew he's a great rapid player. Apparently, he's a beast in blitz.
If you're in Vladimir's position, is it one of those pinch me moments? Like, this is really happening. I'm winning game after game after game against some of the greatest players in the world.
Shocked.
Yeah.
A little bit, probably.
Yeah.
He has to kind of check himself with a touch every now and again. And once again, game 1 of today just sets the tone so much. He gets outplayed. After having a very nice position in the opening, he gets outplayed by MVL completely, is busted by move 20, and wins very confidently without even any huge blunders as such.
This is what we're talking about. Look at that line score.
He keeps adding those ones.
Wow. And that draw in round 5, that was a roller coaster. And the draw in round 9, as you mentioned, Peter, at the top of the show, that
could have been a win as well. Yeah.
Wow.
The one in round 5, you would argue, is kind of closer to a loss than to a win.
Exactly.
I mean, going undefeated in this field, unthinkable.
Seven rounds to go, but yeah.
Stretching back to the Rapid, the 3 days of Rapid that started the event, undefeated there, and now in the Blitz, undefeated, and just simply an extraordinary result. I mean, we're watching history being made. This doesn't happen in the world of chess. In the world of chess, the most common result is a draw. You don't just win game after game after
I
game.
wonder what the decisive percentage is for the Blitz so far. We know it's about 73% over all the GCT events. We were shown the numbers earlier, and I did some back of a napkin math on my phone, and it's I think 72.5% decisive, with black somehow being ahead of white in terms of results. But I wonder what this year is.
Speaking of the decisive factors, this is where we stood after the Rapid.
Completely different table there. Alireza, Aravindh, and Fedoseev were tied for first.
Right, the
And there was
Trinity
not a
atop.
big gap even, because the players who were in 4th were only a point behind them. That was Levon and MVL, Prague, and then MVL only 2 points behind the leader.
Exactly here, keep this graphic up. Exactly here, my choice of winning the event, Duda, I thought he had, okay, he's 3 points, he's out of the lead, but you have 18 games of Blitz coming up. I thought he could make a run. But after day 1 of Blitz...
do you remember how we ended the show on day 3? We all gave impassioned speeches about how perfect this is, how close everything is, how we will see, a very, very exciting race to the very end.
Exactly. And then
a day and a bit later?
Wow, a gap that came out of the blue.
Yeah, this is completely unexpected. Because we're used to seeing that one player wins the rapid portion and then they go on to win the blitz.
Exactly. And that trinity became a one-horse show as Vladimir Fedoseev
Getting ready to face the local star, Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
again. Duda, he's sitting there saying, undefeated, huh? I'm going to spoil your tournament.
He was pretty upset yesterday that he couldn't win that winning position against him. So he's coming in today to get that 1 point that he believes he deserves.
Exactly.
They're making some announcements there. I think we'll have maybe another ceremonial first move.
Indeed.
Yes, about to see. I think there's two players who will make moves with white and with black. And
we just had the Minister of Finance, Andre.
a lot of guests today for the final day.
They've saved themselves for the final day. Can I take my move back? Only if you do. All right, and they are off. 1d4. We will be following the game of Duda and Vladimir.
Oh, interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah, and Duda says,
wait.
no theoretically equal endgames for you, and just switches to...
There is an issue with the... Okay, because on our boards it was still d4 knight f6 standing as the ceremonial first moves. Now we have the updated board.
Yeah, now it's just the exchange Slav via a slightly unusual move order.
Black is initiating the exchange Slav. Bishop f4, bishop f5.
This used to be considered such a drawish line, but then I've seen top GMs win this with white.
Except I go back to the World Championship match in Bonn, and Vladimir really hit his head against a brick wall in Vachier-Lagrave. Vichy was playing this with the black pieces and making, I'm going to say, comfortable draws. I was there.
The thing is, though, I'm not sure Vladimir is a Slav player by trade.
Right.
At least not recently. And if you haven't really had any occasion to repeat this, these positions are a lot more intricate than they might seem from the outside.
A lot of little nuances that you need to be aware of.
Speaking of nuances, instead of the habitually played bishop b5, knight e5, and by Duda, trying to surprise Vladimir. Vladimir took a moment, but played, I think, the theoretically prescribed move, which is queen b6, and that's on the board. So far, the times are pretty even.
Yes, they're both playing fast. I guess we're going to see white finish development with bishop e2, castle short, and...
Bishop b5, standard, bishop e2
well,
also.
Bishop b5 now doesn't work, because queen takes b5.
Queen takes b5 is a problem. Bishop b5, queen takes b5, and as you're reaching to capture the queen,
I guess maybe we take on c6 and play bishop b2 and try to...
Nope, excuse me.
Yeah, but then you have knight e4, and then perhaps bishop takes c3 after I castle.
And you have
that costs me a pawn. Although I have bishop a6 in the end. Maybe we do... knight g2. I did blunder knight g2.
Yeah.
They're making moves. We have bishop e2 and knight e4 on the board. Would you consider f3 here? Because we can castle because of knight d2.
Knight d2 is the problem. I would love to castle. So,
do we throw in knight c6? He's gone with rook c1, which is a very different approach.
It got a question mark.
I was about to say I do like the move f3. Actually, pardon me. I did like the move f3. Knight takes c.
I think Black had this opportunity actually after rook c1. g5 was very strong.
Which is actually a very standard motif in these positions. You're trying to force the bishop into g3, and you end up with the pawn on e5. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5. I'm assuming castles.
Castles, and then on the next move, Black will take on c3 with the bishop.
Yeah, there's always this knight d2 annoyance. For the moment, queen a4 check is something you have to be concerned about.
Yeah, I was looking at f6, but yeah, having to think about queen a4 check is probably a good enough reason not to play
to
f6.
Just castle right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I must say, Vladimir's taking some time. Other opportunities besides
Maybe he's considering immediately bishop c3 and trading everything. But there is still an in-between move, queen a4 check.
As well.
Yeah,
So it took him
ends
a
up
moment.
castling.
He was just double checking his calculation. Castles.
Maybe f3?
Maybe g4? You could try g4 and then f3.
Yeah, good spot.
G4, the bishop would likely retreat, and then f2, f3. Knight takes c3. Okay.
He starts with f3. Now
Knight
we're going to
takes
see the
c3,
trade.
b takes c3. Maybe I'm annoying by going to a5, or I would probably just step back
Probably bishop e7 though,
yes, yes.
right? Bishop a5, queen a3 feels like you might regret
I
it.
could also
Why
include
am I
rook
putting
c8
it-
move because the rook on c1 is hanging, so I can include development of the rook.
Ah,
and
thank
then
you.
Move the bishop.
Oh, interesting. He was Nazi, what Nazi was mentioning, and that was very worthwhile consideration. Usually they play a move like rook c8, and you can't capture the bishop as you were mentioning because of the rook. I guess castles.
And then I would move the bishop.
None of this happened, and we're seeing some very clever motifs by Duda here. He's just played the move g4, and whereas a lot of people would like to castle, and they do it, the king is actually better on f2 than it is on the g1 square, because actually...
Protecting the e3 pawn.
And in the ending, sometimes the king would like to rush to the center. Peter, just weigh in. Both players happy, or is Duda happy?
I like this for white.
I do too.
I don't know how much I like this for white, as in, are we much better, are we a little better? Because c4, black does have bishop d2. You need to calculate some variations. But I guess we take on b6 and we go rook d1. Maybe the variations aren't very long.
Hold on, a2 is hanging.
Yeah, so yeah, okay.
Bishop d2, what if I just go rook d1?
I wanted to play... Oh, that surprises me. This endgame has to be quite
This
unpleasant
is
for black.
very, very nice now suddenly for white.
Yeah, like this bishop before explained some of it. This is a good square for the bishop. It's quite snug, but even c5.
c5?
And h4,
Yeah,
h5
but
as well.
there's no hurry. Yeah, we can also improve on the other side of the board for now.
Should black respond to h4 with h5? But we got the answer.
Yeah, he doesn't feel like he has to. Do we play h6 with white next move?
I'm thinking
not sure
he
we
wants
do.
to play bishop to d3. Duda has chased the bishop off of this diagonal. Does he want to replace it with his own bishop? And also, are we interested in
Bishop
capturing?
d3 f5, yeah.
Yes, precisely.
That's very nice.
Yeah, but
Bishop to
bishop
d3.
d3, yeah,
Right
Vladimir,
now.
very quick with bishop c6, taking some of the
Which
sting
says
out of...
that's missed opportunity because I believe he had a4 instead, a very strong move. Instead of bishop
A4.
c6, yeah.
So bishop c6, trying to take the sting out of captures in bishop f5, but a4 is on black's agenda, e4 is on white's agenda. Who gets there first with the most?
Also, I think white needs to play maybe rook c2 to include the other rook also in
I
the
like
game
that.
first.
Rook c2, in order to bring this rook into the battle.
Right, and then you don't have to rush with e4 as long as black doesn't create a pass pawn on the queen side.
That's why I feel I actually
Yeah.
have to rush
Oh,
with
you have to
e4.
rush.
I'm thinking Duda should play the move e4 and to try to stop a4. If I play e4 and you play a4, the problem is you might have a rook hanging on the c8 square if I can capture. Oops,
Yes,
sorry.
that
I
would
want
be
you to take.
Correct.
And suddenly I'm ready to exploit the situation. So,
Duda played rook a1.
okay, that is, as you said, why don't you bring this other rook? It's making room for the rook, but at the same time, it is costing a tempo.
It is indeed. But can black play a4 now? No,
He-
because the b7 pawn hangs at the end. After the trades.
Right. Bishop c3, by the way, just a little tickle.
Yeah, kind of asking what you think about the optimal rook position. And
Rook a2?
Rook 8.
having played rook a1, I'm expecting rook a2, but maybe
Right.
he decides to.
It's very human
Go
move.
back to c1 and then reconsider.
And go rook c2 instead. Yeah.
I must say, I find myself, I don't know exactly why, drawn to rook a3, provoking the bishop to go back to b4.
To win the tempo.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think players are reaching time trouble now. Duda's down to 1 minute, so mistakes are expected to come
Yeah.
now.
They'll feel the pressure of the ticking clock for
He
the
went
rest of
back.
the game.
He went
Rook
back.
c1, bishop b4.
And rook b1.
Well, I mean, Duda is sitting there saying, no, 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 I don't accept a draw.
This
I'm
allows
playing for the
a4 though, right? You could play a4 here, b8, rook takes a4 with ideas of rook a2 check.
By the way, I
don't
don't
quite
like the
like rook
move
d8.
rook d8. Vladimir, I'm with you 100% there with a4. Now Duda's shifted his rook into the game, rook to c1, and those ideas of h6, even
D takes
g5.
c4. Does he want to play e5 next move?
What?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's sharpened up everything quite nicely. I guess d5 followed by g5 maybe to remind black that there's also kings on the board.
I love this.
Fantastic for white.
I love this position for white suddenly. Think f4, king e2.
King e2 for now, yeah, I'm not sure.
I wanted to say, I also love this idea of dropping in on
Black maybe wants to play b6 and bishop c5 to be able to push
e1.
the...
Maybe he wants to get rid of that bishop.
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
only good piece black has on
And
b4.
now in particular maybe because
now it
the
could-
black rook is not behind the passer, so you're even safer in
well spotted.
creating this pressure.
I like the move. This bishop,
Yeah.
There it is, yeah.
yeah, this bishop is blocking the rook from doing good business.
Yeah, if you look at the black's position, that was the only good active piece they had. And after
Yeah.
that, playing with the bishop on e8.
I just saw kind of for the first time in the tournament either Vladimir adjusting himself in the chair like he did not like looking at that move bishop
No.
e1.
No,
Both
not at
players
all.
down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, he has to
30
take. But now there's
seconds.
really no comfortable way of protecting
b7.
b7, allowing rook. I mean, rook b6 maybe is not an immediate threat, but we can go king d2 or something.
Well, here
Rook
we
d6.
go. Rook d6.
I guess rook b7, rook d5 is what he's trying to say, but even that endgame is horrifically dangerous.
Exactly. The
C
rook will
d5,
be
king
on this.
d2, and then the g pawn will start running. Even that might be very, very bad for black.
And
we also don't need to
h7
rush.
set.
We can see the
c5. Hang on, c5, rook d5, rook c, bishop c4 wins,
Look at
right?
the eval bar. It looks
D5.
like +5.
Yeah, d5 just a big
10
opportunity, but Duda has no time.
7,
Move.
6,
Rook
c2.
c2.
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
stopping rook takes d5.
He's prepping rook takes b6. He's also prepping.
Yeah, b6, rook b2, b5, I think, is what Vladimir will try. Maybe we should play, yeah.
Can
play
he
e4.
survive this again?
No, no, this is just a terrible, terrible position
Yeah,
for Vladimir.
Rook cb2 now is basically an unstoppable threat. You can't do anything about it. Yeah, h6, exactly. Very
Oh,
good.
by the way, h6. That was a very nice touch. That just
And
makes
just rook b2.
it just makes the position so much worse for the black king.
Looks like Duda's delivering first loss to Vladimir in this event.
And another
Doesn't look
beautiful
like that,
move.
yeah. Doesn't look like
G5. This, I mean, Duda's playing. I'm not going to say the perfect game, but he is playing excellent. And now Rook B2.
Yeah, and then you repin the bishop. Rook, I guess you take on e4, but yeah, d6, and then the other rook comes to the 7th.
I was about to say Rook to B7 there, and there was a check on the 7th rank that looked
I don't like. I
awfully
guess it
good.
doesn't matter because h7 is so weak. This is why AlphaZero was putting all those pawns on h6 all the
for
time.
good purpose.
Yeah.
Rook
and now
E7
rook
check.
E7, yeah. This is done.
Yes. And Rook C7,
This is very done.
D7, and I think we're going to see a handshake.
Perfect
Players won't.
technique from Duda.
Very impressive.
And
Very.
finally, somebody
first-
succeeds in beating Vladimir Fedoseev.
Wow. This is why I had Duda as my favorite, because he's capable of playing beautiful chess. We've got one game remaining. This is
Aravindh against Deac, and looks like Arvind's playing for a win.
He's the one with the potential, the most
Yeah, he has the pass
imposing
pawn on C6.
pawn. Yeah.
Black seems to have some kind of fortress, a passive fortress set up, but it should be breakable.
breakable. I don't believe in fortresses.
But both players playing with just 3 seconds on the clock.
King f7. No, king f7.
Oh, h5. Nice.
And queen takes
Queen
f5.
takes
This is very clever.
f5. Nice move.
This is very clever by Aravindh. So now he's going to be a pawn up, because h5 will fall. He's for now not taking it, but he should take it, I guess, in this position.
And now he can pick up the pawns and start pushing maybe f-pawn to go to f5 at the right moment.
I thought he was going to go a queen h5 to a5 a moment ago. He did not do that, and
Actually, guessing the king over to d6 is quite clever by Deac.
Yep.
very clever.
It's
Knight
not
to
going to be so easy
d5.
to win now.
That king is a great piece right now, participating in the game. Oh,
Unless you get mated.
Unless, yeah,
you lose a queen, right?
yes, he does. Queen c3 check and bishop e4 check
2 seconds
Yeah,
for
that
Arvind,
works.
but he
and
found it.
f4 check. Bravo. Nice, nice.
So
nice
Arvind
finish.
ends up being Deac, and it's been a bad round for the Romanian players, in particular for the David Gavrilescu, who loses a very strange game to Levon Aronian, which I wanted to show because things that were happening straight out of the opening there were quite remarkable. I don't think I've seen this by Levon very often. There we have it. This has been yet another Rossolimo. David Gavrilescu has been playing the Rossolimo pretty much every single time against Sicilian. Normal position for black, you castle short, you play queen c7, you play kind of a normal game. No such thing. g5, bishop b2, g4, knight d2. You're in trouble now, but this is still kind of playable. Play rook g8. Levon plays queen b6. Hello.
Whoa.
Oops.
Queen d8.
Oops.
And in this position, if you just continue in the same spirit, you play knight e4, rook a d1, it says +4.
Resign.
Equal material, but it says plus, you kind of resign, yeah. Instead, David took on g4, which after ed5, e6, and d4 led to a position which is still not great for black, but there's a huge improvement. The bishop is now sealed off, and there is some counterplay. Queen g7, rook f8. Queen takes g7 was stronger than king takes g7. White is sort of better on top after this move b3, b4. But then after rook g8, instead of queen e5 check, David played queen takes f7, queen f8. And and this endgame is now very, very unclear because the bishops are quite strong. These are very attacking rooks facing the white king. And from here, it really isn't that surprising that, although, hang on a second, I didn't think, I was watching what we were watching, so all this comes as a surprise to me again. So 5 moves later, white is 2 pawns up for not very much, but then he misses rook takes f4. He's no longer winning, but then I guess more bad things continue happening, and now we're getting mated.
Unbelievable.
I'm assuming he was playing on a second for the last 10 moves because this really is a sequence you do not expect from him. A very fraught game by both players.
But it's important, very important win for Levon.
Absolutely, for second place. Tell us about the standings.
Let's have a look. We had a first loss for Vladimir, which is surprising, but I mean, of course, he still has a huge lead with 3.5 points.
Levon now getting a little bit of distance between the third place.
Yeah, he's full point ahead, and there's 2 players sharing third. That's Pragg and MVL. Pragg has defeated Alireza Firouzja, who now drops back down to 5th.
Wow. And over to Warsaw for a view from the tournament hall with Maurice and Anastasiya.
Well, certainly we saw something dramatic happen in the last round, and Fedoseev finally losing a game after playing so many games in the competition. Still with a huge gap from second place, but you never know. He himself said that he is famous for blowing these kind of really good situations. Will he put himself in any trouble? Probably need another 2 or 3 rounds to find out. Other players, though, still trying to stay in contention. One game was between the veteran Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Veselin Topalov, former #1 player in the world, who's not playing very well in this tournament. I think he's lost his 4th in a row, counting yesterday, 3 today. And this game, it's interesting to see this position that I put right here. The game was fairly even, but black showed that even though white's pieces don't look so bad, I always find it so interesting that small coordination issues can cost you so much. And of course, the difference in the position is the bishop on f1 versus the bishop on d5. And so Maxime decided to take this into an endgame with the move queen takes, queen, pawn takes, and knight to a2. This is a difficult pawn to defend. And the problem is not really the pawn. It's this rook on c8 planning to go down to the c1 square. That rook would be quite problematic there. So Veselin decided to play this line, and it took some time for Maxime to give him back his pawn with this variation. And then the rook landed on the square. Suddenly the threat of bishop c4 is on the board. You've got to manage that. And then a nice little dance of pieces. And after f3, the move bishop c2. And it became problematic for the rook on b3, because if you defend the pawn or rook to b4, well, of course, you run into bishop to d3. So he had to play instead rook c3. And suddenly this move bishop back. And now you couldn't defend this way because you lose instantly to this combination. So just that little advantage. And hey, your bishop's on the back rank with potential pins. He decided, of course, to give up the pawn. And again, it was a 4 against 3, very, very close. But in time pressure, he definitely could have still defended. But it's what happens. You're down a pawn in time pressure. He ended up losing the game. And Maxime put himself back in contention for that precious second place. Don't say first just yet.
Not yet.
They're still fighting, I think, for that precious second place spot.
Yes, they do. And the game I was checking was actually one of those games where the players are still trying to show that they can compete for the first place and, of course, for the second. Alireza Firouzja was playing against Praggnanandhaa. And how do you play such important games? Of course, you start with move b3, you know, and you continue. So, but both players, it seemed like, were aware of such a possibility, and they played really fast. And the opening stage was really interesting. Black gave up a pawn on e5, but then took the pawn back after a few moves. So it was like a really, really long fight. I just want to show you that it was not certain that, like, I mean, nobody did like crazy mistake, but then they managed to get into the ending where Prague's pawns became stronger than Black's pawns, you know. So this is how it happened. He managed to outplay his opponent slowly, moving his king forward, and then it was really hard to defend. So it was until the very last moment that the situation was unclear. They had seconds on their clock. I ran to watch everything in the playing venue. It was really exciting.
No, the excitement indeed continues, especially after Fedoseev finally showed that he is indeed human in the last game.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Anastasiya. Indeed, first loss for Vladimir. We're going to get ready for our first break. And before we do that, we'd like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them what are their specials for today. Well, here you have it. Tote your roll-up board and chess pieces in style with the official St. Louis Chess Club logo travel bag. The zipper pouch holds an entire set of pieces comfortably while your board fits underneath. Gold screen printed ink on durable vinyl. Don't forget the chess pieces and vinyl roll-up board, all of which are available at qboutiquestl.com. And we're going to go on break.
But don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets. And it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists. And we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the cats versus dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and they were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big.
Okay, round 12 as standings. As we have Vladimir in clear first with 21
finally,
points.
finally.
He has
lost a
lost.
game. Yeah, stop the press. Vladimir Fedoseev loses a game of chess.
Remarkable.
But he's still in total control, as you see. 3.5 points lead over Levon with only 6 rounds to go. Should be insurmountable.
Pairings for a round 13 coming up as we see Jan-Krzysztof. He's up against Aravindh. Vladimir will play Veselin Topalov, former world champion.
Yeah, fight for second and third. A very important game between MBL and Prague. Alireza playing white against David Gavrilescu, and Levon Aronian on the white side of a game against Bogdan-Daniel Deac.
This last round, all decisive games, Peter. That was very unexpected. As the players are taking their seats for the start of round 13, and we can see...
Yeah, people taking their places. Duda finally doing what he should have done a day ago.
A day ago.
He was also completely winning in that game, but ended up even losing it, not able to even make a draw.
Right.
And it's too late for a comeback, but you still want to end on a positive note. I mean, he is not going to be happy with his overall performance, but if he has a good day today, at least you leave your home tournament with a much better taste in your mouth.
Absolutely. We see Vladimir, our tournament leader, taking a seat. He's up against Veselin Topalov, a former world champion, and the Trumpovsky. D4 and Bishop G5. That's his third in a row. This time E2, E4, Peter.
Supposedly the main line of the trump, where white is down a bishop pair by move 4, but you have
nice
decent
space.
central control and some advantage. I'm a bit surprised by E5 as well. Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah.
Bishop E2, Bishop F3.
Well, Bishop D3, E4. I guess you can choose. Yeah, stopping Bishop B4.
Isn't E5 a line? I kind of remember seeing it.
Is it?
I'm not familiar with B6. I'm so used to people playing D6 kind of on autopilot as black that I don't actually have a strong opinion.
Oh, and F4. It looks like white setup is against the French system.
Yeah. But with knight F3, bishop to D3, F4, F5. Now that's the dream.
Are we at all curious about G7, G5 here? I think it's probably not good. I think it's probably not good, but
it crosses
I've seen stranger
wires,
things.
Yeah.
I've seen stranger things generally in the knight D7. I guess we go Bishop D3, Queen E2.
Developer really doesn't like this move knight D7 for black.
One thought that comes to mind, we
throwing
saw
in Bishop B5.
Yeah, if I could provoke you, you're not going to.
Yeah, but I think A6 exists. I think we're not actually forcing C6. So
I like this.
Wow.
He wants to castle quickly.
And he's basically saying, look, I'm playing for F5, I'm playing for D5, and I'm playing for E6, Queen E2. And it's Vladimir.
Yeah, this is looking good for Vladimir.
I think when everybody loses in chess, it's the nature of the beast. It's how you respond after losing a game. And
I'm still very drawn to the idea of G5. I'm sorry.
It's still there. It's ingrained. G5.
I still feel like, people have been playing G5 in every single position in this tournament. I just showed you that very strange game between Gavrilescu and Levon, where Levon played G5 out of nowhere.
Right.
Here it feels more justified than there. I will say this much.
G6. I'm wondering if the move D5 is a threat or not. I think G5 would have prompted D5.
I'm playing Queen E7 in all of these cases anyway, I guess. Although Knight B5 might be kind of painful.
Takes.
So do you think Topalov's now planning to castle? D5's on the board.
Funnily enough, I thought it was even stronger after G5.
Probably was. Yeah.
But okay, D5.
Probably was.
And Vladimir is looking to capture, and you were saying Knight B5.
Maybe even the immediate Knight B5.
Knight B5 looks very tempting.
Kind of forces King D8.
Yeah, and this is why we're not including D6, Queen E6, because we want to be able to take on A7 and go Knight C6 check if you play long castles as a response.
Yeah. And he said, look, I can resist anything except temptation. Give me that pawn. Knight takes E7, give me that rook. And you were saying King to D8.
I think so, yes, because I considered Knight C5, but I think you can even play B4 and
question
what do
where
I do
you're
with
going.
the knight?
Yeah. Okay. Well, if king d8 is forced, it would mean that something went wrong with Veselin's opening. This is not what you want to do. Now I'm very drawn to the idea of capturing in the center and bringing my castling, simply castling.
Will Fianchetto the bishop on g2?
Yeah.
I mean, with the king on d8.
What is going
Such a long-term advantage for white.
And I was just asking myself, how would Vladimir respond to his first defeat in the tournament? Well, it looks like we're getting an answer. A comeback and beat former world champion Veselin Topalov. That would be a good answer. Castles, Peter. This is all one.
Surprisingly, a mistake. Our screen says because after a7, a6, white is still much better, but it's not as utterly winning as it was.
Oh, the black king's gonna run to a7.
I guess the point is, if a6, knight bd4, you play. Oh, okay, he's gone knight c3. He realized knight bd4, queen e7, or even queen g4, and then c7, c5 would have been an issue. Yeah, now we can run towards b8 and a7, I guess.
Now you've got me curious.
What was stronger? Yeah, I also don't know what was stronger.
Oh,
just g3 and bishop.
You
g2
think?
was
Okay, because this is the most natural move on the board.
I think you played in 2 seconds flat every single time.
Castles and bringing the rook vis-a-vis the king. It looks marvelous for white.
Yeah. But black does have the bishop pair and have some counterplay against the white center, I guess. First order of business has to be king c8. I really wonder why it hasn't been played yet. Just getting out of the X-ray, introducing the idea of d takes e5, which you would very much like to play.
Absolutely. And finally, delayed. Okay, now we have knight d4.
By the way, big time advantage for Fedoseev. He has almost still 4 minutes and Topalov down to less than 2.
Right.
Knight d4 looks very good, yes.
That's a tempting move.
Queen drops back somewhere.
You've been mentioning g3, bishop g2 ideas. Do you still feel...
As long as I'm not blundering the pawn on e5. Am I here if I play g3, is it hanging? D takes e, f takes knight e5.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Well, there might be some more tactics there.
It could be. But king c8 on the board, time clock a factor, Nazi?
Yeah, 3 minutes for white and 1:45 for black.
Ooh, a near 2-to-1 time advantage for Vladimir. Peter, is there a concrete solution, knight d4, e6, or what do you think?
I don't see anything that wins. I think I would feel, considering where we were a couple of moves ago, where it looked like we might just be losing by force.
Yeah.
I'd feel kind of quietly optimistic here with black. I think the clock situation would worry me much more than the position because for a blitz game, we have definite trumps as black. We have the bishop pair. We have a reasonably kind of a safe pawn structure. Every single endgame will be healthy. And we're not, apart from the fact that we have a king on c8, we're not behind in development.
Not terrible, yeah.
Yeah, so this is an obvious improvement compared to what I thought about the position after knight d5, king d8. Knight d5 played in the meantime, also question mark.
Wow.
Very strange that these
All the logical looking moves are getting question marks.
Yeah. I guess we go queen e7, e6, knight c5 maybe? Or queen e8 even, yeah.
Queen e8, e6.
Yeah, we go knight c5 here. Fe6. Interesting. I would have...
See, this is the position I had in my mind, and I was thinking, boy, if I could just play,
but maybe it's an endgame now. That's what I was talking about. We go knight c5, and maybe we force a lot of material off the board, actually.
Gotcha.
And that is, of course, an improvement for black.
Yeah, then two bishops will be great in the endgame as well.
I desperately want to make an illegal move. I want to play bishop f1
that would
h3,
be good,
rook e1, and isn't my position beautiful, Peter?
That would be good.
Yeah, the problem is the desired g3, bishop h3 hangs the rook.
Yeah, but not only it takes time, you can't even do it.
It's got knight f6, and the engine instantly says, no.
Whoa. I thought knight c5 was forced. Now, you give me time to play rook g1, g3. Whoa.
h4 with the idea of rook h3, rook e3. I was wondering if I could actually play g4 sorry, G3, bishop H1, bishop H3.
Right.
I was very curious about the idea of introducing the bishop into the game, but I don't mind H4. It seems to have thrown away some part of an advantage. But I think my major concern here is we could have taken queens off the board, seemingly, as black, and we haven't.
And that was a
And
very good
that seems
thing.
like a strange decision to me.
We're going to see rook h3 probably.
Pretty sure, yeah. I guess black goes knight g4 to stop rook. I mean, we don't need to stop rook e3. We can react to rook e3 with knight g4. Maybe he goes bishop h6, but...
You know, it's funny. I don't like the move. Now I'm looking at h4, and I don't... Because, again, my bishop should have been on... I would have played rook g1. Rook
Maybe,
g1, g3... Vladimir's...
Hesitating.
He needs to get the bishop on f1 into the game.
Yeah, he played queen c4, threatening mate in 1.
That's a strong threat. Checkmate in 1.
Ooh, c5.
Now, I'm sure his intention was to somehow bring his bishop into play. Something like queen b3 and bishop c4?
Yeah, c5 should be really weakening for the black's king. We might even have other ideas now. I do hate that bishop's not developed, though.
I do too.
Yeah.
I'm looking at queen b3, Peter.
Queen b3 is very strong. It probably is connected with the idea of sacrificing something on b5.
Precisely.
Black plays b5.
Right.
But it looks like those sacrifices should work. Because
Right,
we just have
there's a
so
king
many,
on c8.
Yeah, we have so many pieces in play.
Exactly.
So much more pieces in play, I want to even say, than black does.
Right.
And 50
Clock
seconds
time.
for white, 29 for black.
Well, we've been seeing time and time
Rook
again
E1.
that Vladimir, when he gets into those situations where there's 30
And now
seconds
black
of
is
ease,
back to being sort of okay after g5, you know, for a given value of okay. It's not properly okay, but it's an improvement.
and he's
But
just played d5.
I do have an update in a different game. Jan-Krzysztof won his game against Aravindh. He's now 2 in a row.
Congratulations to Duda for that. That's nice. By the way, White's last moves, rook e1 and queen e2, do not make
Not good.
the right impressions, the
It
good
allowed black
impressions.
to improve the position so much.
Yeah.
Come
If you
back
imagine
into the
black
game.
playing king b8, king a7 here, who do you pick?
Oh, well, black 100 times out of
Yeah.
100, it's not even close anymore. No. I mean, this bishop on f1 is terrible. And I'm shocked that he hasn't managed to
Players are speeding up. They're playing with just 10 seconds.
Rook takes
Veselin-
e4. What was
yeah.
that? He blundered. He allowed a very petite...
He can play king b8. It's not even penalized, I don't think, because the bishop has no moves. He was being in check. And now you take on a8, you take on a6, but there's going to be... If you take on a6, you give up on g2.
What's
This
the
is
material?
not such a clear endgame.
So much has traded that. Or 2.
for white.
Oh, g2's
Rook
hanging.
g1, bishop e4 back, maybe, but
Yeah,
then bishop
then
d3.
bishop d3.
You know, you are in trouble with black here. You are in a lot of trouble. Rook
So we have to
g6.
take...
Yeah, this
And
is going...
suddenly Veselin is suffering.
E8.
f5.
F5, yeah.
Automatic.
Back to being busted, yeah. He came very close to being completely fine in that game, and then...
Wow.
Is back with the win.
And which game would you
Let's
like
jump to Levon's game. He's playing Deac. Levon is
Clock
currently in clear
times.
second. 30 seconds against 4 seconds.
And we just saw the move knight e3. It looks like there should be a winning strike.
Important not to play rook d6, though, because that would allow rook f1 check and then knight c4 check. But yeah, Levon goes for a snack, and
snack.
black very happily unpins the knight on d5.
And
Check.
another snack.
Another snack, yeah.
No, there's rook f1 and knight c4, right?
King e2 there, but yeah, getting rid of one of those knights is a very sensible solution. Yeah, let's not blunder any more forks.
Can black now take some of these pawns?
Okay, but there's 3
Yeah, there's a lot.
of them.
Rook h2. But the white rook and knight are so far away from the pawns. How do we
Good
defend?
point.
I think we can save g pawn, but h is gone.
It is.
Yeah, this now has to be a draw, but they are playing on under 10
Increments.
seconds, so yeah, who knows?
By the way, just another breaking news. Alireza our pre-tournament
Loses
favorite.
to David Gavrilescu. Yeah, I'll be showing that game as soon as this one is over. I don't like what Deac is doing. You can't really play this with the king on b8. I have a feeling now that he might actually
Well,
lose
he's going to get his knight back.
Rook g3?
If he can, all he's got to do is sacrifice his knight for that pawn, and he's a favorite to do that.
Now he is, yeah, with the king e7.
And then knight, and we're going to see 50 moves, right? Rook and knight versus rook.
He is threatening knight e7 check.
Ooh, that pawn.
Ooh, wait a
scary.
minute. That is a very
Knight-
frightening pawn.
Knight h5, and okay. he's
Stops knight
I
f6.
think he'll just take on g7 now.
Yeah.
Thank you, with both hands.
I don't think you even lose the knight. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, nice save there by
And
Deac.
the draw, we still have one game going on. It's MVL against Prague.
We're going to switch over, and what do we have here?
It's a queen end game with
ending?
an extra pawn.
Has to be winning for
But
white.
this pawn is
H3
humongous.
though?
Queen d7.
Queen d7, I guess.
I think you want to play g6 just to loosen up the black king
And then
before
queen d7.
Exactly.
But still, yeah, because the b7 pawn survives.
Yes.
Black will get a new queen, but the b7 pawn survives, so you
Haven't we
immediately...
seen 3 queens already?
Yeah, we saw it already. We're going to see it the second time today. Yeah, there's not going to be any perpetuals.
No, queen a1, queen b2, and then a discovered check by the king.
Wow, and a very, very, very important victory there for MVL as Levon makes a draw, giving the fight for second.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see after this round what standings will look like. I mean, we know Fedoseev's in the first, but for second, third place, it keeps changing every round.
Peter,
Yeah.
you had a game for us. You
Yeah, I
promised.
wanted to show you this very interesting and kind of a strange game between Alireza and Gavrilescu here. Very clearly, this has been a Najdorf, a kind of an old school Najdorf with queen d3 and knight d5 next move. I used to play this in the mid-90s. It's a very old line. And we get here, white is, I guess, to be preferred, but you can play takes f4, put the knight on c5. You're doing quite okay. And instead of that, Gavrilescu just gave Alireza a full pawn on a4, which is not something you do very often. Yes, you get some jumps, but they don't appear to be decisive. And you could even maybe make an argument for taking on c5 here, going b4, f5, c5, and so on. But queen c2 is not a mistake. And here, I guess, you can play cleaner, and perhaps the move bishop f3 here, allowing b5 was a mistake, but you still don't really see how white could be in trouble.
Right.
A bishop pair, extra pawn, and we progress to this position where, yes, black has stabilized. This is now a beautiful knight which cannot be challenged, but still, 2 bishops, extra pawn. Look at this, g4, bishop h4. g4 is logical, but there is a bit of a problem with it.
Bishop is trapped.
Hello.
Peter, look at the bishop on h6.
Yeah. And shockingly, this is already a lot better for black. There is no way to save it. It's gone.
And just like that.
Yeah, and just like that, 5 moves later, you're just a full piece up for Gavrilescu, and he ended up beating Alireza in that very important for Alireza game. And elsewhere, we just watched the end of that game between MVL and Prague. Another sign of people desperately trying to play every single game for a win. Prague opts for the Scandi, and MVL goes for a line which I don't really know all that much. You move knight e2 here, and black is just completely healthy. This is like the most ideal Caro-Kann ever.
Right.
Very, very healthy position, and game continued kind of evenly. We sometimes later we end up in this heavy piece endgame, which you really should not be in any trouble in. And even here, okay, white now has a passer on b4, but it can be, very healthily blockaded on the 5th. I'm not quite sure how it progressed as far as it did. I'm also not entirely certain about the decision to take the rooks off, but of course the engine will always hold this. And in fact, the engine says you can even take the queens off in this position and says this is zeros. But nobody does this.
No.
You never, ever, in the blitz game, allow a pawn ending with an outside passer for white. I'm still kind of in slight disbelief that this is zeros. And once the b pawn started running, as we've seen in the game, this is already, in practical terms, a bit of a problem. Because once it starts running, you feel a lot less confident and 5 moves later, this is already +3, and then we'll end up winning this game.
Saw the end. You said you're excited to see the standings. Me too. Tell us about the standings.
Let's have a look. We know who's in the first place. That's Fedoseev with a 4-point lead. So in clear second remains Levon Aronian. But wow, only half-point behind is now MVL. Big jump for him.
Big pursuit.
In clear fourth is Prague. Alireza remains in the 5th place.
And let's jump over to Warsaw to get a view from the tournament hall. Maurice and Anastasiya, over to you.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, we know that the situation is thick as the second place fight is just simply brutal. Every player on the tour knows that they have a chance to take that spot. 4 of them now bunched up behind the leader, Fedoseev. And Aronian had a really good chance to win against Deac. And sometimes when you think, well, I have a good chance to win, you just avoid draws at all costs, even when you need to take them. I'd like to go to a couple of very interesting positions that occurred in this game. And this one was one of those. In this position, White played the move Rook takes on C6. You can see that Black has very active knights. And those knights are problematic, but how do you make use of them? Well, it turned out right at this moment he could have played a very nice combination to win an exchange. And it goes, instead of the move he actually played, he could have played the move Rook to F1 with check. And now after King to C2, there goes that check. You say, well, that's a pretty easy fork. But it turns out that you now get hit with a check. So what did you win? Well, you move your king, and king takes. White has 2 pieces for the rook. But now the move king to B6, hitting the now hanging bishop on C6, but also preparing the next move after any move by your bishop to save itself. Suddenly there is this skewer. So this position was a beautiful little bit of calculation he could have made as Black, but, you know, of course, Deac was in serious time pressure, so he missed this moment. The next moment was missed, and I should point out right here, when here a fantastic opportunity when those knights should have taken advantage of the rook. Here he could have played the move, a nice retreating knight move. We know that's one of the hardest moves, even at the super grandmaster level, to see. Retreat the knight, attack the rook. The point being now, when you use your rook, this knight on d5 is pinned. That knight that could have been a hero now is the goat of the position, and Levon would have just pocketed a whole piece and increased his lead over his pursuers, who are right behind him, his tour pursuers, that is, and brought him a little bit closer to Fedoseev, who's now just maybe a couple of wins away from completely securing victory in the event.
Yeah, this is a situation, what to do, I mean, but still they're fighting, and, you know, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the local hero, started the day with 2 losses, but then he managed to defeat the leader of the tournament, and look at the game he played with Aravindh. It was such an adventure, and we know the result, but I wanted to show you a couple of moments. First of all, the position was developing normally until the moment when Jan-Krzysztof decided to go for the long castling, you know, at this position, you know, putting his king a little bit in a trouble, in my opinion, which Aravindh was trying to use. He started, like, you know, sneaking around with his pieces, preparing like moves like b5. Then he decided not to avoid exchange of the queens. He played knight c5. And I think Black really had some chances to create some kind of an attack. But I want to go all the way to the moment where he decided to go for the sacrifice. So suddenly bishop b2 occurred on the board. Of course, you see the evaluation. I will explain you what's going on here. So here, if you take on b2, of course, you just lose the rook on c4. So it's not the way you should play. So Duda had checkmate in 4 moves here. So you could play here queen. Start of course with knight a7, and after king h8.
Of course, the famous Anastasia's mate.
By the way, you remember that. So, and after rook h4, the only move queen h5, rook h5 finishes the game. And this is, I mean, he could contribute it to me, you know, but he didn't do this because, you know, this famous rule: if you can take a piece instead of any other things on the board, you should do what you should do. You should take a piece, and this is what he decided to do. b2. He won in a different way. After bishop b2, he simply played move a4, asking where the queen goes right now. So queen went to a6, because again, if you go to b7, you just simply lose your opportunity to take the rook. So he played queen a6. Once again, Jan-Krzysztof could finish the game with beautiful knight e7, queen h7. No, he didn't do it. He simply took the piece. So, and just I want to show you the final position where he finally trapped the queen, and here was the moment Aravindh resigned. I mean, beautifully played, but I was laughing so much. You know, he followed old advices of, you know, trainers. Good school, good Polish school.
Well, I guess we couldn't have two Anastasias in the building. You could have gone up and said, you know, my mate is on the board, and Duda missed that. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, at least for him, he still won the game.
Yes.
Guys?
Pocket the piece. The piece is important. Checkmate, yeah, it'll exist later. Tell us about the standings and tell us about the pairings. Standings first.
Fedoseev in the first place with 22 points. Levon Aronian with 18 points in clear second. And MVL has jumped to the third place now with 17.5. He will be fighting, and I'm sure he has to face Levon still for the second place.
Tell us about the pairings for round 14. Who is Levon going to play?
Levon's playing Aravindh.
Yes, that's going to be a big game.
Fedoseev is playing Praggnanandhaa. We're going to focus on that game.
For the fight for the second is Levon with 18 points.
And MVL is playing Gavrilescu with the black pieces, looking for a win.
Tell us about the line score of our leader.
Wow.
It's great until, but by the way, that one donut, but those are 3 wickets. They look pretty good. I'll take 3 out of 4. Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Those are singles, though.
Those are singles.
Yeah, those are just tough to win in a one run.
If Vladimir was to win, coupled.
Yeah, with Levon not winning his game, if he draws or loses, then Vladimir already wins the tournament 4 rounds.
With 4 rounds to spare. That's an impressive victory. Spoiled it a little bit with that, but still, it's
an overwhelming performance by Vladimir. He'll be very happy. But of course, had he managed to go the full 27 games without loss, losing a single one, he would have been even happier. But yeah, he can relax now. He didn't, you know, set him off on a tailspin. He won the next one. He is back in his comfort zone.
Except he's facing a big game now, Prague versus.
Bigger for Prague though, because he really is very, very safe, 4 points clear of the field. But for Prague is in a scrap for second, third.
Right.
Really needs a result out of this one.
With the white pieces. And then for MVL.
Yeah, in the next 5 rounds, there are 4 or 5 players fighting for that second place and a lot of Grandchester points.
Exactly.
And anything can happen. I can predict, because each round it changes.
Exactly, and look how close that fight, as you said, second and third, the grand
Levon has been very solid in Blitz, playing really well, but MVL, we know how dangerous he can be. He has won this event before, and if he catches a winning streak, it'll be very difficult to stop him.
And we've been mentioning Duda, he started with the 2 losses. How many wins has he suddenly caught fire here?
He won the last 2, yeah. Won the last 2.
Yeah.
Won the last 2. And Alireza just...
He's been having a roller coaster ride. Again, for those of you who are joining us late, he played decent chess, let's put it that way, through the Rapid. He was in a tie for first. Oof. After 3 days of Rapid. Sorry, you went oof.
I went oof because it's been a while. We've been updating this graphic for a number of rounds there, and there at the bottom is Veselin Topalov, and it says 8.
Yeah.
And I had a feeling I've been reading this for a while, so I went to my board and checked. 7 in a row.
7 losses for...
Yeah,
Ooh.
It's really not been going great
for
the former world champion.
So he's frozen at that 8-point result, is what you're saying. Yeah. Ooh, ouch. But again, as we were saying, the fight for second, third, fourth, the Grandchester points. Again, 4 players make it to the playoffs, the finals in the tour.
Yeah,
so
those points are extremely important.
Exactly.
More than the first prize, money prize, points are more important in this event.
Get to Sao Paulo, get to the playoffs.
think we have only 2 players at their boards, and that's MVL.
You were saying Firouzja likes to arrive early, but it looks like David. And,
he did the last couple days.
Right. Yeah. I was saying that Firouzja, he had been tied for first after the
Rapid portion.
Rapid. He's a big favorite for Blitz. He's the #2 player in the world in Blitz. Only Magnus Carlsen has a higher rating. And wow, he didn't fulfill his promise in day 4. Over to you, Maurice, in Warsaw.
Just a quick point to make. We talked about Fedoseev spoiling his incredible run. Well, he's got 3 points out of 4 today. Only 2 other players can compete with that. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who Fedoseev beat in the first round. Maxime has gone on to win his next 3, showing just how resilient he is. But the best performance so far out of 4 rounds? Well, it's one Levon Aronian, who we saw could have won his last game against Deac. Before that, he had won 3 in a row, trying to make that run, or at least establish himself, cemented in second place. I think he's got the memo. You got to keep on winning. Guys?
Maurice, as you see, Aravindh and Levon getting ready for their round 14.
I have mentioned very stylish shirt on Levon, which is not
always,
unusual.
Always, always. But our marquee matchup is going to be, this will be our second game. Our marquee matchup is this game, Prague versus Vladimir. 3 out of 4, pardon me, did I say that right? 3 out of 4?
Yeah, Fedoseev has 3 out of 4 from today's Blitz games. And Prague, yeah, he's fighting for that second place. He needs those Grand Star points.
Exactly.
And they're off. B3.
B3. The go-to when you need a win with white.
It worked a few times.
It has. It has.
I did see earlier, I'm not sure who he was playing. It was B3 and then H4, early H4 as well. Was it against
Alireza?
That's
that very interesting gambit line that they play these days sometimes with black. That was against Duda, I think.
Duda. Mm-hmm. I think this is more of a theory. B3 theory.
For Vladimir, I want to say this is a familiar territory. If this isn't a Catalan reversed, I don't know exactly what you would call it. He took on C4. I find that to be an intriguing move.
And D3, no D4 on the board.
Normally speaking, the extra central influence of the pawn versus the pawn on B7. If you took off the pawn on D3 and you take off the pawn on B7, it would be a similar structure. The idea usually is that the pawn on D3 is a little bit more useful. But Peter, would you?
I'm not a huge believer in white advantages in
that's what I wanted
in these
to ask.
positions. I understand your point. I sort of agree with it, but I think dynamically it evens itself out very often. I'm not sure about this sequence of A6 followed by bishop G4. To be honest, I don't know. Are we planning to take? I mean, I'm assuming we're planning to take on F3. Otherwise, why play bishop G4? But I'm not in love with the idea of pairing. Okay.
I would have thought H3 was a useful move for white.
I do not quite understand this. This feels a bit
spending
fancy.
3 tempi with the bishop.
Feels a bit fancy, yeah.
Yeah. Normally speaking, there's bishop on B2. It's very, very nice. You want to play knight D5. Sometimes it's very useful for it to be defended.
Yeah, I was briefly considering going knight D5 even here, but there is knight takes E3 intermezzo. Otherwise, I would be quite excited about it. Maybe.
Exactly. As a prelude to knight D5, rook B1 certainly would have my attention. Idea knight D5. And by the way, looky. There's
also,
a cookie.
I want to say black has burned so much time on the last 3 moves. D3, G4.
Whoa.
I think he's missed knight E3. I really think he missed knight E3.
Bishop takes, knight takes E3. What are you doing?
And he's realized it now. Yeah,
what
that blink there was,
that's a pawn
was
blunder.
Prague realizing that knight E3 exists.
Impatient, the young man, knight D5.
But there's really no good way back.
Well,
we can take on D5 maybe?
Bishop B2, rook B1, queen takes D5. You're still going to be much worse.
A pawn down.
Yeah.
Knight d5. Too anxious. Okay.
But are we not getting the pawn back?
Are we?
Queen d7,
How
queen
are we getting the
c2
pawn
or something?
back?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're going rook here?
Yeah, rook b1, queen d5, rook b2. I'm threatening the pawn on b7 and e4.
Yeah, I thought queen d7 solves everything, but queen c1 or queen c2 is still, the variation very much continues. Yeah, maybe we're not doing that poorly, shockingly, considering how bad the blunder was.
You're just going to take the bishop all the way back.
I was wondering if I...
There's going to be some play, though. Queen c2, rook c1, or...
Yeah,
that
yeah,
is
I have
true.
A little compensation.
We're not entirely helpless here with white.
Okay, not entirely helpless.
Somewhat undeservedly, I want to say.
that we have a compensation. Bishop takes b2, and we have achieved the position.
Yeah, queen d7.
And I guess queen c2 we should
Queen
be
c2, yeah.
wary of
We
knight
take on
b4?
c5. I think we're kind of okay with the continuation of that line, but we'll take on d3, and if you take with the bishop, I will play rook d1, and there's a kind of an annoying pin there.
The players are going in for the variation we've just been expecting. Now knight b5, queen takes c5.
Looks like white is fine, actually, which is really, really odd, considering...
What if black plays queen d6? Because now if you take on b7, there's knight b4 then.
I was planning to go rook c1, but I guess I'm blundering something. Ah, I know what I'm blundering. Rook c8, queen c5, knight d4, or something like this. Yeah.
And if queen d6, sorry, queen d6.
Queen d6, rook c1, you can play some rook to c8, and if I take on c5, you have knight jumps.
No, rook c8.
Oh, that order is also probably quite good, yeah. That order is even more emphatic. Yasser being very on point.
pawn grubber.
Yeah, Vladimir's taking some long think here, and he is below 3 minutes now, while Pragg has 3.5. He needs to not fall too far behind.
So blundering a pawn and getting a perfectly playable position is how things are done at the top.
Yeah.
The elite of chess.
I'm sure you have a lot of examples like this. I remember kind of not a famous, but it was very memorable for me. I was playing my very first World Cup, Groningen '97.
I was there.
And I in my first game of my 2-game match against Vladimir Yepishin, who was a very strong player at the time, I basically blundered my central pawn in the symmetrical Caro.
Nicely done.
And because it never really comes for nothing, I did get some counterplay for it, and he could have equalized at any point, but he's a full, healthy d5 pawn up.
Right.
So he continued playing for Aravindh a little bit too long and lost.
Oops.
And at breakfast the next day, I met Eddie Crescentalis, a very good friend of, I think, both of us, I suppose. Yeah, and he said, very interesting pawn sacrifice here. I said, I blundered it. And he kind of winked at me and said, yeah, right. Yeah, right, you blundered it.
Yeah.
Pull the other one.
Nice.
It's got bells on. Just did not believe me at all.
That is funny. Queen d6, an invitation to rook c1. And would you like my pawn? Would you like my pawn? Okay.
Maybe white has to commit to e4 just to keep
Bishop
the d3 pawn.
c8 though worries me.
How about
rook b6?
No, rook b6, knight b4 anyway. Oh, I can.
We go back to
queen?
b6, I guess.
That's not.
He's gone rook c1. Now he's going to be in rook fc8. Yeah.
He didn't go for knight.
Knight b4 was probably stronger, actually.
Exactly. Rook c1. Knight b4 is really on the agenda here.
Yeah.
So rook b6 still, maybe? Just to pin it? e4 or rook b6?
e4, rook b6. I'm worried about knight b4. So a3, e4.
No, we don't have time for a3. It needs to be something at tempo here. The most non-forcing move we can afford, I think, is rook b6. Otherwise, we either are taking something or playing e4.
But rook b6, you have to calculate c4. It's an option for black.
It is. And then suddenly everything it starts to hang all over again.
I want to say you do it.
Yeah,
I'm incapable of calculating c4 this
It's a little early for me too, Peter. Oh boy, oh boy, oh
so
boy.
then e4 just to get rid of those ideas of c4.
Yeah, but after e4 we are going to be clearly worse.
Now see, clock times. The players are playing rather slowly. They're only on move 18.
They're under 2 minutes now, both of them.
Yeah,
for
both.
Still not in huge time trouble, but it's headed that way. Minute and 30 now for Pragg. And yeah, it is still very early in the game, so Bishop e6. I'm hearing that MVL is doing really well in his game.
Keeping the positions.
So is Levon. So they're chasing for Fedoseev and making it hard for him to win
clinch,
so early.
To clinch. Yeah. Knight b4, queen d2. Pragg is offering his a2 pawn as bait. I'm taking it. Knight takes a2, and then bringing the knight back to b4 means...
It's a great knight.
Exactly. I can't get kicked away.
What is... Yeah, he took the pawn. I think today, every time he had the chance to take those b2, a2, or a7, b7 pawns, but took all of them. So, but we do see a question mark next to it.
Wow.
I
Missed
have an
opportunity?
idea. So
the rook was trapped.
First, let's move the rook. Let's say rook b1. You'll play knight b4?
Yes.
You can go queen h6
Rook
with
b1.
knight g5 idea.
Queen h6, that was an uninvited guest.
And if you play f6, I have e5.
Yeah. The reason he's thinking, he actually can play queen h6 even right now. I'm very sure this is what he's considering.
Ooh.
Sudden attack out of nowhere.
Yeah, queen h6 now even.
30 seconds against a minute and a half, though. He needs to settle on something and play it. Yeah, and he goes.
He goes for it
and
right
black is actually, like, I briefly saw what the engine is suggesting here. It's not going to be an easy move to find in a blitz game. It goes bishop d5.
Oh, stop it.
We're not going to see that.
Yeah,
Stop
if he
it.
finds bishop d5 here.
No.
I would ask for a wand.
I mean, I'm looking
Bishop
at f6, e5, and then finding a way for the queen to defend. Maybe queen d8, queen f8.
Yeah.
But
So it's all about knight g5.
That's a lot more human.
Go ahead, take my rook, take my bishop. I'm sacrificing a rook and a bishop, but knight g5 and queen h7 checkmate is on Prague's agenda. Can we just, is it checkmate though, Peter? Knight takes c1,
knight
knight
g5,
g5, knight takes e2,
king h1,
and f6.
it's also with a check. 92 was with the check.
With a check.
Yeah.
It's a rook, a bishop. You go check, I go king. I do have bishop to g8.
queen h6 check here.
King g8.
He's gone bishop d5 though.
Wow, he
What?
found bishop d5.
Wow. That's just not fair.
Yeah.
That is just not fair.
I mean,
we are not worthy.
This is a bit
He
too
found
good.
that in like the 15 seconds.
No, a
That
bit
is
longer than that.
crazy.
It took him about a minute, but still.
No, he
Okay,
was already down
so
to less than one.
help me. How does knight? How?
We have queen f6 now.
Queen f6 no longer checkmate.
Yeah, we have queen f6 now, which was not a resource available to us at all prior to this. And
As soon as you take on d5, I'll pick up your rook on c1.
Got it. Wow.
Incredible move, bishop d5.
Wow.
So
Oh,
now-
hold on. He didn't play queen h6 check.
no, yeah.
Oh,
He's
sorry.
going
It's
for
still
mate,
mate.
yeah.
It's
He's
still
going
mate.
for mate.
Apologies. It's still
And black
mate.
still needs to be careful. Rook cb8.
3 seconds for Prague. He flagged. He flagged. That's very upsetting for.
Oh.
And bishop b7 wasn't. Bishop b6 wasn't great.
Because
Anyway,
of rook.
because you
takes.
can just take the rook. It doesn't work.
Let's jump over to the game of Levon Aronian, who's in second place.
Levon actually won. Let's go to MVL's game. He's still playing.
MVL is also in full control. A couple of pawns up, no attack.
Yeah, he has a very
I've heard
nice
those
position.
words before.
2 extra pawns, a good knight. Well, will be a good night. Not right now on d8.
It's a beautiful night. It's a beautiful
Breaking
blocking
news,
night.
Veselin Topalov actually beats Jan-Krzysztof Duda in this round.
Wow.
Breaks the losing streak. Very nice for him.
It was a
It's not
terrible
easy to
losing
come back
streak.
after
No.
that many losses.
No, it really isn't. Queen a5. I'm still. Tell me
C1
the.
maybe?
Rook c1, yeah, exactly. That was my first reaction.
MVL still has almost a minute on the clock,
Wow.
but his opponent's down to 6 seconds.
MVL's played a beautiful strategic mastery. This knight on e6, this pawn on h4, weak pawn on d4. Everything's going MVL's way. Rook c1 looked really good.
I think he's playing it safely. He can still go rook c1 now. Yeah, he's going for it. It's hard to come up with
That
moves
takes
for
d4
white. Yeah,
wins on the spot, right?
wins so much material.
Because bishop d5, queen f7 is just one check. Or knight f4 is mate,
Oh,
maybe.
just going from rook f4, queen f4.
Rook takes f1.
Oh, now it's just checkmate.
Nicely done. A little combo at the end.
I
Le
think that's
petit
it.
combinaison. Le petit.
Exactly. And they're still analyzing that very, very exciting position in the game between Pragg and Fedoseev. This was a very sharp position, so it's clear that they're still very interested in the truth there,
Yeah.
so to speak. Elsewhere in the round,
Please.
very briefly before we go on our final break of the day, this is a game between Bogdan-Daniel, Deac and Alireza Firouzja. It was a kind of a quiet English opening. The rook seemingly is caught, but it isn't because we have bishop a6, rook e1. And here, once again, I think Alireza is feeling the pressure of needing to play for a win in every single game. He needs those GTT points. You take on d1, you play rook a d8, you're completely fine. You play rook c8 here, you're completely fine. Instead, he went queen a5, and after white did pick up that exchange, it turned out that there really isn't really any compensation for it.
No.
And white proceeded to win a very comfortable. 5 moves later, the game is over. It's just an exchange. And the decision to play queen a5 here, I'm pretty sure it can only be explained by him needing to keep the position sharp at the expense of being objective in any way.
Right.
And elsewhere in the round, David Gavrilescu, we just saw, lost that game to MVL. He was completely crushing out of the opening. It was some kind of an opening disaster here in a French. That actually wasn't a French. It looks like a French, but it was once again a Rossolimo, which turned to a French. And if we look at the position by move 15,
disaster.
This is a disaster. You have a king on g8, have this pawn on h5. Just play rook ac1, play slowly.
Win comfortably.
David, I think, tried kind of a little bit too hard, allowing black to trade the poorest bishop on the board so easy was a mistake. And then, sort of similarly to what he's done against Alireza a few rounds ago, he just leaves the pawn on h2 unfreeze, and then continues as if nothing happened. And, well, it does matter. It does matter. It makes black's life a lot easier when you're just suddenly a healthy pawn up on the queen side. And we saw the ending of that game. Eventually, I guess white played a 4 f5, but that didn't bring any kind of an attack, and he ended up going down in this game.
Thank you, Peter. Standings, if you will, Nasi.
Let's have a look.
Here it is.
Fedoseev won his game, but so did Levon, so tournament's not over yet. In third place is MVL, with also an important win, and those three have separated themselves from the rest of the field.
There's some distance now that Pragg just lost that game, and we're going to toss it to you in Warsaw, Maurice. Your point of view.
Well, we saw a 4-horse race, more or less, for second place from members of the tour. Now that Fedoseev just needs a draw to win the whole thing, clinches it. These players were fighting, but now it's down to only 2. And it is between Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who keep on getting points. Aronian, as we know from yesterday, he was chasing Fedoseev. Fedoseev got 8 out of 9. It looks like Aronian is trying to one-up him at the moment by getting, so far, 4.5 out of 5. I mean, that's a fantastic result. And this position shows the kind of bravado you have to have in order to score that kind of number. He is black in this position against Aravindh, and Aravindh chose to now sacrifice a pawn on b3 with the move knight to e4. It's clear where this knight is going. And Levon took a look and said, you know what, I could play some casual queen moves, maybe queen a8, for example, would be a move here. But he decided instead, I don't see the mate, I'm taking pawns. Let me just grab it and hold on for dear life. Aravindh checked. Of course, you don't want to take this knight and weaken your dark squares. And then the move g4. And if this was like Garry Kasparov with the white pieces, you think, I'm feeling sorry for black. But no can do. Aronian played knight h4. Now this knight seems sidelined. But then just after h6, and it was clear that there was no obvious route toward the black king. And this now meant you have to prove compensation in just playing the position. And this is what Aronian had judged. I don't see how I'm dying, so why not at least have a full tummy in the meantime and have you prove it? And it was not possible, especially after this queen check, trading off queens. Even though White had a little smidgen of compensation, it turned into a dogfight battle, but that extra pawn, of course, counted in the end. So this is the kind of risk you have to take if you want to still continue to play well and do well in the tournament. Levon doing a great job of it.
I think Yasser would approve it, that he took the pawn and then
sure.
went for all these lines, I was checking the game between Veselin Topalov, who is really suffering in this tournament. He played against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and after losing 7 games in a row, you can imagine what was going through his head. And I saw him, right outside the playing venue. He was standing alone, and he was like so, he was in a very bad mood. But this is the real champion. You still can come back, and I think this game proves that Veselin still, plays a really great chess. I think he decided also to play really fast in that one. And out of the opening, I think he got quite normal position. And I like really his move knight e5 here, provoking his opponent maybe to take even on e5, but it would be a very long line. After which I think he just will take. No matter where black goes, he would take this pawn back, and I think White is doing really fine. So Duda decided not to go for this line, didn't take the knight, and after some of the battle in the center, I would like to go all the way to this position where he had an interesting choice. Let's say after knight g5, both queens are hanging, and now you have to make an important decision. Either you move your queen or you take on d5, But so he decided to go for queen d5, allowing knight h3, going close to his king. But I think he calculated it well. After queen c2, he simply took the bishop on d7, and it turned out that White has a very nice position here. Black simply doesn't have material, and let's go to this moment where actually White could win immediately by playing queen b8, double attack on the queen, on the king and the knight, but he didn't do this. He just decided to move the pawn forward, which was still good enough. After rook a2, queen g2 is a kind of a threat, but after rook e8, he just swapped the queens from the board, and it was over. A few moves later, Duda resigned. Big victory for the veteran, and I'm really happy to see him winning back, because it's not really great when you are losing so many games. I've been there. I know how does it feel. Not good at all.
Especially when you've been #1 player in the world.
Absolutely.
Which we've never been.
No.
So, yes, he does need to pick up the pace. Bad news for Polish fans, though, because Duda has now stepped back dramatically. It is something that he wanted to at least have a good result. But this is going to fare very poorly in the overall Grand Chess Tour standings, the first event of the year in your home country, not doing as well as you would have liked. That's the way the ball bounces.
Absolutely. Standings.
Let's have a look again at the standings. Fedoseev with 23 points in clear first, 4-point lead. Levon Aronian in clear second, and MVL in clear third now. The rest of the field more than 2 points behind.
Absolutely. Pairings for round 15, that's coming up.
Our key matchups will be, of course, the leader Fedoseev against Gavrilescu and Alireza Firouzja against Levon Aronian. I say we start with that match.
Fair. Tell us about the line score of our tournament leader.
Well, we've been looking at this. It's such a beautiful line score. There's 1-0 in there.
Yeah, that donut hurts. Yeah, because everything else is just gorgeous. 4 out of 5 in day 2 of Blitz for Vladimir, picking up where he left off, frankly.
Yes, they're absolutely having a
amazing
great day.
1 win.
If he wins now...
Even a draw.
Even a draw clinches?
Even a draw is enough, yeah.
Even a draw is enough to win the event with 3 rounds to spare.
Wow. Just an outstanding result. Congratulations, Vladimir. Through the magic of television, we get to show you the flag. Bishop e6 came, but not in time.
Yeah, because here Pragg wasn't losing at all. He had a very decent position, and he just didn't manage to play in time, and he flagged.
I think his intention had been, he's kind of like, he's going to trade rooks and play bishop e6, and then he saw, well, let me play bishop e6 first, and the flag.
Yeah, it was the most interesting game. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of flags.
Yeah,
actually.
that queen h6 came out of nowhere. Black was up a pawn, and what did he do?
The attack came out absolutely out of nowhere.
And knight g5.
Fedoseev finding bishop d5.
That's ridiculous.
That's
I mean, bishop d5,
defensive
Peter.
skills with a few seconds on the clock.
Well, no.
incredible.
I mean, your opponent plays a great attacking game. You go, okay, you're a great attacker. You're not supposed to be able to have the defensive skills as well. That bishop d5 was a remarkable
Out of necessity,
find.
which makes it. But yeah, I don't want to downgrade it.
Yeah.
I think he had a minute and a half, and Queen h6 must have been a shock, and he managed to sort of recollect himself, realize how few his options were, and nail down the one that gives him the best chance. He was still worse after bishop d5, but the shock of the move bishop d5 was such for Pragg that he actually kind of went down very quickly from there.
Right, because he's playing queen h6, thinking, I've got this in the bag. Bishop d5 and queen f6. What a remarkable find. It's just like sometimes you just say, and they do it in seconds too.
Very well played, yeah.
Yeah, the calculations.
But he's been doing it game in, game out. His play is not flawless. He makes mistakes.
Sure.
But he recovers from them within one game. He is capable of sort of forgetting that his position is no longer as good as it used to be. Maybe something has gone slightly wrong, or maybe not even slightly. And just refocus and solve the problem in front of him so very well that it's incredibly impressive.
True that. Wow, we're getting ready for this round 15 coming up. It's been fast paced, but throughout it all, Vladimir.
Remember what he said in the interview yesterday? That
get it over quickly.
Get it over. Don't wait till the last round.
No.
He's doing exactly that.
He didn't want to put himself in a position where it was a critical last round game or something. He says, I'm famous for losing those.
He's playing a kind of a decisive game now. He needs a draw with white against Gavrilescu. Four rounds
clinching. For clinching tournament victory.
So it's a good spot to be in.
Absolutely.
But we know it's difficult to make a draw in Blitz. He will be playing for a win.
Pretty sure he will be,
Yeah.
Given half a chance,
yeah.
I think he will be pushing for.
The decisive factor, by the way, we've seen a couple of rounds where there's been no draws. Okay, Veselin's contributed a lot of points, but still.
Yeah. I'm very curious where we'll end up in this tournament. For the Blitz portion specifically, I think it will be higher than the tour average. I feel it must be touching 80% now.
Well, just because Vladimir too is not.
One player winning every game and one
race
player.
for second place. Now it comes down to between MVL and Levon. Do they still have to face each other?
Now you're forcing me to look at my my pairing.
I think they do. So that's going to be.
I'm going to peek ahead to see.
Decisive game for the second place.
MVL versus Firouzja coming up.
Yeah, they're playing each other in the next round.
Oh, in the next
Wow,
round, yeah.
there it is, round 16, Levon versus MVL. I guess that's going to be our marquee matchup.
We're jumping ahead.
Right, but we are waiting for round 15 to get underway. What are they playing for? A lot of money.
A lot of money indeed. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $25,000. Good prizes for everybody, but also just as importantly, Grand Chess Tour points. 12 and 13 points up for grabs, but
those are gone.
Those are gone because Fedoseev is the wild card in this event.
They have left the ecosystem.
But players are still fighting for that 10, 8, 7, and as many points.
Absolutely. Now that you've mentioned that with a single draw, Vladimir could clinch, I think we better change our marquee matchup for the Blitz game, just to see the clinching game. Even though Firouzja versus Aronian will be our backup, but when you clinch, victory.
I don't know. We can watch the handshake in this one. Let's not change our minds. Let's be.
I don't know. No, I think we got overruled. People want to see Fedoseev win this event with 3 rounds to spare. So I think we're going to stick with this game.
It's a remarkable historic moment. A remarkable
he's making
moment.
history in this event.
Truly.
We all hope we're going to see him play lots of more of these tournaments.
Well, after a result like this, you know he's going to get a lot of invitations.
As he should.
As he deserves, yes, absolutely. By the way, I first met Vladimir here in St. Louis. He had come for one of the classic tournaments. Big shout out to Carissa. She did not achieve what she had hoped to do. She fell a half a point short in the Spring Classic to get her first Grandmaster norm. but she acquitted herself very, very well. I wanted to
She
say...
gained a lot of rating points.
Yes, she did.
Still had a great event.
Absolutely, and our congratulations to the winners. But we have these tournaments, these classics, where we have a Grandmaster round robins, and they finished yesterday. And
so much. Oh, there's always
Vladimir.
a chess event going on in
Yeah.
St. Louis.
And
It's
Vladimir
nice to see.
Fedoseev, he had
So
come.
you met him here?
Yes, exactly.
I met him back in Moscow when we were like 12 years old.
Oh no, we were playing
same
junior
age.
championships
Yeah.
together and stuff. Did you look and say, oh, he's going to be a future champion?
I mean, it was pretty obvious that he was going to be, yes.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
distinguished him in your mind? That
I mean, he was already very high rating. We were playing blitz tournaments in Moscow all the time, and he was beating everybody, so.
That's a distinguishing feature. He was winning all of the games. Okay. As we're getting ready, still, I didn't see the players taking their seats in Poland.
Yeah, we don't have a shot of the playing hall right now. I think they're still on break.
They're still on break, okay. There you do have the stage, and you're right.
Well, some players are already at the board.
That looks MVL there.
MVL abandoned the sweater today, right?
And he's playing better without it.
Yeah, the experiment with the sweater has been declared
Abandoned.
unsuccessful, yeah.
That's Levon arriving. Yeah, he's only half point ahead of MVL, so he needs to keep winning. And especially in the next round, everything will be decided then. Not everything, but a lot of things.
Many things, yeah. And there we have our dear leader getting to the board at the very top of your screen.
When you think about, when I think about the Blitz games and the World Championship, we made mention of it in previous broadcasts that Poland had hosted the World Championship, and that was the one where MVL became the world champion of Blitz. Magnus Carlsen finishing somewhere in like 13th position, and Duda was the one. MVL and Duda were the standout.
They
players.
played a very dramatic playoff.
Games have begun.
And they
Trump all day, every day. Well, all day today.
All day
Maybe
today.
Not all day, every day, but all day today.
Okay, I'm just going to, as we were saying, with a draw, Vladimir clinches first place.
But we're sure he's not playing for a draw.
He's not playing for
I don't
a draw.
think he is. Yeah, I think he is going for it.
This particular, I wanted to say, this particular where setup where you haven't played knight f6, I can play for c2, c3, playing a kind of a reverse Caro-Kann, and preparing to meet the move queen b6 with my
I wonder if he's
queen
intending
b3.
to play f6 though. Sometimes they play f6 in these lines. f6, knight h6 is...
Such an ugly looking move, but I've seen it, yes. It's somewhat popular.
f6, bishop h4, knight h6 is definitely not unplayable in some of these positions. I'm not sure about this one specifically, but in some of them for certain.
It's funny how Engine already likes this for black so much. You can see the eval bar,
the evaluation bar on our screen. Takes, bishop f5, again, very, very
I was wondering if he's going to do something like this, because he had that game against Prague yesterday, Gavrilescu did, which he completely outplayed Prague out of the opening with this idea of f6, g5, h5, and so on. And I thought, you know, now that the bishop is on g5, and you can even gain a tempo doing exactly the same thing, it might be very attractive to him. Although I don't quite see where queen c7 fits into that picture, because you're kind of...
He's really playing in Caro-Kann style.
But yeah, that just looks peculiar, right?
Yeah.
Because you're going to be playing bishop
I guess you're just
g3.
unpinning your e-pawn to play e6, to be honest. I think maybe that's just it.
He didn't want to play knight f6 and allow bishop f6, I'm guessing.
Bishop b5, that's a surprise move.
Maybe c4 now? That would be one way to try to explain
Before castling?
Well, trying to, you know, scare black into some indiscretions, but yeah, it shouldn't be great. I'm just wondering why we played bishop b5 and not bishop b2.
Agreed.
He castles, we'll probably see knight e7 and then maybe c4?
I mean, normal play is rook e1, bishop g3, and play for the control of the e5 square, but...
Yeah, very solid position, but black has no problems at all.
No.
And we're on move 11, so it's still very early in the game. If players could offer draws, I think we could see that happen here, but there's no draw offers allowed. They can only draw by making 3-move repetition or going king versus king.
Exactly. As Peter described it, bishop to g3, fighting for the e5 square. This knight on d2 also doesn't make the greatest impressions. Sometimes
it
you
allows
do.
knight g6, knight f4, though, right?
Sorry?
The move he just made
Queen
allows
e-
knight g6, knight f4. So we're actually not succeeding in getting the dark square bishops off the board. I'm not sure I love that.
Knight g6, bishop g3, knight f4. I'm not forced to trade it, but you're right. I'm not getting the dark square bishops off the board either.
I think I would probably trade and maybe play g3 and then knight e5. We're not guessing the moves.
No. Not one bit. Not one bit. We're not even close. I thought that the move queen e2 was a prelude to playing the move bishop d3, and yet Vladimir hesitated as well. Knight f4. I'm going after this dark square bishop, and yes, I would take it on g3, and yes, I would play b5 in a minority attack. Not guessing the moves.
Not guessing the moves, no.
I think knight's still going to f4. Okay.
You were so close on this one, Nazi. I really.
This
knight's
confuses me a great deal.
Knight's going to f4. Continue your thought there. This one I understand. This one I can kind of go knight to b3, a5, knight to c5.
Black's going to play e5, right?
I think Gavrilescu is signaling quite heavily that he's preparing to go e6, e5, and he should, because a5, knight c5, if you allow that kind of a grip on the queen side, you will
regret.
Yeah, at least slightly worse, and maybe even not
Here we
slightly.
go.
Yeah.
Just as finally we caught one. e5.
All right, so after d takes e, knight
Swaps them up.
takes.
Knight takes. We'll put our queen, I presume, on c2. So that we keep the d4 square open for
But
our
if
knight.
black goes queen c4, not threatening anything, it's just an active square for my queen.
I'll put my knight on d4 and say, great, you've got a good knight, I've got a good knight. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, this position is very equal.
Yeah, this seems very healthy. Do we play queen e2?
e2.
That's annoying.
Rook e7, I think, solves most of the issues, whatever, you know.
Okay,
such
I'll
as
go
they
back
are.
to d4.
Yeah.
You'll go back to c6, but
Queen c4 is another option here. Queen c4 trying to solve that problem of
the pin
along the e file immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, and then maybe the endgame is tiny bit preferable for black.
well,
No?
he's done it. Queen c4. I'm looking at knight a5.
Oh, that's a good inclusion. But there is some tactics maybe? Queen e2, knight f3, have king f1.
Yeah, I think knight g4 is healthy, but even here, take on e2 and knight c6. I think good French players would expect a draw for around about that time.
Good point.
For people who aren't as good of a French player, it still remains to be seen how equal it is. But like if you play this against, I don't know, Yusupov or Dalmatov or Korchnoi or somebody from that school.
By the way, queen c4, and suddenly I'm kind of happy about white's position. I agree, the rook on e8 is defended, but it's not that I'm afraid of either knight c4 or knight c6.
Yeah, white seems to have a lot of easy moves coming, and black still has some small problems to solve.
Exactly.
What would you play here?
I was thinking about queen h5.
Yeah, me too.
The idea being, on a good day, I can play knight f5 and start to intimate knight e7, queen to g4. With my knight on f5, I might checkmate you.
It's
By
not
the way,
hard to blunder.
it's easy to blunder. This was the question. You could play knight d3. I wanted to... He didn't play rook e8 and queen d5. I thought those were the... I thought he had been...
Rook e2 is not a good move. You're right, Yasser. Rook e8 was much better.
He
Rook
was
e2 got a question mark.
that he was calculating this, but
Wait,
he
knight
didn't.
b2 is hanging, because then there's queen c3 coming. That's a pawn blunder?
Let's go. Knight takes b2. That's a genuine whole pawn, Peter.
And an important one at that, but he did not find it. He played rook e4.
Rook e4 is a solid positional move, but knight takes b2 was a very solid tactical move.
Yes.
And those often are stronger.
Yes. That was, and rook to d1, knight
that tactic
drops.
will not get reintroduced.
Okay, let me just refresh my board. Rook to d1. The knight got chased away. Knight went back to c5. By the way, give me the pawn. You can't have it. a5.
Yeah, let's play queen c7 for now, I guess. And it's not hanging yet, but it might hang in the future.
Well, we've got some weird things.
The rook on e4 is quite annoying.
True, true. I don't really want to take it and allow d5 takes e4.
Full extra minute on the clock, though, very importantly.
Wait a minute. Rook e4, d4, knight f5?
Yeah.
I'm starting to...
I'm also very drawn to this, I agree.
Knight f5, queen
maybe we
g4?
don't take, but we have to take with the pawn.
And
He's done it.
for it.
He's done it.
He sees the opportunity with knight f5.
Boy, Vladimir, he's so alert.
Yeah.
He, you know, he's when he
You don't get 23 points without being super alert.
Yeah, when he gets his tactical opportunities, it seems like, okay, David clearly missed knight b2, but Vladimir's looking at knight f5, and he's saying, I've got a shout.
And there is only one good move in this position, and I don't think it will be played.
Uh-oh, don't tell me some crazy...
You have to play g6.
Be serious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, you are in tremendous amounts of trouble.
I mean, you can't bring yourself to play g6, Nazi, because the knight on f5 is going to munch that pawn.
With a check.
With a check. You don't just voluntarily...
But if you calculate after knight h6, king g7, both queen and knight are under attack. And there's not a lot of room for queen to keep protecting the knight. You play queen g5, I can play f6. And then there's maybe rook h8 coming, and your knight might get trapped on h6. And he's played it.
Wow.
Well done
So
to
good.
Gavrilescu. Yeah, this
Wow.
was necessary.
Only
and now the
moves.
position is not that clear at all. Again, you play f6, and then maybe you plant your knight on d3. He's done it immediately. Allowing knight g4 is...
Not
I
a
would
good
have tried
idea.
not allowing knight g4, but he has queen f5 there. He actually is still kind of healthy.
Well, queen f5.
Queen e6 is...
I'd trade a knight e3. It's a pawn.
And David is down to 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
While Vladimir is enjoying his 2 minutes on the clock.
That's usually a decisive factor. That's too
big
great
of
a
a gap,
disparity in the clock times. Queen is objectively speaking, though, Peter.
There is no mate, but we are up a pawn. We can play something like b2, b4 here. I can see.
Let's not forget he also only needs a draw to win this event, so he could go queen h6 check, come back queen g5 and repeat.
No.
Not his style.
Not his style.
But he could. That's
Yeah, he
that's on the
absolutely could,
table.
but he is going to go
F3.
for it.
This is a blunder.
E3 wins for black.
What?
See, this is wow. Everything can. But he's not playing it. He played rook h8.
Yeah, and now
F3 win. Why was there a winning?
The pawn was just going forward.
E3 just kind of wins a lot of material.
Now he's winning with queen f6 check.
King g8 and something
Knight
simple.
f2.
Knight f2 is winning.
Knight f2 is very beautiful.
If he spots this, and I think he
Queen
will.
f6. Will he? Oh, there's queen d8 check and queen takes d3 also.
Yeah, there are
choices.
prosaic options available,
Knight
but
f2
knight
is
f2
beautiful.
followed by queen d8 wins a full piece.
He might do one check. Oh, he's taking
No, he just
queen
goes for
d3.
queen takes d3. This rook ending after queen d4 check is very, very pleasing.
Zero
But,
risk, of course, extra pawn.
He was winning on the spot though.
What a risk he took with that f3 move, though.
Wow. Well, I think he just he may have missed, simply missed how
C4,
powerful
C5.
E3 is.
I would have played c4, c5 there, but what he's doing is also,
Oh, black is so passive here, and white has an active rook, extra pawn.
more time on the clock as well.
Yes. A lot
Yeah,
more, because David's down to 5 seconds.
Yeah, he should convert from here. I think it's probably
King
just
d4,
winning now.
easy,
King
easy,
D4, King
easy
C5.
conversion now.
You're just so far ahead with your play.
And just to update the viewers, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has won his game.
Yeah, time to play c4, I think.
Setting up a huge game for the next round. So he'll play Levon Aronian.
Levon is losing also.
Ooh.
Yeah, things are heating up for that second place race, but we're watching Vladimir win
Nice little trick there by
Rook takes b7.
Gavrilescu,
No. King
but
c6,
it's not
discover
coming.
check. Very good move, b4, b5, not falling for the trick.
Now
But
But now we take, we play, I guess, rook b6
b6,
check
yeah.
and then king c5. Still king c5, I guess. We don't need to change our plan here.
no, king.
Or that.
Whoa.
King c5. He just needs to.
He's
play
worried
that.
about rook a4, but I'm pretty sure it's still winning because we have mating threats on the other
Yeah.
side of the board.
I agree.
But
King
he has
c5.
time. He has 45 seconds. He can think for a little bit.
Is this an easy conversion?
Maybe not for me, but for him it should be. Rook takes f6.
I think rook a4 check is maybe stronger. Oh no, you take on b5, but then rook a, no,
What?
Rook a2 cannot be the move.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an easy.
And now we go king
back.
e3.
No,
Still winning.
that was a very strange
King
sequence.
e3, king f3 was winning the g5 pawn.
Right?
That was simpler.
Rook f2. So here we see our tournament leader. All he needs is a draw, and it's from a position of strength. A draw wins the event.
This is no longer a simple conversion, but considering he only needs a draw, he can enjoy it at his leisure.
And he's definitely playing for a win.
Oh, of course he is.
With the extra pawn, for sure.
Would be
Rook to e5?
Rook e6 check, rook e5 check.
Or rook e5 immediately, no?
Yeah, or even that. Yeah, actually go for it. And then king f5, and you cannot play 5 because rook, I think the pawn ending is lost.
That is, and he's allowed the pawn ending, rook e5.
Isn't this winning? It's
easily.
very easily winning, right?
Yes, and that does it. That does it. That's a winning king and pawn
And that's
ending.
the title in a very emphatic fashion there for Vladimir Fedoseev.
Well done. Just simply well done.
We're going to see king h7, last move.
Even g4, g5.
G4?
You no longer need to think about moves,
G5.
yeah. There you have it.
Well done.
Huge congratulations to Vladimir Fedoseev, winning the event with 3 rounds to spare.
5 out of 6. He just picked up where he left off, Peter.
He's still on course for 27, by the way. If he wins the last 3, he's still on course for 27.
Well, we were lauding his 8 out of 9. He might get it again. He gave up a loss, but the man of the moment.
And there he is, congratulated by the chief arbiter, Chris Bird.
Yeah.
Who, of course, knows that this concludes the proceedings.
Well, his interview, he said, I don't want to give myself an opportunity of blowing it. He did it early.
Yes, he did. He wins the Superbet Rapid and Blitz and takes home $40,000.
Our congratulations. He totally destroyed our AI stat.
And must have gained incredible amount of rating points
Right.
in both Rapid and Blitz.
Right. It was a tale of 2 players. But tell us about the other games that we have missed, Peter.
And I specifically want to show one variation from this game. I briefly mentioned we were discussing the advanced French and the fact that these days against the advanced French there is this new trend of just giving black the d4 pawn and playing as if it doesn't matter. Continuing to never touch it with anything.
Ignoring everything.
Yeah, and Levon, I think, arguably should have continued ignoring it from his side as well. Instead, he went d takes c3, allowing this. I'm pretty sure he couldn't really understand why he's supposed to be worried about things here. Missing, I assume, this really beautiful shot, knight f6 check. And now after king f8, he's in trouble. But he specifically, I wanted to show you this line. This was not found by Alireza. Rook d2 is very, very strong, borderline winning for white. Specifically because of this line. Takes, bishop takes f6, knight takes d4.
Please
And if you
continue.
take on d4, we go rook takes d4.
Bishop
Please
h6.
continue. Bishop h6 check, king g8.
Please
queen-
continue.
Please continue. And this is mate in 3. This did not happen. Instead, Alireza played knight h5. This is still better for white, but sort of playable for black. In fact, Levon had a number of chances to really come back into the game later. Here, had he played like h6 and rook d8, or maybe the immediate rook d8, his position is no longer that bad. And even towards the very, very end, in this position, had he played bishop d8, I guess he was worried he will lose this bishop to some kind of a pin, but he does have king h7. But he played queen takes h4, allowing bishop e7 and bishop f6, and suddenly he is back to being completely lost.
Ouch.
And from that moment onwards, Alireza did not let go of his advantage, and that's a very important loss for Levon in his fight for second. And the other game I wanted to show was that game between MVL and Deac, which honestly I did not follow all that closely because there were exciting things elsewhere, and also because it was that very famous open Spanish line in which theory currently thinks this is equal. I've had occasion to look at this a little bit with modern engines, and they do seem to suggest black is fine. But then after b4, a5 takes bishop b3, already black seemed to go astray. I really don't like the move e5, a4 because it really kills off your own structure. And these types of positions, sorry, this is a bit too far. But if we look at this, there's no longer really any counterplay in the center. Black does have a rook and 2 pawns for the 2 pieces, but the structure is completely rigid. And the simple fact that white has 5 pieces playing against 4 eventually turns out to be very often to be the decisive factor, and MVL went on to win this game.
Thank you, Peter. And the standings, we do have a champion, but the fight for second is so keen. Please.
Right, Fedoseev has already finished his tournament in the first place, but things have changed. Now it's MVL who is in clear second, and half point behind him is Levon Aronian. So these two will be fighting for that second place.
And in our very next round. But first, we're going to get the view from Warsaw. Over to you, Anastasiya and Maurice.
Well, certainly we want to congratulate Vladimir Fedoseev on winning the event with 3 rounds to spare. What an impressive performance indeed. And he just looks cool as ever. Cool as a cucumber, that guy. Well, people who are not so cool at the moment, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who we mentioned in 2022 he came in first, 2023 he came in second, 2024 he came in third, and he would dream of coming in fourth at the moment right now because he has just sank like a rock, and he did in this game as well against Praggnanandhaa, who is trying to surge. This game is very interesting. If you look at it, it looks basically quiet. Watch the next few moves. I'm going to play them a tempo just for you to watch these pawn storm take place as white advances on the queen side and black does the same on the king side. And it's just pawns going down the board. I mean, just absolutely rich game. A couple of inaccuracies to be sure, but the game is just pure pawn chaos. I mean, sacrifices, captures, and then this g4. Remember just a few moves ago, I was showing you a quiet position. Absolute insanity. The bishop shows up on the diagonal. And then after this move, an exchange sacrifice by white, which happened not to work out because now black is just up material, and black was able to actually open up the H file. And you might wonder, well, what's the significance of that? Well, take a look, because once he opened up this file, he played this cheeky move, f6, which his opponent missed the point, when suddenly a rook showed up on that file, and that was that. Queen's going to also end up on that side as well, and the game is simply over. Those quiet games, you never know. They could just simply explode, especially when you start pushing pawns.
Exactly, and Pragg actually improved his situation after winning this game, but still it's a rival between Maxime and Aronian for the second place, and I really like it because, you know, they're friends in life and they're competitors when it comes to chess.
Always.
Always like that, and I kept my eyes on the game between Veselin, Topalov and Aravindh, and I would say that Veselin seemed like he was never in danger to lose this game because Aravindh started to play very aggressively right in the opening and allowed Veselin to get like significant advantage. He won a pawn and position was also very good. But then again, what happened? It was all about time. He never had the chance to lose, it seemed. But then on seconds, he just simply lost on time in the position, which I would like to show the final position. I mean, the position is still good for white. He managed even to trick his opponent into this one, where his pawn is really well advanced and white still has good chances. But Aravindh always kept the position complicated and you know, pressing his opponent, making him think more and more. And this is what happened in the end. In Blitz, you can lose like that. So Topalov lost one more game. It doesn't look good for him at the moment.
Yes, you got to stay in form. When you know you're going to play Rapid and Blitz, the best thing to do is practice some Rapid and Blitz before the tournament. He mentioned that he was hanging out with his family and such. That form, lack of form, is showing in this event, and we'll hopefully next time he'll show what a legend he truly is.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Anastasiya. Well, as we go on break, before we go on break, we like to say we have a winner, and congratulations to Vladimir as he put his print.
Very convincing win. He
On this
completely
tournament.
dominated this field.
He did.
Huge congratulations, and we hope to see more of this from him.
Absolutely. $40,000 richer, but he also takes a lot of the Grand Chess Tour points away from the other tour competitors, Peter.
Yes. Sad day for everybody else, but a very, very convincing performance by Vladimir. Huge congrats to him.
Exactly.
Well played, sir.
We will be back from our break shortly. Don't go anywhere.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
Just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections: Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
I'm Justin King. I'm a sculptor here in St. Louis, and I tend to make a lot of work with recycled materials, and especially cardboard. I make a lot of animals. It's one of my favorite things to make. So the World Chess Hall of Fame, they're doing an exhibit called Pawns and Paws, and it's showing off all the animals that are influenced within chess. And so we got this crazy idea to make a T-Rex. It's a wonderful opportunity to work with the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I've had the pleasure of working with the Chess Hall of Fame before. We got together during Chess the Musical at the Muni, and we were promoting that. And so we made a knight chess piece out of other chess pieces. And as people stood in line, they were able to sign and draw all over these chess pieces. Then I was able to collect those and reconstruct it. And then when I got the email and phone call to come back and make something, we decided to go big, and we made this big T-Rex, and we're excited to put it where it's going to be and seen by so many people from all over, so I'm super pumped about it.
At the World Chess Hall of Fame, we love highlighting the talent of the St. Louis art community. And when I was curating Paws and Pawns, Justin King was a natural fit with his fun and whimsical animal sculptures. We're looking forward to seeing how our visitors react to this oversized T-Rex that'll be popping out of the wall, enlivening the space.
Welcome back, everyone. We have only 3 games left. Blitz is almost over.
What an eventful Blitz it has been, as we see our standings after 15 rounds, Nasi.
And if you missed it, Vladimir Fedoseev already won the event
Clinched.
with 3 rounds to spare, and now fight goes on for 2nd place.
As we have the opening ceremonial move of this round, and
it was made by Hyuk Lee, a famous pianist, who I guess is perhaps performing in Warsaw at the moment.
And we have Levon, Aronian, and Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave
Greenfeld on the board.
And look at them go. This is the big fight for the 2nd place.
2nd place for the 10 GST points.
Rook B1, all very theoretical.
I am apprehensive about this.
You expect a draw?
This is a very draw-heavy line.
Well, for MVL,
not bad, because he's
that would be
second.
great.
Yeah.
He's got the black pieces, and as you say,
After rook takes b7, I am tremendously apprehensive about this.
It'll just be a draw.
They've gained time. MVL has 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
They get a 2-second bonus for each move they complete, but bishop b4, that's stopped.
Yeah, the blitzing has stopped. It's a move that, of course, is quite well known. I think the line goes knight c6 and bishop takes c7, rook b8 maybe is the cleanest.
And how do these 2 players match up? I know they match up a lot. Look at this.
This is in Blitz. 81 draws.
81 draws.
28 wins for Levon and 42 wins for MVL. So big favorite MVL, but 81 draws.
Wow. Wow, you could just write a trilogy on the draws.
Just sick of playing each other.
My goodness. And that's all formats, right? Classic, Blitz, Rapids, and everything. Knight c6, bishop takes e7. Yeah. You were saying, Peter,
surprisingly, taking on e7, I mean, it's possible, but it requires some precision. I have a feeling maybe Levon has done this against me once. And I did make a draw, but I had to struggle a little bit.
What is the right approach for black?
For some reason, I want to say rook fb8 is more precise than knight takes e7, but my memory kind of eludes me here. It's been a while since I repeated this. In this line in particular, the one with rook takes b7, there's been so many identical draws made in it. I'm sure you remember that position within the black knight on e1 and white giving her perpetual with rook g7, rook d7.
Yes.
I was kind of dreading them doing it again, but of course it doesn't really suit the person trailing in the tournament, so Levon does something else.
By the way, knight takes e7, queen takes d4, queen e6,
yeah,
all played rather quickly.
Yeah, rook a7, knight c6, so you cannot win the a-pawn straight away, but you can try to pretend for a bit. Of course, black wants to go knight c6, knight e5, and then he will probably be completely fine. So you need to be quite fast with white here. If you were to create a single problem for black, you need to do it more or less right away, because otherwise, why would black be
Can
worse?
we try h4, h5?
I think...
Since you mentioned do something fast, I looked at h4.
h4, you would love to put the pawn on h6, but I think we're playing knight c6 and knight to e5. That's
yeah,
a tempo.
I'll go queen e3 and I'll still go h5.
And just hope to get a wedge on... And h4, h5?
Oh, for black?
Well, whoa.
Consider.
e5. Okay, so his idea is that he wants to take the knight if it comes to c6.
And MVL says, okay, I will defend this 4 against 3. He didn't have to. He had more ambitious options, I guess. But I guess he feels very, very confident in holding this, as he should. It's not a very difficult position to hold. You can even maybe begin by playing f7, f6 to make it into a 2 against 3. Yeah, he goes rook a8 first. This is going to be a kind of a dry game.
I think so too. Shall we just check in on our backup?
Yes, we can. And we can always come back if anything changes here.
I wanted to see the game between Prague and Veselin, which we see the two players on the screen. By the way, they've got a board full of pieces, and guess what? We have a hedgehog. It's Veselin Topalov saying, you know, when I was young, this is how we played. We played the hedgehog.
There's only been one pair of pawns traded. Yeah, rest are still on the board.
And look at this crazy
that
move.
Last move, bishop.
Bishop a1. Somewhere a man by the name of Anatoly Karpov is smiling because this was a very a hallmark feature of his style of play was to keep his pieces always very, very well protected and out of the range.
But now black could play e5 and b5, right? Those typical hedgehog moves. When you can make that break, you should.
Right, exactly.
So,
in particular, now that white has played g4, which creates knight e6, knight f4 ideas for black as well, apart from the usual stuff.
As Bobby Fischer said, to get squares, you got to give them. You play the move e5, you give up the d5 square, but as you were mentioning, Peter, maybe you get the f4 square. Veselin saying, this is how we play. And you were mentioning b5.
Yeah, I heard from our producer that Fedoseev is now world number 17 in Blitz, moved up from 20-something.
Oh, I'm sure he bounced a trampoline, you know.
And he gained 58 rating points. I mean, that's...
So far.
So far, yeah.
Don't forget, there's still more to come. Knight is coming to f4. Maybe on a good day, the bishop actually also swings.
And now we play bishop b2, kind of admitting, well, not defeat, but some fault. I liked knight b4 better. I thought knight b4 with the intention of putting it either on d5 or maybe on d3 if the knight appears on f4 for black. He might still do it. I think this knight on c2 probably belongs on b4, but yeah, bishop b2 for now. Bishop
I like
h6.
this one. I like this one. Just kind of patrolling the diagonal.
Well, the engine disagrees. It gave it a question mark.
Really, it's the most natural move in the position. Putting the bishop on this pretty diagonal.
Hard for me to understand why this would be a mistake.
Right. Maybe
something stronger was available.
b5.
So if I go knight d5, do you go back?
Knight d5?
That's what engine was suggesting.
I was going to capture
and
put the knight on
but I guess
f4.
The engine cares about the knight landing on c6 more than it cares about the knight landing on f4, which is far from obvious.
Right.
Really, really non-obvious to me.
But we see h4 played, threatening g5 now. Well, it's
not a threat.
Not a threat because black has knight h5.
but still it's something to occupy your mind, right? So knight f4 or bishop
I still
f4?
like b5. I
You'd
want
still-
to get that move in while I still can.
So b6, b5. Clock time's a factor in Nazi.
2 minutes for both players.
And bishop f4, queen h3. Very quickly played by Prague. It's like whatever piece you put on f4, the other piece is desiring to go there, right? So
b7 is okay. He has an idea to play bishop c8 and attack the diagonal, especially g4 pawn. But I like this knight b4 response.
exactly. And what Peter was saying is that
Whoa!
we could,
Next
whoa,
move g5.
that never crossed my
That's
mind.
probably not great, yeah.
That never crossed my mind. G5.
Both knights to d5 are now good for slightly different reasons, but any knight to d5 now gives white a very pleasant position.
Well, you mentioned the possibility of planting a knight on c6, a knight c3 to
And now
d5.
another knight can go to f5. So you can have d5, f5 knights. Knight d3, knight f5.
And that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, it's a very good thing.
Bishop
It's
takes
very-
d5 and e takes d5, disbalancing the structure now is very strong.
It looks very
E
good.
takes drives the knight from e6 to some unfortunate squares because you don't want to get hit by knight e2.
I was thinking white could trade the bishops with bishop c1 instead of knight e2. Get rid of the
Yeah, he's
bishop.
taken with e. Yeah, I think Veselin probably wants to play knight d4, but then after takes, white actually has some breakthroughs.
f4.
Yeah,
There's
f4,
immediate
bishop takes
f4.
f4 and something. Yeah.
I think it's time. Oh, if I try to plan on c5, I've got
Yeah,
b4
I think
issues.
you play knight d4. Knight f8 may have been objectively stronger, but nobody plays that. I
Right.
think you want your pieces on active squares, but yeah, now f4 followed by
Knight e4 also looks
Knight
very good here.
e4.
knight e4 looks very attractive as well. Yep.
Knight e4 and bishop takes in case
Yeah,
of
this is
knight
what he's
takes
gone
e4.
for.
We can take with the rook as well. Everything is good here.
Well, bishop
h6. Yeah, Engine didn't love bishop before as much as it liked rook e4.
Because
Really?
the threat of f4 was very, very strong in
Yeah.
the other position, and now you kind of have to,
Oh, we can play bishop b1, queen d3. Looks very good.
yeah.
Bishop b1, getting ready for.
King g2 is a bit empty. I'm not sure about king g7.
Oh, there's rook
though.
d4 now.
Yeah, rook d4
Very
feels
tempting.
incredibly attractive. Yeah, I don't know how you win after black takes and goes. I don't know, king
He's done
g8
it.
back maybe.
King g8 back.
Yeah, but then queen f3, queen f5 even. I think we have time to be quite slow.
You can also do queen g3, f4.
Mm-hmm.
And then g5, and it's just game over.
Yeah, this once again looks quite crushing for.
Black queen is
for
too
Prague.
far away to defend the king side. Rooks cannot help, so simply queen g3, f4 is just
Yeah.
winning.
I agree. I mean, it because you said queen g3, f4. King g3, f4, I mean, it looks like you've got everything.
Even king g3 might
King
be
g3, f4 might be, yes,
queen
no.
f3.
Prague is going for very
Queen f8 was chosen.
queen. Bishop g6 on the agenda? Okay.
If you wanted to play rook e5, you probably should have done it on a previous move, because now you've also given white some bishop g6 chances.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
That the
even
king
if you
was on
just-
g7 was actually pretty decent. But rook e5, good move, one move late.
Takes. I guess you might as well play b3. I mean, unless we blunder a pawn there somewhere. Queen d6. At least it becomes easier to play for black. You kind of know what your next 25 moves are. You're just going to
Right.
be passing here.
Well, the bishop is actually nicely anchored because you've got two weak pawns. Oops, I was about to say h6 and e5 are weak.
Prague deciding to go for it. But king e7, rook queen f6, I don't quite see how we are breaking through. Or even rook f8, yeah, Veselin trying to play even more solidly. Queen h3.
This is not convincing. I'm sorry. No.
I'm not sold on this.
I'm not either.
I'm not
a6,
sold.
a5.
He wants rook h6. I understand why queen h3 was played. He's creating a threat of sorts, but yeah, I'm not sold on this idea. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if
Rook h6, g4
was
now
a
loses a
threat.
rook, very importantly.
Yeah, I was thinking a5, rook h6, g.
Oh, he's still going for g4.
g4, queen takes g4, there's no follow-up. You can play it, but you don't like. And then king d6 maybe, because you stopped rook h6.
Any takers for rook g8?
I like rook g8.
Allowing c5 though. I mean, I understand you want the countermate on the other side, but
Well, how can you stop
e4.
c5 though?
Okay,
E4,
bishop takes, queen e5.
Not even queen d4, but
I guess we
queen
put it on f3 just to be extra certain of.
Engine
not
says
dropping.
white is winning now.
Yeah.
How, we're not sure, but it's good.
Well, we're a pawn up and threatening c5. I think it's quite prosaic again.
Back to, for some reason, I really thought his intention.
But then queen
was
e6 check though.
I didn't see it.
And just to let people know, this game ended in a draw, so.
The impossible. Vladimir had not made a single draw. He's allowing queen e6 check.
Oh.
There's no immediate follow-up, but we can. I think queen f7, sorry, rook f7 probably wins quite comfortably actually, because the king on d8 is so weak. We will probably have a mating attack against it, even without the rooks on the board. Yeah, rook.
Oh, mate.
That's not good.
That
Maybe
is
he
not-
thought this was a check.
No.
Yeah, I don't know
That
what
was
rook
it.
h8 was.
We're going to go back to our game of MVL.
It just finished in a draw. We have one game left. It's Duda still playing against David Gavrilescu.
Where are you, Duda? There you are.
And the players have 7 seconds on the
Yeah,
clock.
rook ending, 3 versus 3. Looks like a...
People have lost these endgames though, with white. With white,
yeah.
not with black. Yeah, with white. People have absolutely lost these endgames sometimes.
And Alireza Firouzja also won his game.
I believe he was playing against Aravindh.
Maybe not this one though, because it's just very, very difficult to make any progress. Eventually, you have to play f5, f4, f3. The only shot at winning this
And he's
involves playing f5, f4, f3.
He's followed your prescription.
Yeah,
King
but he's
d3.
already losing after
Yeah,
king
yeah. This should not be allowed so easily.
What-
King c4 and then f3.
Actually, king c4 not winning anymore. Yeah, king d2 was winning.
Okay, yeah.
So
Now
you
it's
could
a
play
draw
rook
again,
check
rook
and
f8.
Very intricate. f3.
King e1.
By the way,
King e1. Yeah.
This is such a hard defense with no time. You're playing
now
on
you
increment.
give checks forever.
Yeah, I lost this endgame in the American Cup playoffs.
And now he's
Against
losing
Jennifer Yu.
again. 2 rook a1, rook
Oh,
f1.
Yeah, it's so
You have
easy
to continue
miss one
giving
move.
checks, yeah.
That's exactly how I lost with rook f1.
Oh.
He hasn't played rook f1 though, for whatever reason.
Well, now we have checks.
Now it's a draw again.
Checks, check, check, check.
Well, players have 2 seconds, so
Yeah, you can't.
can't blame them.
Absolutely.
Rook c2 back. He will still try to
king
get that
e1.
position, but white shouldn't allow it anymore.
Check, check, check.
Is he going to hide on c1?
Trying to
He's
get it over
trying
to
to
c1,
hide
but
on
it doesn't
c1.
really give him very
Yeah.
much. I don't like. He keeps on putting the rook on h8. It's kind of irrelevant. You're never really like taking on h4 is the way you lose this position.
I thought he blundered mate.
No.
Let's check.
We did see a checkmate. That was one of our Stump the Commentator questions. Is he still... Can we take the rook?
We could have.
Yes. And
We
king
could have,
e1.
yeah. That was available.
Yeah, there was a draw.
That
He
was
has
available
missed a
on
yeah.
the spot, yeah.
He has missed a draw.
It's still a draw, but he has to be careful.
King.
Check, check, king c2, king b1.
I think king e1 just to get out of rook
There may
d1
be
check.
so many moves you'd think they're gaining time, but they're not. It's still 5 seconds.
Right?
They're just not flagging.
Again, king e. Okay. Finally, he didn't go after the h pawn. He went after the e pawn.
Okay, maybe. Oh, I was going to say maybe through move repetition,
King
but not yet.
e1.
King comes back to c2. Rook a4, he can start checks again.
Exactly. Check.
Rook d4.
So how does he get back to that position? He needs to get the king back to e5 again, right? Rook a4, and then he's trying e3, but
that should make things a lot
in a way easier
easier?
for white to operate, I guess. Yeah, rook
Check.
a check, king f4, rook g8, I guess.
Yes.
You can also play king f2.
Was king f2 allowed?
Yeah.
Allowing the...
It's okay to allow rook d2.
Rook f8. No, this
Oh,
is
this is
what are you?
lost.
This is people keep on doing this. This is completely lost. Alireza did this recently.
Oh my God.
This is you. Can't, you
He
did he see that?
Yeah, he flags unbelievable.
Triangulation, very impressive.
Yeah,
but
it's
yeah,
very strange for me to prove. Like this is one of the more well-known pawn endgames, and
just to see that in television time, you need
Any other move, rook f8.
rook f8. But
much any
this
square, I
trade
think, yeah.
allows a winning king and pawn endgame because you triangulate. You want
the same position with white to move.
Exactly.
And you do it by exactly what Jan-Krzysztof is doing here.
Yes. And now it's white to move. King f2, king f4, king e1, and he lost on time as well. But almost a heroic defense, but over to you.
Almost, yeah. I just wanted to show you the beginning of this game.
Sure.
Gavrilescu has done this before in this tournament, this idea of knight takes e6 and queen d3, queen g3, in exactly the same fashion. Black kind of gets rid of the queen side. And here, kind of ambitiously, Black chose not to take on b3. I think I would have taken on b3 in a heartbeat here.
Right.
But he goes a3. And then the position becomes, sorry about that, the position becomes a lot less standard, actually. Because after a3, white went e d5, cd5, knight b5, bishop a6, c4, bishop takes b5, and c takes b5. And a very strange structure appears where Black has this beautiful center, but white has bishops for now and an important passer on b5. And in fact, somewhere around here, white is actually pressing. You can go rook c6, you can go rook c5. But then later they traded everything down, and they got this kind of a weird-looking position where Black has a passer on d2 and the move queen e1 check, to which we are just going to be ignoring, and white has a passer on the b file. But it also is not going very far because Black can always give up a rook for it, trading for the pawn on g2. And that, in fact, happened quite quickly. Rook d3, queen b1, rook d7, queen c2, e5, b7. And there we have it. This is the endgame we've been watching, which you really aren't supposed to lose.
Not even close.
And apart from that one mistake where he allowed rook a1 check, rook f1, David was defending really, really well until that really inexplicable decision to play rook takes e4, because Alireza has lost this very recently. It made news. So yeah, I don't quite know why you would do that, because pretty much any square for the rook here is a very comfortable draw. And elsewhere we have the game, which we should show what happened in this game, but Vladimir, now that he doesn't really need anything, he went back to playing like really straightforward openings, the first sighting of a proper Sveshnikov in this tournament. And they played a long theoretical line with Black, I think, equalizing quite comfortably. And somewhere by move 25, we have this position where the entire queen side has disappeared. Yes, white has a very beautiful square on d5 for the bishop, but there's nothing for it to attack. And Black is doing quite well. And I guess Vladimir is interested less than we are in this whole narrative of getting to 27 points. He is very happy with just playing normal games of chess and seeing how they go.
Thank you, Peter. Standings, Nazi.
Let's have a look. Who's now in second? Well,
who's now in second?
MVL keeps his second place since he drew Levon Aronian. And Prague is in fourth place.
Still in the mix.
Behind. Yeah, he
still in the mix.
Catch up with second or third place.
Let's toss it over to Warsaw and Anastasiya and Maurice.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, of course, now that Fedoseev has won the event clear, we see again him playing solid chess. And so we are not paying any attention to him anymore, but they're chasers and they have to do quite well indeed in order to come in second or third place. This position, we have this game between Aravindh and Alireza Firouzja. Alireza Firouzja is the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion. Clearly not off to a good start for the year. Can he at least get some points, salvage some points, because we know he can always make it up later in other competitions. This game, it wasn't really that promising. He shouldn't have gotten much from it. In fact, he was slightly worse. And his opponent just had to chillax, basically. And I like to tell my students, you know, that rook in the corner, when it develops, that's when you're happy. Like now, this is basic stuff. This is what I tell them, and then the world's best say, yeah, we don't really need to do that. We're going to go after the center. And that's another good thing, too, of course, and Alireza recognized that and played the move e5 here. A very enterprising sacrifice, breaking up the team in the center and now saying, well, I want to get this pawn back. After the move, now rook a d1, slightly mistimed because of this knight move, and suddenly that e5 pawn was going down. He tried to sacrifice it back in the game, but then after just a couple of moves, he found himself down the dark square bishop. He tried to trap it this way, but it turns out that after b6, the bishop rerouted itself to a new diagonal, and suddenly it was black who was better, if anyone. White stuck with his pawn in the middle of the board, isolated, no dark square control, and White fought heroically and even had some chances. I'll go further in the game to this point, in fact, and here he has already messed it up as White. And I just want to show you this finish that even strong players fall for. At the very end, he played this queen f4 move and allowed rook takes, and of course, along those dark squares, rook to e1, and he lost his queen, did Aravindh. He started off really strong, but it feels like the pressure of playing against great players game after game after game. It's a long tournament, blitz. He just wasn't able to hold up Anastasiya. While Alireza, I'm sure he's disgusted with himself for not having played well before, but at least he started to maybe try to win some games at the end.
I think it was very important victory for Alireza, because before this round they were like tied for the 5th place, and now he's ahead of Aravindh at least, so he's still fighting 2 rounds to go. And I had a chance to speak with the winner of the tournament, Vladimir Fedoseev, between the rounds. You know, he was not smiling, you know, he was still calm, because he knew that he will play another 3 games, and he told me, I hope I'm not going to show my worst performance in this tournament. So these are hopes he has now. It was so funny. If you would like to watch all these materials and small videos which I'm recording, you should definitely go to our social media accounts. Grand Chess Tour, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook are waiting for you guys. I just wanted to remind to everyone.
Indeed, and you know, it's not often that I've been there, for sure, clinching first place, and you know it's over. What I wanted to do was done. But if it does happen, your best bet is not to finish the tournament on a down note. You can't say, I won the tournament, and so what if I lose the last 2 games? No, you still have motivation at least to play well, perform well. A couple of losses will make you feel bitter taste in your mouth. So I think that he has the right attitude as Fedoseev. No need to be happy right now. When it's all over and done, you can party and celebrate, but finish off your tournament in style. Guys?
Well, that's what we all want to do, is finish in style, but it's so easy to go, I've achieved success, I'm first, and then lose. We saw that in the candidates, for example, when Nepo, he won the candidates with a round of spare. He lost.
Yeah, he lost that last game, but that was, I think, the pressure of the candidates. This is a very important tournament for Fedoseev. It's a chance to really announce himself on the world stage. I'm not trying to minimize this, but compared to the release of pressure you feel after winning the candidates,
yeah, good point.
This is still really a lot easier, and I think Nepo could be excused for really not really paying any attention to what was happening on the board in that final game.
Right. Let's take a look at the standings with 2 to spare. Nazi.
All fight is now for that 2nd place. MVL in clear 2nd, half point behind is Levon Aronian, and then point behind him is Prague. Alireza still has some chances to finish maybe in top 3 if he wins the next 2 and the other players stumble.
Indeed. Tell us about the stumbles coming up in the next round 17 pairings.
We have 2 Indian players facing each other. Then we have Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Deac. The tournament winner, Fedoseev, is playing Levon Aronian.
That might be our marquee matchup right there. Levon has been fighting for 2nd for some time.
And the old French affair
will be MBL against Alireza.
2 very, very important games there on tables 4 and 5. Which ones would you like?
I think we should go with Fedoseev and Aronian.
Yeah, that clash has been building for some time.
That seems logical.
I didn't finish. I know that it was a draw between MBL and Levon, but that clash we had set up as an important one for the 2nd place. Surprised that Levon went for this whole long forcing.
A little bit, yeah. I thought. either he has something very dramatic against the Grunfeld, or he will just play some sort of knight f3, b3, as people have been doing throughout the tournament.
Right, and
because
to get play. Yeah,
you get a position which, of course, he ended up having an extra pawn, but it's a minuscule chance of winning this against somebody who is as technically proficient as MVL is. And for Levon in particular, I thought just getting a game to play would have been a more natural kind of home for him in a must-win situation. But maybe he doesn't feel it was such a must-win game. Maybe he feels that, with 2 rounds to go, he doesn't need to burn any bridges in this one.
Okay. Still trailing by a half a point, though, as MVL will play Firouzja, and he has Vladimir.
Let's not forget, MVL started this tournament pretty terribly. After day 1 or 2, he was in the last place.
Yes, so 1 out of 6 points to get started in day 1.
Absolutely.
So what a comeback that now he's in clear second. That's
so MVL has white against Firouzja now, and in the last round he will play, drumroll, Aravindh with the black pieces, I guess.
Yes.
2 very fighting games. I mean, his games against Alireza are always very exciting to watch. He won one for the ages with the black pieces yesterday. That was a really exciting Najdorf that both had very good chances at certain points in the game. And Aravindh is playing, he's not going to try and not play a game against you. So even with the black pieces, you probably get a full-blooded fight. And maybe he just feels it's fine for him.
But Levon also has 2 tough next rounds. He's playing the tournament winner in this one. And
yes.
the next one he's playing Duda.
Yes.
And we know Duda can defeat anybody, so...
Yeah, he can play a perfect game, in fact.
Yeah.
Well, along with this one, this is the start of our GCT tour.
Right after this, we will have the Classic in Bucharest, Romania.
That's where everybody plays, all the tour participants.
Then another Rapid and Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia, where wildcard will be Magnus Carlsen.
Welcome, Magnus.
And then the tour comes back to St. Louis for Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup. And later, we'll have top 4 will play finals in Brazil.
Exactly. The 9 of the tour participants play in the classics in Bucharest and St. Louis. It's always...
yeah, I'm very happy with the return of the finals. I think
yes.
it makes the tour a lot more attractive to viewers, and it's going to be a great fun to watch and commentate on.
Wonderful.
And we have a ceremonial first move here by Tomasz Zielecki, who I've heard is the former president of Polish Chess Federation.
Looks like we've got an English there, C2, C4.
Yes.
It was quite the day for presentation of the opening first move. It seems like the whole Polish cabinet turned out. And
stays on the board.
Yeah, Veselin said, I'm okay with C4. Let's go. Let's go.
So let's switch to our marquee game. And
this one, yeah.
No surprise, it's still Trumpovsky, but against knight f6, so we might see knight e4.
Has happened, yeah.
It's kind of funny because Vladimir had been making a very, very good living with the cattle. And then he said, no, the trump is my new weapon, and it's worked out very well for him again.
Yeah, and Levon is doing the right thing here because this line, f3, queen a5, check c3, knight f6, has some very, very sharp positions, which are not as easy to control for white. So I think it's currently not supposed to be great for black, as far as I know. These positions are generally, I think, assessed as somewhat better for white. But they are very sharp and chaotic. And,
yeah.
Just great for blitz.
Unbalanced, yeah.
Because white does not have his pawn on c4, there are very good reasons to exploit that c4 square. Knight a3, knight c4, give me that pawn on d6.
I think he heard you because he played knight a3 as you were saying it.
I'm hearing a thunderclap.
Yeah, I think great weather here.
I mean, it was, the heavens parted with knight a3 or something like that. But yes, knight a3, bishop e7 on the board.
I mean, we're going to see knight c4 since he already played knight a3.
You know, just listening to you a moment ago, Peter, as you went through a plethora of openings and defenses, and I'm thinking to myself, how do the players keep all of that knowledge and the latest and greatest variations? And you've got, and look at this, G2, G4.
This is actually still a line. There's still some games in the database, so
wow.
Fedoseev's not even improvising yet. He's just following what he knows.
Precepts. 92.
B5 looks tempting.
B5, chasing the knight back to E3. I understand that White's intention is to play knight E2 to G3.
King F2, H4,
and King
G5,
F2.
and let's go, yeah.
And I'm forcibly reminded of Levon playing
Absolutely,
F3 and King F2 earlier. I thought it was.
I think it was day one.
Yes.
I will say this looks a lot less absurd.
Levon will hire an attorney liable. How dare you protest my moves, King F2. 92. B5, Nasi was saying B5, 93. What do you like here, Peter? For black, I mean.
I don't know.
What should black's approach be?
I'm looking, I have a feeling the knight is not going to be very comfortable on F6 anyway, so I'm looking at moves like knight E8 with maybe ideas of F5, just to kind of get ahead of the game and prevent White from having a free ride on the king side. Because I don't think we're getting anywhere in particular on the queen side. B5 does chase the knight away, but it chases it away to a square it wants to go anyway. And I don't foresee black getting any kind of real counterplay on the queen side in any kind of immediate future.
I like that. Knight E8, potentially bishop H4, but more or less making F7, F5 possible, Nasi?
Yeah, but more importantly, Levon's taking a very long think, and as we know...
Knight BD7.
Whoa.
Offering up the pawn on D6 for immediate activity. I don't think we ever take. Knight D6, Knight B6s. Unless Knight G3. I don't think we were ever interested in that pawn.
How dare you? I was very interested. I was still calculating at the time that you were rejecting any attempts. So how would it have gone? Just I mean,
honestly, I don't know, because there's D6 in the end, yeah. So if I go knight B6 and you take on C8, I have to take with a knight.
Right.
Which I am less in love with, frankly.
Well, what the computer says after knight D6 is bishop takes D6, take, and just rook E8, and it's -1 for black.
This
we can believe in, yeah.
Rook E8.
And we kind of regret that we've made so many weaknesses. Fair. Good point. Thank you, by the way, for pointing that out.
I think he's planning to go C4, knight C5 now. No? Rook B8? Okay, interesting.
Okay, because there was A4 potentially on the agenda.
I don't think we're touching anything. I guess C4, A4 you mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A6, A4, yeah. Okay, but now we can get back to business. King F2, H4, land a knight on F5, toss in G5.
But I also want to put the bishop on D3. Maybe we should do that now before black plays C4, because bishop would have been helpful on that diagonal.
Bishop to D3 before allowing C3, because black might also plant the knight on C5. That would be...
Oh, knight B6 looks like a bad move. It got a question mark.
It did.
Yeah, on the board, but...
It's somehow that...
The knight probably belongs on C5, and that's why.
But I thought that Levon's whole intention was to go after the D5 pawn, and if it's his turn, he's looking at bishop D7. I don't think we're grabbing the pawn
what
on
about
D5.
knight E7 and king F2 threatening knight F5? I mean, if you go bishop B7, I'll have knight F5.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I definitely don't want to play G6.
That would be disastrous.
Should I go rook D8 and queen B7?
Possible, but I'll probably focus on the king side, right? H4 and...
You give me checkmate before I win your pawn?
That's the hope.
That's the plan. Okay, Peter, big fight for the second place. You're Levon. What do you do?
I don't like where it's going. I think he must have had some better options along the way, because now once again it feels like White has a bit of a free run. You can include queen d2, rook e1, but it's just it feels like you don't actually have very much counterplay. And Vladimir b3 is very good awareness, by the way, just trying to make sure you can support the pawn on d5 with c3, c4, and Levon is saying, I can't allow that, but then now the queen has such a square on d4.
Wow, lording over the position. Queen d4, the desirable queen b7 is just met by rook d1.
Bishop b7, now knight f5, knight
f5.
is
g7's hanging, yeah.
And it's really not difficult to spot either. It's very, very natural in these types of positions.
Especially for Fedoseev in this event. He has not missed that many tactics.
I
mean, he allowed some tactics that his opponents missed, but he himself just...
He's been Johnny on the spot.
And this is kind of really bad news for Levon, because elsewhere, MVL is in trouble, was in desperate straits, but even still is in trouble against Alireza. But if Levon loses, it's of no use to him that his direct competition is also dropping points.
Bishop takes c4.
Yeah.
There was no knight f5 business, no rook e1s, no
kind of simple
discovery.
chess. I see pawn, I take pawn. Right?
Yeah.
Why not? Knight f5 is still available for the next move. Rooks are connected now.
Well, the other bad news is if you don't do anything, I'll play bishop b3.
Absolutely.
And I'll just say I'm a great pawn ahead.
Yeah, you have to take that bishop.
And the queen is ready to reset on the d4
like knight
square.
d7, I think that knight had to move. g5 was coming anyways, and maybe e5 or c5 will be a much better square for it.
Okay, I believe you.
Maybe knight e5, bishop a6, some ideas. Honestly, it's just one check. There's nothing else after that.
Knight e5, well, he's doing his best to make life difficult, but the knight has made a great appearance.
He might take on d6 next move.
Uh-oh.
To grab another pawn.
Uh-oh. Knight f5. By the way, where do we move the queen? Queen went to f6.
Queen f6.
Rook e1.
Probably stops
E1
the knight from
very
taking
good.
on d6, but yeah, we can...
Rook b1 also looks very good.
Thank you. Actually, that looks marvelous. Rook b1. Oh my.
Yeah, I think...
Just reminding black that, you. By the way, you've got a back rank mate.
Yeah, white's just enjoying this position. There will be
And
some
clock times?
counterplay maybe for black if he can create some kind of chaos, even though he will be worse. Clock times 1 minute for both.
h4.
He's going for it.
Bishop g5 is now
On the agenda. On the agenda.
Winning the queen, because after queen g6 we have knight e7 fork.
The old royal fork
Yeah.
routine.
Regrettably, you kind of have to play h6, but this is not an improvement in your fortunes.
Just want to defend the knight now so I can play g5 next move.
I like the move king g3 because the desirable knight takes d6 does allow knight takes g4 check, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So I'm getting out of that. Knight takes d6 on the agenda. Still on the agenda?
Can we take on d6?
Yes.
He plays rook e1, which is even better.
He wants to play bishop takes e5, queen takes e5, and he's always got that knight e7 pesky check.
And Levon's down to 30 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Below 30.
What happened after rook e1?
Rook d7 played, and yeah, you can start cashing in, or you can maybe even continue improving your position with something like rook a b1, because black is going nowhere.
Exchange sacrifice, is that being too beautiful? Rook takes...
The queen b6.
Queen b6.
We're probably still winning after bishop takes g7, though.
Right.
I don't think it spoils anything at all.
Collecting so many pawns.
Yeah.
Bishop e5, rook takes e5 looks very good.
But why do anything fancy when you can just do this and be 2 up with a dominant situation everywhere?
And I'm
Beautiful.
hearing that MVL has turned things around and he's winning his game.
Oh my.
This is a really tough moment for Levon because he might lose his chances for second place.
And with this move rook e1, we're getting ready to play the move rook e7.
Or knight e7.
Yeah, goes g6, but...
Knight h6 is hanging.
Rook
if you want to swap another pawn.
Yeah,
yes.
That's pretty cute, yeah.
Yes, that is... Yes. Yes, I will have another pawn. Thank you for...
Queen d6, and now g5, knight g4, just kind of reintroduce it to...
Wow.
Wow.
Queen f4 and rook e7. He's calculated this as well. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Again, tactical awareness. F7.
Yeah, F7 wins the pawn there, yeah.
Oh, we have a wrong
Well,
game
there's a
on the
black
board.
knight on G1 in this game somehow. This is
Oh,
not-
we switched.
Yeah.
There we go. No worries. We're right back.
Rook e7 and checkmate.
Yes, that is good. Good enough. Well,
Well played, Vladimir.
beautiful.
Continues winning, and if
where we
MVL
can go?
actually ends up winning, and he's no longer winning, he was very, very winning earlier,
I
but
have
he's no
the
longer
game.
winning. But Levon losing makes MVL's situation a lot more comfortable, of course.
Yes.
Well, what's going on here? So it's good knight versus bad bishop in a way, but
Yeah.
white has
But
a very weak pawn.
a few short moments ago, there were pawns on the queen side you could attack, and now there aren't any.
I see.
Rook is E2, Rook G5, or Rook F.
He doesn't want to give up on F3, even if he wins the pawn at E5, I guess. This now seems comfortable for black, frankly, but also I don't see how you make any progress. So for Alireza, I'm not sure how
After king d1, e4 was winning.
And then D3.
E4.
So beautiful.
Oh.
But Alireza has 3 seconds. There's no way he can calculate that.
Wow. Did you and how much time for MVL though?
40 seconds.
Yeah, and this finally Alireza launches some kind of a run
towards the
F3
F3
pawn. Yeah.
King d5.
Bishop back to
Knight
B4.
Knight c4. I'll take d4.
Whoa! Gamble.
Whoa. This is
But
very
Knight
interesting.
C4. This. And then F3.
F3, King G3, F2. Let's go.
The engine says it's still equal, but it looks very scary.
With
for every side, Rook G8, I guess, and Rook F8.
Okay, F2, Rook
And then
F8, King G3.
I wanted to take on E5. I'm never.
Yeah, you're not taking the
I'm
rook.
never taking on E3, but maybe I'm taking on E5. There's also
Okay.
Knight D2 there, actually, which might be relevant. Rook F8, King G3, Knight D2.
Rook d3, knight e4.
Knight
right?
E4 check, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this is what he's going to play. Knight
You can
D2
also
and then.
take on e5 now.
Yeah,
Knight D2, King G2?
yeah. And now we go King D5, Knight C4, and we collect every single black pawn, and we risk nothing with white.
Yeah, it should be a draw.
Yeah. I mean, white could try playing this for a win after
Why
something
not?
like Knight C4.
But he lose a4 pawn.
Yeah, I would have started with a different first move. Yeah.
Knight C4, yeah.
Yeah, now we go Knight C4. Yeah, now it's a very comfortable draw for everybody.
Rook b.
Nobody's winning this. Huh, interesting. He's actually kind of
Ooh,
saying
did
your
you
rook is
say-
very far away.
Did you say comfortable draw? I don't know if it's comfortable for black.
For
It's
black?
a,
No,
it's
no,
still
it's
a draw.
fine. Yeah,
It's still
D6,
a draw.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now in particular. is-
Now, yes. Cute.
Can't wait to
There
end,
it
and we
is,
still
yeah.
have one game going.
Woo!
Not for very
What a
long, though.
game.
Hard to imagine this going. for.
Jan Duda versus
Deac,
Daniel.
but this is about to be a draw as well.
Knight E2. Oh, King G5. Yeah. And Knight E1. And everything disappears.
We play to naked kings. so to say.
There's the handshake.
Wow. After a lot of decisive games, we just witnessed 2 draws.
Two draws, yeah.
How is that possible? We've been spoiled by the number of victories. Peter, what have we...
I don't know what to start with. I guess Fedoseev Aronian we watched pretty closely.
An impressive victory
yeah.
once again.
Prague ended up beating his compatriot Aravindh. That was a very strange game. It began by white playing b3, black playing b6, saying,
Of course.
anything you can do, I can do better. And then we have this kind of a weird, I don't know what to call it, kind of a French chiggering.
Queen
like,
E2.
Yeah, if I play
Yeah,
Queen
yeah,
E2 at some point, it will become very much like a French chiggering. But then we get this position which is now a
Sicilian?
kind of a Sicilian. And one early turning point was Prague, instead of occupying a very, very beautiful square on d4, went for this maneuver, which I don't quite like because it actually improves the black structure, denies ourselves this very important d4 square. And the position was incredibly messy. It's very difficult to really understand what's going on here. Pretty much every single move in this next sequence is a mistake. And then we get to here. Black should have taken on e4 first, but he began with queen c7, and now after after c4, queen c2, black has very unpleasant choices. You can play queen d6, but you're slightly worse there, or you can do what Aravindh has done. And this endgame is actually quite bad, and he should have been in a lot of trouble, and was. And And then, as you can see, currently white has 2 extra A pawns, and now only 1 extra A pawn, but it's still going to be good enough.
But it's very far, Peter.
It is very far. And actually, I said it was still going to be enough, but in fact, it's not really moving forward. And the big mistake here was taking it. If you begin by playing king g7, I think you're completely fine because white can't protect it. But he took it.
Oh, no.
And knight e7 comes. And
Real
I guess he lost on time because the game ended after rook a6. I assume the shock of knight c8 was such that in the making of the move rook a7, a6, he lost on time. Important victory for Prague in his quest to maybe finish third, now that Levon has lost. Elsewhere in the tournament, Topalov beat Gavrilescu. That was the game where we saw the black knight on g1. Somehow, people keep on playing this specific structure. I think this was very similar to actually this looks very comfortable for black for now because the king is still on e1. But then he did not stop white from getting before b5. And this now is very similar to the game we were watching between Topalov and Levon, where Topalov was kind of dominant until he began misplaying his position. And here again, he, I think, has a pretty nice advantage. The engine doesn't like knight takes d6, but likes the move bishop a3. But even after knight d6, knight d6, knight e5, white is still better. And then I guess black went for some kind of a desperado attack on the king side, which, had he played bishop c8 here, which is a move I think which is very easy to miss in blitz, he wouldn't have even been doing so poorly. But after d4, bishop takes d4, knight f4 also wasn't found here, c5, bishop b2, queen f5, queen c2, and I'm pretty sure they were playing on very, very low time because once again my board is lit up with the computer complaining about pretty much every single decision. But in the end, that night, it went to g1 and then got chased down on h3. and maybe he thought rook g6 check will save him, but there is rook g4. And the knight is, after all, doomed. So Veselin wins a game. And one final one we didn't really properly watch was that game between Duda and Deac. We only saw the very, very last moments of it. There was a proper Italian, finally a proper Italian, not a Hungarian, not an h6, g5. Some kind of a theoretical discussion, a very typical, this pawn on b3 seems weird, but it's how they play these types of positions now. They react to bishop b6 by playing b3 and saying, if you want the bishop trade, please take on c4, improving my central position. And then the game sharpened up. Knight f5, I assume, is a bit of a mistake because queen c5 attacking the bishop on b5 and the pawn on f2 seems to give black a massive, massive advantage. In fact, I think black is just kind of winning, right? It's a very healthy extra pawn. Rook f1, you can take on f3, and you should take on f3, gf, queen b6, g4, queen d6, queen d3. Yeah, I think we can stop here and just say that Deac will be very, very unhappy he has not won this game. And it's a bit of a miraculous save here for Jan-Krzysztof. So an eventful round, but a couple of draws. We are very unused to draws in this tournament.
True that. Thank you, Peter. And standings as we get ready for our final round.
Again, let's check who is in third now, right?
Right.
So Maxime is in clear second, a full point ahead now of 2 players.
Needing only a draw in the final round, but please.
Yeah, Levon and Prague are sharing in third, and they're hoping MVL does not draw or win.
Tell us about the pairings for the 18th and final round.
Let's have a look. It's Aravindh against MVL. Alireza Firouzja is playing Fedoseev. Levon Aronian against Jan-Krzysztof. Deac against Topalov, and Gavrilescu playing Prague.
They're fighting hard, and they're fighting for a lot of money, but as well as GCT points.
And as we know, the 12/13 points
is going to a wild card.
But MVL is very close to getting those 10 points, and then Prague and Levon are fighting for 8 and 7.
Exactly. And just going down the 8-7-6. I'm just thinking in case of a tie, what they are doing. Just an outstanding performance by
we keep on returning to that.
Vladimir. Wow. And he played a very, very good game against Levon. I like the knight h6. I like the g5. He was playing quickly.
It was interesting that against people playing solidly, his trump has not really been as potent in particular. Like he even switches to some QGDs. when given a chance. But Levon, I think, very consciously went for a sharper trump.
Right.
And it was clear that Vladimir just said, thank you. I can finally play an attacking game. I don't need to pretend I have to coast, you know.
Right.
And he just went for it. And once again, a very convincing victory. He seemed to be in control throughout, more or less out of the opening, just completely in control of his own.
But for me, what was really intriguing was there's a knight on e2, pawns on f3 and g4, knight on c4. It's a very chaotic game, and then everything becomes controlled. He goes knight g3, he goes king f2, goes knight e3, h4.
I also like king f2, king g3.
And then king g3 later. And also, by the way, that b3, c4.
Perfect, yeah.
b3, spotting b3 as an option very quickly was very impressive, because there were other very strong moves available. It's not as if it was the only thing that gave an advantage. But he knew that the only way Levon could get counterplay was trying to attack the pawn on d5. So b3, let me play c4, and then, having completely sealed off the queen side and the center, I will give you mate on the king side at my tempo. And
you even got that beautiful queen on d4.
Yes.
That was so nice.
Wow, dominating.
25.5, yeah.
Dominating play and impressive. And who is this young buck?
Well, now he's 2025 Superbet Rapid and Blitz champion.
When he entered the tournament, I think he entered the tournament in the world's top 50 in Blitz.
Now he's world number 16.
I mean, these lists are very fluid. They're a lot more fluid than the classical list. And in the classical list, he was world number 17 to begin with, as you can see.
That's truly crashing the party with what he's done here, because he's probably gained 40, 50 rating points.
More than that, yeah.
And in terms of dominance over the field, I think we've not really seen players who are not called Magnus Carlsen
do that, or Hikaru.
Display this complete dominance over such a star-studded field.
That's absolutely true. Nobody saw this coming. And if you looked at the line score and said, you know, what does your tournament look like? Take a look.
A lot of ones.
This is just the Blitz.
It's also impressive that it's only 3 draws. Just 3. Because of his aggressive style of play, this is why most of his games were decisive.
Okay, so he's played 17 games, and 4 of them he didn't win.
Yeah, just 4.
Yeah, that's a bit scary.
Wow.
That is a little bit scary.
So yeah, he really... Well, okay, he gave up 2 draws, but
But even those, he was close to winning those 2. But if we start thinking that way, I mean, he was close.
He was also
losing
losing some. Yeah. He was certainly had his fair share of good fortune.
We mentioned before his defense with 10 seconds on the clock.
That bishop d5 was amazing. That bishop d5. I mean, you know, Prague is feeling like, you know, like what do I have to do?
Prague finds this beautiful attacking move
Queen
and thinks,
h6.
now I'm in complete control, and then this comes out of the blue, and you have to reorient yourself on half a minute, and it didn't manage to do it.
Wow. Great stuff. I mean, as we're getting prepared for the 18th and final round, and then we're going to be having a closing ceremony over there in Warsaw, Poland. I have to say that Grand Chess Tour, 10th edition, getting off to a great start.
An amazing start with a huge surprise.
Huge surprise.
And it's not just that Fedoseev played tournament of his life.
Right.
Also what we expected, Alireza. He played maybe one of the worst tournaments of his life.
Yeah, it's a tale of 2
The Blitz portion in
Blitz
particular,
portion, yes.
The Rapid portion was very solid by Alireza, and honestly, had he not lost that very, very last game of the Rapid to Aravindh, where he had the draw for most of the game and defended so well, and then flagged in a draw on rook ending. And it seems strange now to speak of it, but it seems like it put him in a bit of a tailspin, and he kind of never recovered.
Right.
Which for somebody who is generally as stable playing the shorter time controls as he is, and as good simply, stable is maybe not the right way to describe him. He is just unbelievably good. But that was really the beginning of his troubles, and 2 days in, he is still kind of struggling for his best play.
Exactly.
But we know this is just the first event of Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
He's won this tour twice before. He knows how it's done.
Right, by coming to St. Louis and winning the last 2 tournaments.
I wanted to say that As far as I remember, I might be wrong, I might be completely off base there, but I think generally Grand Chess Tour tries not to repeat the wildcards.
Right, giving wide selection.
And in general, I'm very much in favor of this. I think giving exposure and just showing the world the width of, the breadth of talent we have is a very good idea. But on this evidence, I would like to see him play Rapid and Blitz again. I don't know if there are spots available in the two classical events because there's only wildcard spot in those. But after this, wouldn't you want some more of this?
Yeah, of course.
Wouldn't you want him, let's say, in Croatia playing against Magnus?
Yeah. There's a backstory that actually I found quite laughable. Our statistician, Ben Underwood, had told us from the start all the way through 3 days of play how Alireza Firouzja was just going to dominate and have an 85%, 90% chance of winning the tournament, and Vladimir
was at
2%.
2.5, I think, after day 3.
Take us through that, because this is the pre-tournament.
Yeah,
Look at that.
Watch Fedoseev pre-tournament
1.3. 1.3.
We know that Alireza was the favorite.
5
to 5.
That's amazing.
Because
he's going to fall.
He led after the first day.
But he's falling. 5% chance.
Even though he maintains a
2.8
tie for the first place, his chances drop to 2.8.
Now right here we're at 85% for Firouzja.
And only still 2.8.
This is the end of Rapid.
Yeah.
This is the end of Rapid. He's in a 3-way tie for first, by the way, and he's at 82.4. and then, yeah.
This is a fun graph.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, every color disappeared.
The Empire strikes back. Yeah.
Right. That was nice. That was nice. And we were having a lot of fun with the predictive models. And I think that was based on something like 15,000 tournaments.
Yeah.
What are we watching, though?
14,999. That was, that Firouzja versus
Fedoseev. It's still an interesting game to watch, even though we know Fedoseev won the tournament. But it's the top seed of the event playing the winner of the event.
Precisely, the top seed. There you have him, Alireza Firouzja, the defending Grand Chess Tour champion, the twice champion, wondering what went wrong.
Well, he did mention that he hasn't played chess in, I think, a couple of months, so he's out of form.
Yeah, but also that losing on time, right? That losing on time game, I think against Aravindh, just that much. Never recovered.
Yeah, maybe he plays a lot of blitz online, but it's different on the board. Your hand has to get used to that speed.
Okay, and here they're off.
Sicilian.
An attempt to play another Sveshnikov, but
no, Rusalima,
no such thing.
Takes on c6.
For a moment, their hesitation. Should I play knight c3 and invite knight d4, or?
Yeah, they play queen c7 here.
Bishop g4 is also playable, and g6.
But queen c7, what I like about queen c7 is that if the knight gets chased away, black is quite happy to get it all the way from f6 to a6 there, just to provoke e4, e5.
Sorry, say that. b3?
No, not b3, but instead of b3, white had the option of playing e5.
e5.
And then the knight goes all the way to a6. Knight d5, knight b4, knight a6.
That is a funny route. Okay, here we go. Mainline Rusalima thus far?
No, b3 is definitely very rare. But we see Firouzja likes playing b3 in this event, even on first move, so he's comfortable with this setup.
Queen e2. Knight takes e4, bishop takes g7, knight takes d2, bishop takes f8.
Yeah, white's up in exchange.
Up in exchange. Queen e2, is he intimating, Peter, that he might be castling?
I don't think so, no. I think it goes short, yeah. I'm very shocked, honestly, by king takes g7. I thought it was always going to be knight takes and then e5, f6, knight e6.
I think he wants knight to go to f4.
Knight f4, I guess, is very similar, though.
e5 coming.
Don't play
g3. There's a pawn. You can't play e5. You can't play e5 right now.
So b6
you
first?
Can play b6
first. And still, I'm not allowing you
Knight
to
takes
play
b6
E5.
is threatening.
Hello, hello.
Although maybe you can play f6, knight b6, knight g2, but then queen takes, no, knight takes e8. And yeah, all the queens are hanging.
But I would play knight h3 check just to mess up your pawn structure a bit.
Party pooper.
Yeah, but I think we go rook b8, yeah. We go rook b8 and we chill for now.
Do we play g3 or do we not mind the knight on f4?
I'm more interested in knight e5.
Oh yeah, that is a very good move, followed by f4 maybe.
Yes, put the knight, kick the knight back, and then play f4.
Yes.
But you're not worried about some b5? Your knights are defending each other, you might lose them?
So historians will call it courage.
Exactly.
A knight
You
e5.
have it on the board. So
I think the bigger issue is that after knight e6 and f4, black plays f6, and your pawn on f4 is vulnerable to attacks. I think that's a bigger problem. And if you go knight g4, after knight g4, many of your things are hanging as well. Although you could maybe go for some kind of all-in here with f5. Yeah.
I'll play like Prague and go all in on a kingside attack with queen h6.
But this needs to be assessed, because if it doesn't work, it will cost you dearly.
Maybe the game, yes. So knight e6, by the way, that's a forced move. I mean, there's no choice. You're not reaching for your g-pawn, you're not doing anything
Can you try knight g4 with queen h6? Yeah.
He's
going
going
for very
it,
quickly, yeah.
Which begs the question, what about f6? So if f6, the knight can't comfortably retreat. The reason we put the queen on c7 is we want to snap that pawn.
Maybe you can try f5.
Similar story,
But I think it leads to similar positions after knight d4. Yeah, I don't think it...
I'm more or less obliged.
And also what it does is it gives black the option of going fe5, fe6, bishop takes e6, which is, I think, actually a kind of a healthy-ish extra. b5 played by Vladimir. This is unexpected.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that was definitely... Because you are...
A, B, C, B, knight a5.
As well as knight a5,
S5,
queen a5, knight c6. That's two pawns.
Yeah, that is...
I don't know,
I don't
Peter.
think this is great.
That... I mean... A, B, C, B, knight a5. That's definitely a good way of playing it.
Just to stop you from going to c6, and your knight's on a5, not
it's
very
there,
happy.
c3, b4, it's there, it's safe. But knight a5 immediately...
It did kind of stop Alireza dead in
for
his tracks, because he did not expect this.
Not at all.
You could also just simply play knight d2 and focus on the king side, right?
So this is two pawns.
Yeah, and you still have f5 ideas.
I still do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's... So Alireza is trying to make a judgment of whether he should be sacrificing two minor pieces for a rook and two pawns, or just grabbing a pawn, or, as you just said, knight d2 and saying, okay, well done, you played b5.
Knight d2 still has the f6 problem, and f4 pawn is still hanging.
Good point.
Well, he's down to 2 minutes and 45 seconds now.
It's a big, big moment.
What would you do?
I'm playing AB almost in every case, just because I like the
he's
rook.
going with knight a5.
The rook on a1, I like opening up the file for the rook. But knight a5, I understand him.
I think I probably would have gone in that direction as well, because queen a5, knight c6, queen b6, we go knight takes b8, and in human terms, you hope that you can play f5 and launch some kind of an attack, even though I think f5 black just reacts with knight d4 pretty much every single.
Well, computer says after knight c6, queen c7, as we're seeing on the board, and knight b8, if black plays b4, black is much better.
That's an interesting moment.
Securing the knight on d4 for the future, making sure that knight on d4 cannot be challenged.
Makes such a big difference.
That is a beautiful.
Which
that's
from afar,
a beautiful point.
It's very easy to miss.
Totally.
Up close, if Fedoseev stops to think about it before automatically taking on b8.
Yeah, I think he's always playing queen c7. It just feels like it's the best square, and now white is kind of locked into playing knight takes b8.
And then
And then maybe you stop and consider your options because you realize that the knight is never,
so well placed,
never coming back. Yeah, queen c7 played, knight b8.
And
you see,
here.
the hand is still on the table. He's not making a move, and that improves
That
the
shows-
likelihood. Improves the likelihood of b5.
He's going to play
greatly.
b4.
He's
And
going
look
for
at
it.
this.
Bravo.
Wow. He's just finding every opportunity.
Good at chess.
Good at chess. That's it. He is good at chess. A5, A6, A7?
Yeah, you can. You can play that, and I'll probably set up queen b6, bishop b7.
A5, queen b8, A6, knight
Queen
d4,
b6.
rook a2, queen b6, a7,
Bishop b7.
rook a1. But
Bishop
yeah,
a8.
you're there. I'm there.
there.
I'm stuck. Your minor pieces are doing great. Wow, what a move. B5, B4. Not capturing the knight at once, but securing the D4 square for his
I'm
knight.
wondering, since black queen is preoccupied with taking on b8 next move, if Firouzja can do something on the king side.
So you want to play F5,
Knight d4.
knight d4. You would love
try
to play
F6.
queen g3, but
92.
knight e2,
Oh, I was
Rook c1. He wants to play c3. He wants to at least dig at this structure, try to get something going, but yeah.
I liked Yasser's a5, a6 better. At least there he had a
Trying to
pawn.
distract your opponent with a passer. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not happy here as white.
No.
I'm thinking
I don't think he's
that-
doing it from a place of happiness either.
No.
He's just struggling to find anything better.
Okay, queen b4,
Queen b6,
bishop
a6.
a6.
So many good moves.
Kind of easy to play for white.
played-
For black, pardon.
For black, yeah.
But
By the way, to let the viewers know, Levon is winning his game.
And it's a beauty.
And
Duda allowed a very
is
beautiful
drawing.
sacrifice there. But Levon actually didn't find the best move. It might still become very
We'll
double-edged.
come back to that, but Rook c1 by Alireza. Now, the engine loves this for black completely.
exactly. I mean, you've got an absolutely star square.
The dark square.
And now even c takes d4 and bishop takes d3 is coming in. Position is collapsing after queen d4.
Knight
It's
f4.
strange because white has a rook and 2 pawns,
and
and yet it's black who's completely winning.
dominating, in fact, the minor pieces. Because the pawns on b3 and a4 are not going anywhere. f4 is hanging. Knight takes f4 is another munch.
They're going to enter time trouble soon as well. Alireza down to 45 seconds.
Takes.
Definitely easier to play for black from this point on.
By the way, the rook has to go to c6, doesn't it? Bishop takes d3. You're threatening to take on
E4.
e4 with a tempo.
F4 is hanging as well.
The
I think white's
misery is
only chance is to somehow quickly push the queenside pawns.
no question.
Ooh.
Whoa.
A6 not hanging.
Knight e2 check on the board. Threat, sorry.
He's not afraid to leave those pieces unprotected. G3?
Knight e2.
And then-
and bishop takes e4 as well.
e5 first.
E5
I like securing nailing everything down, playing e5 first. Although bishop takes e4 is really not a mistake.
Because there's always knight e2 check. You might need, sometimes it could be a race, and maybe you don't need e5 as much as you need d3.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, but by the way, you're kind of provoking e5. Oh, look at this. Again, tempo.
Are we taking? No, you have to play e5. You're not.
Eventually you have to play.
Knight c3.
C3, very nice.
Knight c3. I mean, keeping the momentum. No.
Yeah, finally white gets to push one pawn past the
the equator.
Yeah, past the equator.
Rook a8, maybe just slowing everything down a move. No.
There's a fork in the end.
Oh.
He is just very on point.
Very, very nice.
D3 now, and with the rook on D2 completely cut off and the pawns broken up.
Rook takes d4 would have been met by knight c6, but rook d2 is going to be met by d3, and then we're just going to round up the a pawn.
Yeah. Rook c5 trying to stop knight c6, but
yeah, rook a8, rook a6.
Like any move here is winning. Rook e8.
Pretty much, yeah.
He wants to go maybe, yeah.
Just rook e6, and then we eventually we will switch the knight on, and once the knight is, you can play 95, I guess.
Yeah, you don't have a6.
By the way, this knight might be heading towards g4.
And there's a handshake.
There you have it.
Wow!
26 and a half.
Finish it.
Wow!
Pretty good.
Let's switch to MVL.
He started in style and he finished in style.
MVL is winning now. He's up 2 pawns, but still requires good technique here to not walk into perpetual checks. 4 seconds for Aravindh.
4 seconds, did you say?
Levon has not won his game, meaning that if Pragg wins, he gets clear third, and he is now back to being completely winning.
All right, so MVL has pretty much guaranteed second place for himself, but he's putting the final touches in this game.
I guess the king gets
to g1, yeah?
Can we give a check? No, we can't. No, I thought maybe give a check to the king on g3 from this diagonal, but then we have queen f4.
Right.
Or that, yeah, that
Queen
probably
h4.
is even simpler. Yeah, queen f5, king h2, and you can't even really prevent the pawn from queening.
And he wins.
Well done. Well done, Maxime.
Let's go to Prague's game. He's still playing. That's the only game. Oh, he won.
No.
It's all right.
Yep, he won, and
by the way, 4 decisive games?
4 decisive games, and it should have been 5. Levon was playing the brilliancy of his life, actually.
What?
Then I'll begin with this, because this is just such a stunning game. I'll begin by showing you the one draw of the round, because it was actually much more spectacular than all the decisive games, I want to say. This is a kind of a slow semi-Slav, but Black went for a very sharp continuation here. This is now a very sharp kind of a hanging pawns line. And, oops, sorry about that. Knight e5, takes, queen c6, f4, knight d7, bishop e4, queen c8. This is all reasonable. Rook f3 is not the best. Actually, it was important to preserve that bishop. The machine says either go bishop takes b7 and f5, or just drop it all the way back to preserve it on the board, rook f3. And here, a move that Bent Larsen would have condemned out of hand. This is where this knight belongs, not on c5. But I guess Duda was not a believer in bishop takes h7, and he should have been.
Yes.
King h7, rook h3, king g8, queen h5. Actually not the strongest move, f4, f5 is stronger. And another mistake here by Jan-Krzysztof, f5 honestly looks healthier than f6. I don't know why you would choose f6, allowing more fluidity into the position, giving white a chance to take on f6 at any point, not just right now.
Right.
And Levon actually spotted knight d5, well played by him, which is a beautiful, beautiful move. But after e takes d5, the way to absolutely nail the game down was this really beautiful move of 4 f5.
Threatening mate in 2.
Not
Oh, it's
yet.
not mate in 2, but yes.
This is why he didn't play it, I guess, because there is no immediate threat of mate in 2. But Black is just completely defenseless to queen h7, queen g6 maybe, and then rook h7, or ef is now a stronger threat. The difference being that if you do what Levon has done, there is this counterplay, which you are also ruling out by playing a 4 f5. White is still better. White is still better, but this is now a mess.
Okay.
cd5, rook e7. In fact, the machine says white is no longer even better. But then players continued making some mistakes, and now after h5, white is still very much in control, And in this position, whoa, had he found the move, I mean, any move along the g file, queen g4 wins, queen g3 wins, any of those moves win. But instead he went
g3.
Yeah.
That's a visual.
Just don't allow a discovered check. And then you will give mate on the other side of the board. Rook takes g3,
queen.
g8, queen check. And with rook d7 coming in, you're just going to win on the other side of the board.
That's hilarious.
But 3 seconds against 6 seconds at that point. So not really such a surprise that queen h4 was played. And then, oh, maybe he missed bishop h3 check. Maybe he thought the king will go to f1 next move. But it will not. And this perpetual was the decider. And that means that with Pragg actually winning his game, Pragg gets third, Levon gets fourth. We saw the end of the MVL game. Let's take a look at what happened earlier. There was a Najdorf. We spoke with MVL about g3 and Aravindh. MVL himself played knight b3 followed by bishop g5 here against Gavrilescu in the rapid. Aravindh played the old style. He played knight d2 and then h3. These days, you will surprise nobody by the move h7, h5 because it's important to stop g4, knight g3. That's a very important plan for white. And then we get a kind of a typical, very slow type of a Najdorf where machine originally prefers white, but it's very difficult to play, and we get some really sharp positions. White gave up the pawn on c2 for some activity on the king side, but the activity kind of never materialized. And black is now completely fine, but you shouldn't really, it's not that easy to imagine how white loses this. And even this is still kind of okay. But in this position, Aravindh played queen f4 instead of calmly taking on b6 and saying, I don't believe mate in chess exists. Queen f4, queen h5 check, king d1, rook f1, queen c5 check. And this queen ending, unfortunately for Aravindh, he's currently a pawn down and he will lose more pawns with checks. As you see, the queen comes down and picks up b2 with check. And from here on out, MVL converted quite nicely. Elsewhere, Veselin lost. He lost that position. That is heartbreaking. He was playing such a beautiful game. There was a kind of a weird Maratsis slash something else because you don't normally play e7, e6, but Veselin was in a mood to gamble because he just gave up the pawn on d5 to play a more fun position like this. And then at some point, white is still, I mean, I really don't like the fact that we gave up a dark squared bishop. I think the dark squared bishop for white should be preserved because white really needs a counterpart to this monstrous bishop on g7. And if you go 10 moves later, black is just crashing through on the queen side, queen b6 check. You have to play king c1 here. It wasn't played, king a1, queen c5, knight d4, bishop a4. These moves are not precise, but black is doing really, really well. And later in the game, the moment I saw this game was this position in which black is just completely winning. Obviously, a lot of things happen, but it's difficult to cover 5 blitz games in a row. Yeah, and after king a2, just including queen a5 check and then collecting everything was winning. But instead, he took on c3, and suddenly the attack fizzles. White is a piece up, and another loss for Veselin.
Thank you, Peter, as we're going to throw it to Warsaw, Poland for our closing ceremony.
Thank you, Yasser. Well, we're here at the prize-giving ceremony where Vladimir Fedoseev has put on a performance for the ages, scoring 8 yesterday, a mere 7.5 to follow up today. A spectacular 2 days of blitz to follow after his rapid performance. It's just been an incredible show here. And to give the prizes, we will start our closing ceremony. We'll start with Executive Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Michael Khodorkovsky.
Thank you, Maurice. It is indeed a huge, maybe sensation performed here at the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour 2025. Mind you, it's our 10th anniversary, and maybe many more surprises will be down the road. But of course, we would like to congratulate our wild card who stormed this tournament. But as a matter of fact, he stormed for the last several months, not only Grand Chess Tour event, but other events that he actually got into the elite group. They might not expect such great performance that Vladimir demonstrated here in Poland, but it was also great fight for the second, third place, and full tour players now realize that our wild cards, whether it's Magnus Carlsen or Vladimir Fedoseev, are real things, and we look forward for Vladimir to come back next year. And for right now, I would like, first of all, to say thank you to our sponsors, Superbet Foundation and Superbet here in Poland. Without their support, we won't be able to have such a great event. And I would like to pass this microphone to CEO Superbet Poland, Łukasz Seweryniak.
Thank you, Michael. I think it was a great tournament, and we are very happy. Vladimir, first of all, congratulations. Amazing performance. I would say huge achievement. You were leading from the very first day. So amazing performance. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so congratulations once again.
Yeah.
To the mic.
Thank you, Lukasz. Well, indeed, it was an incredible performance. Vladimir, you got a chance to be on the Grand Chess Tour. It's not that you're an unknown player and you're not a 17-year-old. You've been around. People know you're a good player, a great player, in fact. It must be really satisfying to be holding this trophy.
Yeah, it's extremely satisfying. And at the same time, sometimes in your career, you can't believe it's happening with you. And this was exactly the case. Those 5 days, how I played, how it went, everything was coming naturally and like a surprise. And I felt like in many situations during this tournament, I had been lucky. And that's the most pleasant thing for any chess player, in my opinion, to be lucky so much, like for straight for the 5 days. In all key moments of games, I think it was, luck was a huge part of my success, especially in 5+2 portion, but as well in Rapid I had this miracle survive against Veselin Topalov, so I'm extremely happy with how I played, and I want to say congratulations to all organizers of this event, because in my personal opinion, it's probably the best tournament I've played so far by the level of organization and hostage. And yeah, I like atmosphere here pretty much everywhere. And yeah, all small details that was planned for players, I enjoyed a lot. So I want to say warm words about our sponsors and hostages of this event, and as well thanks to Michael, who found this place, wildcard place for me, because I didn't pass the required ratings to be a full tour member, but yeah, it's better than nothing, and it's been a pleasure to play here.
You know, you say luck and you don't really deserve it, and we're hearing all these words, but you have been a top player for some time. And by the way, I saw some of your games. That wasn't luck. You were putting the wood on some of these players, just knocking them out, playing some amazing games you must be satisfied with as well. You're definitely one of the elite players. How do you feel about having the opportunity maybe to play in future years?
I'm pretty much look forward to face our big faces of the game, such likes as Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabian Caruana, and others who is participating in the tour. So I really hope to play with them in classical chess as well, as much as possible. So this is my ultimate goal, to get to elite level, to play in such tournaments, and not to follow I used to play in events of lower level for 10 or 11 years. I believe since 2014 I was seen as a player who could make it to elite group, but it didn't went to my side for a long time. But now seemingly I'm in good look, yeah, let's say like this, yeah.
You have a good look, a good form, to be sure. Let me ask you, where does this tournament, among all the tournaments you've ever won, you've done well, of course, in other events, where does this stand in terms of your entire career?
Yeah, if we speak about those specific games, those specific format of Rapid and Blitz, it's for sure the first victory by far. And achieving it with such leadership, like if you beat everybody by such a huge margin, I couldn't expect. Like it feels unbelievable. Like I can't believe it's happening to me. Like I saw myself as a strong player and that I can play strong with strong opposition, but to achieve such result, I couldn't expect. Like when you're almost in hopeless situation, okay, like yesterday against Jan-Krzysztof, or like today against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and then you are having sort of smile of God when everything goes your way, and you're just playing move by move, and then something, it's like when such miracles happens, you can't believe, But it's good that the event is concluded, and I will take some rest and refresh my mind, because we know such victories they having both sides. Like you can start to be extremely optimistic about your level of play and like underestimate others. And this is also a risk after such wins. So I will try to avoid this.
Well, we know you're a modest guy and certainly well-deserving. Maybe some miracles, maybe smile from heaven, but you were indeed a fantastic performer. Congratulations on your victory here at the Superbet Rapid and Blitz.
Thank you, Maurice, and thanks to all our viewers and all people who was part of organization of this event for everybody, pretty much for everybody, and our followers, chess players as well.
Very kind of you. Thanks so much. The champ of the tournament, it has been decided in just an absolutely spectacular fashion. One Vladimir Fedoseev wins the first event of the 2025 Grand Chess Tour.
Thank you, Marie. Sensational performance. Congratulations, Vladimir.
What a humble guy.
Wonderful, wonderful interview. Loved it. But let's take a look at the prize winners and the Grand Chess Tour
as well.
Points.
Right, Vladimir Fedoseev takes home $40,000. MVL 10 Grand Chess Tour points and $30,000. Praggnanandhaa, winning the last round and finishing in clear third, gets 8 Grand Chess Tour points. That's very important.
Very important.
Taking home $25,000. Levon in clear fourth, taking 7 points. Alireza 6 points, and Duda 3.5.
Congratulations to Bogdan-Daniel Deac as well. Another wild card. Fantastic performance. Clear sixth for his $11,000. I think Jan Duda would like to play this tournament again. He scored 9,500, and the final 3 finishers.
I'm sure already the tour players are preparing for the next event.
Exactly. And Peter, final thoughts as we wrap up.
Well,
the first
a one-man show of absolute brilliance, as I already said. Like, there are very, very few people in the history of the Grand Chess Tour who showed such dominance, and I'm very happy to see Vladimir among them. And I want to say I've known him. We're not close as such, but I've known him for ages. And he appears to be a lot more grounded right now. He feels like he is sort of at peace with himself, and sort of that shows in play. I've always found that when you found this inner center, when you know exactly where you belong and how you're about to go about things, it very much improves your play. And his last few months, maybe last half a year to a year, he's been very much a rising star, and it's been fantastic to watch here, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Peter. We'll final look at our GCT standings before we say goodbye, and here they are.
After the first event, it's MVL who's leading the GCT tour with 10 points. Pragg in second, then Levon, Alireza, and Duda. The other players haven't started playing yet.
Yeah, exactly, but they will be playing in Bucharest, Romania. That will be coming up. I'm hoping you're returning, Nazi, for Bucharest. Please tell me.
I think we all are.
Yes. Looking forward to that, Peter. Looking great.
Working with you.
I loved it. Thank you all for joining us. We had a lot of fun. Hope you liked it as well. Join us for Bucharest.
We'll be back in a week.
A week.
For watching. See you soon.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.